Chapter 28-29. Li Wuxian had to be careful when facing this old man. The other party was a supremacy, and a top-notch one at that. Even the two supremacies of the Li family couldn't defeat this old man. If it weren't for the fact that the other party happened to be interested in something, the Li clan wouldn't have been able to invite this old man. Even though the old man wouldn't make a move this time, it was worth it if his disciple made a move. Li Wuxian was a 7th-order heavenly god realm master, yet he could feel the aura of death coming from this young man. The frigid aura was enough to make one feel despair and fear. Despite his fear, Li Wuxian was still abnormally relaxed. No matter who they invited, they wouldn't be a match for the person in front of them. The Li family would still be the biggest beneficiary of this. No one would be able to change that. Something good will come out of the heavenly river. Are you sure that thing will come out? The old man suddenly asked. Li Wuxian nodded his head. We've already observed that place, and the possibility is high. The black domain is ever-changing, and according to past research, there's a high chance this time. The 8 great clans soon arrived. They didn't bring many people, but every one of them was an elite, and they were all eager to try. The patriarchs of the 8 great families were all very calm, but if one looked closely, they would see some urgency on their faces. It was just that they hid it very well, and it was very difficult to notice. Begin. Li Wuxian stood up to preside. Every time, the 8 great clans would send a clan leader to preside over the event. Last time, it was the Zhao family, so this time, it was the Li family's Li Wuxian's turn. There's no need to explain the rules. Everyone already knows. Li Wuxian said excitedly. Now, let's start drawing lots. One-on-one arena battle. Each of the 8 great clans had a total of 4 people who could participate in the competition. At the beginning, defeating one person would earn 1 point. In the next round, defeating the other person would earn all the points the other person had. In the end, whoever had the most points would get the most benefits from the Heavenly River Empire. It could be said that the arena matches were all about luck. Whoever persisted until the end would have more points. The lot drawing was about to begin. For the sake of fairness, the person who drew the lots was not themselves, but a mortal. A true mortal, without the slightest energy fluctuations. No one could cheat. It was very fair. No one had any objections. First match, Zhao family's number 1 versus Lin family's number 1. The results of the first round were out. There were 4 people in each family, and all of them were registered by number 1 of 4. No one would know their strength beforehand. Number 1 is actually him. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It was a young man who had cast the illusion. Lin family number 1 is going to lose. The opponent's illusory realm was very powerful. Lin family number 1 might not be a match for it. Please guide me. The number 1, the Lin family, cupped his hands. Bring it on. 112 said calmly. Kill. Lin family number 1 used a spear. He took out his spear and stabbed out. Before his spear could reach his opponent, Lin family number 1 stopped moving. It was as if he had lost his mind. Phantom 12's sword pierced the space between his opponent's eyebrows. The outcome of the battle was decided. An expert of the illusion school. The Lin family patriarch's expression froze. What a good Zhao family to actually invite such an expert. We lost the first round. An expert of the school of illusion was indeed worthy of the attention of the 8 great families. Illusions were attacks on the soul. It was extremely difficult to block. The weaker ones would be defeated in a single exchange. Zhao Zhongxing had a smile on his face. He had easily won the first round. His gaze fell on the black-robed man. The matter of killing the higher-ups of the Heavenly Wolf Gang and the guards of the Zhao family can be settled now. The other party's origin was mysterious, so Zhao Zhongxing was no longer worried. Phantom 12 was a member of the Massacre God Court, and behind him was a high-ranking member of the Massacre God Court. No matter how powerful the opponent's background was, it would be difficult for him to fight against the Massacre God Court. Zhao Zhongxing could finally vent his anger. The Huan family's methods are still shallow, but they are pretty good at dealing with heavenly gods below the level of a high lord. The old man faintly looked at Li Wuxian and revealed his origin. Could it be a disciple of the Huan family from Heavenly Heart Island? Li Wuxian said, Rumor has it that Heavenly Heart Island once had an ancestor that was comparable to a godly lord. In the Saint Spirit realm, the Huan family's methods are number one. The old man smiled and said, "That senior from Heavenly Heart Island is indeed very talented. Even with his weak body, he was able to develop the illusion school. Unfortunately, this school is too difficult to cultivate, and after that senior, no one else has been able to reach this level. The Huan family is also getting weaker with each generation. Without becoming a lord of the illusion school, they are still a bit lacking." In the first round, the Zhao family sent out a disciple of the Huan family. This made the other 7 families feel the pressure. The drawing of lots began again. The number 2 from the Lin family against number 3 from the Bei family. The fierce battle began. The Emperor in 10 attacks of number 3 from the Bei family were very powerful. One move after another, he had the upper hand and easily defeated number 2 from the Lin family. The Lin family had a bad year. They had already lost 2 rounds, so the pressure on them was very great. The number 3 from the Li family against the number 2 from the Wang family. The number 3 from the Li family was at a disadvantage the moment he went on stage. He was defeated in less than 1 instant stick of time and was killed on the spot by the Wang family. Zhao family head. The 3 from the Li family have been affected by my illusion, so their strength has been greatly reduced. This time, they will be at the bottom. Phantom 12 smiled. His smile was very ugly and cold. Haha, it's good to be at the bottom. Zhao Zhongxing happily said, "We can suppress the Li family in one fell swoop. Without so many benefits, it will be very easy for the Zhao family to accumulate strength. If the Li family dared to ask that person for help, Zhao Zhongxing would make the Li family suffer." From the beginning to the end, the arena battles continued to accumulate. The strength of the 8 great families was also displayed. Currently, first place was the Li family, second was the royal family, and third was the Zhao family. The Li family was currently ranked 8th. So far, they hadn't won a single match. The 3 people from the Li family had all lost. Their luck wasn't very good. The other 7 families were gloating. Last time, the Li family was ranked 4th, so they had a lot of benefits. However, this time they were ranked last. Who wouldn't be happy? Liamo wasn't in a rush. As long as Ao Tian made a move, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill their way up. On the stage, in his opinion, only the Huan family disciple, the mysterious young master of the Li family, and the royal family were at the top. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. The people that went up were all weak, so there was nothing to worry about. He was very interested in the disciple next to the old man. That person gave him a dangerous aura. Right now, there weren't many people who could give him a dangerous aura. That was a seed with potential. Lin Fei was only interested in him. No one else was worthy of his attention, not even the Huan family disciple. Number 2 from the Wang family against number 4 from the Li family. At this moment, it was finally Lin Fei's turn. Chapter 28:30. Ever since the mysterious body transformation master came to the Sky River Kingdom, a long time has passed, but no one has figured out the origin of the other party. The Li family had lost 2 out of 4 experts in a row. If this mysterious body tempering expert continued to lose, then the Li family would be at the bottom of the distribution of benefits among the 8 great families. In 10,000 years, the overall strength of the Li family would be greatly affected. If this person's strength increased by another step, he would definitely become a strong enemy. Body tempering experts are notoriously difficult to improve. I don't believe that he can still improve. A few decades is too short. That's right. His strength should be about the same as it was back then. I really don't know what the Li family is thinking. They actually invited this guy. I guess the Zhao family will be the first to be unhappy. They're clearly not giving face to the Zhao family. The family heads discussed quietly. When the other party asked for 50 kilograms of Essence Force sand, they had the ability to help, but the price was too high. In addition, the Zhao family suffered a small loss when the other party came, which was equivalent to indirectly offending the 8 great families. When facing outsiders, the 8 great families were very united. On the contrary, when the other party beat the Zhao family and made them lose face, everyone was willing to see it. However, if the other party wanted to gain benefits from them, the 8 great families would have their own ideas. Unknowingly, everyone was on the same side. The Li family had secretly contacted the other party and recruited him, which naturally made everyone feel uncomfortable. The Li family had lost 2 times in a row, and everyone couldn't help but gloat. If they lost again, it would be even better. With one less competitor, they could obtain more benefits. The number 2 of the Wang family went on stage for the first time. The tall man looked gloomy and cold. Evil Yin Qi rose around him, and his face was expressionless. Attack! The number 2 expert of the Wang family made the first move. His 5 fingers were in the shape of an eagle's claw, and his fingertips were filled with a cold and gloomy aura. With this claw, the void was torn apart by the cold and gloomy aura. Netherworld Claw, specialized in breaking the physical body. This claw was ferocious and violent. Regardless of whether the other party resisted or dodged, the follow-up attack could make the other party suffer a great loss. The people of the Wang family all smiled. Number 2 was specially used to deal with body tempering experts. Lin Fei was very calm. He pushed his palm forward as if he was doing a trivial thing. A gust of wind blew past. Wang Clan's number 2's attack was still halfway through when a gust of wind blew over. His entire body was blown into pieces by this gust of wind. The entire arena shook for a moment before returning to normal. Number 4 from the Li family wins. Lin Fei turned around and walked off the stage. It was over. The head of the Wang family widened his eyes. Under this ordinary movement, there was an absolute violent attack. That guy is so powerful, killing a 7th-order heavenly god realm master with one palm strike. All the family heads present could no longer remain calm. The more ordinary a move was, the more it could reflect a person's strength. Strong. This guy's strength was beyond imagination. I didn't let you down. A small victory. Lin Fei sat down again. This was not even a warm-up exercise. Ha ha ha. Quick and decisive good. Limo's face finally showed a smile. The clan heads and the participating heavenly deities all had a solemn look in their eyes. Using pure strength to destroy the other party, this person was definitely a powerful opponent. Be careful of number 4 of the Li family. The power of a single palm strike is so terrifying, it's best not to encounter him. Breaking everything with brute force within a narrow range, the other party's attack will be magnified infinitely. This person from the Li family was equivalent to a dark horse. What a good ordinary attack, using it to perfection. No wonder he can travel through the void. The silver-haired old man was full of praise. In these several 100,000 years, the Saint Spirit world is about to have another powerful body-tempering cultivator. The silver-haired old man's eyes were sharp, immediately seeing through the situation. Beside him, Li Wujin broke out in cold sweat. Senior, he can become a High Lord? Li Wujin was very clear about the strength of a body-tempering High Lord. His expression became unnatural. This can't be right. The silver-haired old man shook his head. Nothing is impossible. He cultivates a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. Don't be fooled by his ordinary palm strike. Its power is at least 20% of a High Lord's attack. If there are no accidents, the Li family will be the biggest winner. Li Wujin sucked in a cold breath. This news was too unexpected. He wasn't too worried before, but now he couldn't remain calm. Becoming a High Lord in several 100,000 years, and a body-tempering High Lord Master at that. Li Wujin was having a hard time digesting this news. Does that mean he has the battle strength of a pseudo-High Lord? Li Wujin asked cautiously. You can say that. The silver-haired old man said nonchalantly. When you meet that guy later, there's no need for your Li family to go up. It'll be a pity if they die. Yes, I'll listen to Senior. Li Wujin didn't doubt a High Lord's words. The silver-haired old man looked at the person not far away. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Lin Fei killed his opponent in the first match. In the following battles, everyone's expressions became serious. That's a destructive attack. After Lin Fei killed a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator with a single palm strike, the following matches were no longer as eye-catching as before until a young man from the Li family stepped onto the stage. After the other party smashed a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator into pieces with a single punch, another commotion broke out. Another big dark horse had arrived. One of the 10 great sects, one with the strongest explosive power. This was Lin Fei's first time observing the young man's destructive attack at such a close distance. That punch contained the power of tearing, strangling, and many other elements. This was a powerful force not inferior to the body-tempering High Lord. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued, thinking to himself, among the 8 families, only this person can force me to use a portion of my strength. The others can't even withstand a single blow. After killing his opponent, that young man's sharp gaze fell on Lin Fei on the Li family's side, full of provocation. Lin Fei smiled. This person was very interesting. Among the 8 families, 3 dark horses appeared. The others weren't having a good time. Nephew Huan, I thought it would be easy, but who would have thought there would be 2 dark horses? I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Zhao Zhongxing said with a worried expression. Huan 12 laughed. Ever since I've delved into the art of illusions, up until now, no one has been able to block my Holy Spirit illusion technique. I thought it would just be a formality, but now there are 2 powerful experts. One from the Destruction School, the other from the Body Tempering School. After defeating them, everyone will know that the Illusion School is also qualified to contend for the top 10 great sects. At this moment, Huan 12 was brimming with ambition. Zhao Zhongxing's heart quivered. This person's tone wasn't just arrogant but in the next second, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Chapter 28:31. In the Sky River Dojo, everyone had their own thoughts. The Li family, the Zhao family, and the Li family had all produced powerful dark horse contestants. Each of them was strong and vaguely stronger than the experts they had invited. This put a lot of pressure on them. 2 of the top 10 sects were in the Li family, and the other one was qualified to be one of the top 10 sections. None of these 3 were easy to deal with. The rest of the competition became a show for the 3 of them. No matter who it was, if they encountered one of the 3 of them, they would not even need to make a move before they were eliminated and disqualified. There were no flaws in the 3 of them. As long as they faced each other, they would basically be defeated. One by one, the contestants were eliminated. This time, the 3 families are dominating. I wonder who will be first. The number 4 of the Li family is now first. His attacks are fierce and domineering. My people were defeated the moment they went up. The family heads were all sad. In terms of accumulating points, Lin Fei was currently ranked first. He had been quite lucky and had encountered quite a few opponents. After killing 3 of them in a row, the others had voluntarily admitted defeat when they encountered them. In second place was the expert from the Li family. In third place was Huan 12 from the Zhao family. The points of the 3 were almost the same. At the moment, no one could guarantee that they would have the chance to surpass the other and become first. After half a day, out of the 32 contestants from the 8 families, only 4 were left. The rest had either admitted defeat or been eliminated. This was the fastest time in history. The Zhao family against the Li family. In the end, the 4 contestants belonged to 4 different families. There was no need to use numbers to describe them. Ha, we finally met. The Illusion sect against the Physique Cultivation sect. The one from the Li family is probably going to lose. Zhao Zhongxing also laughed. Even the heavens were on his side. Nephew Huan, I'll leave this person to you. No matter what, you must kill him. Zhao Zhongxing naturally did not want to miss such an opportunity. This person had humiliated the Zhao family, and now it was time for him to pay back. Zhao Zhongxing had always wanted to kill this person, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. In a one-on-one situation, he might not even be a match for him. Furthermore, the other party had performed so well. If he reached that realm and remembered this matter, it would be a disaster for the Zhao family. Such things had happened in the Saint Spirit domain. It would be best if they could kill him, as they would have one less powerful enemy. Patriarch Zhao, leave it to me. Huan 12 laughed loudly. Master, do you think the school of illusion or the school of physique tempering is more powerful? Luo Yu stared at the stage and asked. The silver-haired old man said, whether it is the school of illusion or the school of body tempering, the goal is the same. Who is strong and who is weak depends on the individual. In this match, I think that the body tempering expert will win. Body tempering sect? Luo Yu frowned. Didn't they say that the illusory realm school is the nemesis of the body transformation school? That depends on the person. Right now, the boy from the Huan family is a bit lacking. The silver-haired old man laughed. That guy from the body transformation school always gives me a dangerous feeling. His casual strike has 20 to 30% of a High Lord strength. Who can block him? Zhao family head. Do you have anything else to say after I kill you? Huan 12 stood in the arena and said disdainfully. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Fei laughed and pushed out his palm in a domineering manner. It was the same attack, but there was a slight change. It was no longer as gentle as before and had turned into a berserk attack. The entire arena twisted and shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The astral wind whistled in. This wind caused everyone to feel a chill. That guy had easily shattered the void and attracted the astral wind to attack. This was not a normal kind of vicious attack. What a smart guy. The silver-haired old man laughed. Huan 12 didn't take him seriously at all. The school of illusion had always been the nemesis of the body tempering school. As the astral wind entered, Huan 12's expression changed and his body began to tremble. You're shameless. Illusion world. In front of the great terror, a world shot out of Huan 12's eyes. In that world, there were many countries, tens of thousands of beasts, and many experts. They all stood behind Huan 12. He directly became the master of this world. The astral wind howled on the arena, but it didn't affect Huan 12 in the illusion world at all. You're doomed to fail, Huan 12 said proudly. I've already cultivated the illusion world, and it can protect me from death. You attracted the astral wind to kill me, but it's just a waste of effort. The moment the illusion world appeared, the family head's hearts sank. This is the killing move of the Saint's Soul Level 9 secret technique. It can attack and defend at the same time. It's very domineering. No wonder it's said that the school of illusion has always been the nemesis of the body tempering school. It seems like it's true. The body tempering expert from the Leaf family is going to lose. The moment the illusion world appeared, it was enough to shock everyone. This was a very powerful move of the illusion school. Although Huan 12 wasn't a supremacy expert with the illusion world, he was in an invincible position. Unless a supremacy expert made a move, no one could defeat Huan 12. I was wondering why he was so confident. So it turns out that he has mastered the illusion world. Zhao Zhongxing was even happier. He had heard of this move before, but it was his first time seeing it. It was indeed different. Lin Fei stood in the astral wind. The domineering astral wind didn't affect him at all. Illusion world. This is your strongest trump card, right? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I thought it was some killing move. Unfortunately, you're not a supremacy expert. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment, casually pointing a finger. One finger pierce. The audience saw a dot of light shoot out toward Huan 12. I'm not a supremacy, but I can still defeat you easily. Huan 12 threw his head back and laughed. With this move of yours, I'll let you have it 10 times. In the illusion world, the sky was filled with kingdoms. Huan 12 was a god among them. A speck of light appeared out of nowhere in the illusory world, forming a straight line that traversed everything. All kinds of illusory realms were shattered. Before Phantom 12 could finish speaking, the speck of light pierced through his forehead. Cracks appeared on his body, and with a cracking sound, Phantom 12 was torn apart. The illusory world shattered, and astral winds wreaked havoc in the void. The huge arena regained its silence. Silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. He died just like that. That was the illusory world of the illusory realm sect. The family heads were dumbfounded. When the illusion world appeared, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake. It was rumored that when one cultivated it to the extreme, the illusion world could become real. An army would descend on the border, and corpses would be everywhere. That was the real terror. Among everyone, only the silver-haired old man was normal. He slightly shook his head. Chapter 28:32. How did he die? Zhao Zhongxing was very emotional. He stood up on the spot and looked at the man in black with killing intent. The helper arranged by the massacre court was actually dead, and he had died in front of him. He was his hope. What should he do now? There was nothing more humiliating than this. Zhao Zhongxing felt a burning pain on his face. He had finally been able to show off for a while, but now he was gone. How could you kill him? Zhao Zhongxing pointed angrily at the man in black on the arena. How was he going to explain this? Huan 12 had not cultivated a clone, so he was dead. This was a big problem. I killed him if I wanted to. Lin Fei turned around. I still want to slap you now. A black shadow stretched out from the arena and swept across the sky. With a crisp sound, Zhao Zhongxing's entire body was sent flying, crashing into the Milky Way arena's array formation and falling headfirst onto the ground. Zhao Zhongxing felt as if his entire body was about to shatter after this slap. He glared at his opponent, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. How dare you glare at me? Lin Fei roared and sent another palm strike flying through the air. Impudent! A majestic voice rang out. The Bei family's family head took out a treasure and blocked in front of Zhao Zhongxing. With a loud kacha sound, the treasure was slapped away. The Bei family head's power didn't diminish as he slapped Zhao Zhongxing's face again. After a series of kacha sounds, Zhao Zhongxing's body exploded. After recovering, his face was pale and extremely ugly. How dare you injure me? The Bei clan leader, Madman Bei, had a violent temper. After taking back the treasure, he could not help but feel his heart ache. A part of the treasure was dented, which was caused by the other party. This is the Sky River Plaza. How dare you act so impudently? The Wang clan leader stood up as well. Everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, Zhao Zhongxing of the 8 great clans had been slapped twice. His body was shattered, and his injuries were not light. However, these clan leaders were also very uncomfortable. The other party was too lawless. He didn't have a good impression of this person to begin with, and now that he had beaten up Zhao Zhongxing, he disliked him even more. If he could take this opportunity to kill him, that would be for the best. After Madman Northern made his move, the Wang family's patriarch stood up to defend him. One by one, the patriarchs of the Wang family stood up. Only Li Wuxian and Li Mo didn't stand up. Li Wuxian was sure that the other party had the ability to become a High Lord, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand up and criticize the other party. He wouldn't even use force. That was purely because he was tired of living. He couldn't wait for these patriarchs to rush up and cause both sides to suffer. Once the other party became a High Lord, all the families in the Sky River Kingdom could be erased. He was invited by my family. Don't go too far. Li Mo was enraged as well. It was clear that he wanted to kill them all and make the Li family unable to rise again. In the arena, it's not a matter of life and death. His skills are inferior, so it's normal for him to die. Could it be that he can only stand there and let others kill him? Zhao Zhongxing came up with a pale face. He's too arrogant. I'm one of the patriarchs of the Sky River Kingdom, and I represent the Sky River Kingdom. He's just an outsider, yet he dared to beat someone up. He's not putting the Sky River Kingdom in his eyes, let alone us. I don't think he's suitable to represent the Li family. This was a vicious move. He didn't need to use killing Huan 12 as an excuse to attack the other party. This was a slap to the patriarchs' faces, and it was no less than a slap to the patriarchs' faces. If he could get rid of the other party, the Li family would suffer heavy losses, and their strength would be greatly affected. Li Mo stared at Zhao Zhongxing. What a shameless guy. He teamed up with the patriarchs and wanted to use this as an excuse to attack the Li family. You dare! Li Mo's eyes were cold. Everything is in line with the rules. Zhao Zhongxing, do you still have any shame? Your people couldn't kill him, and the person you invited was killed instead. Are you worried that the Massacre God Court will blame you? You're really thinking too much. Zhao Zhongxing was shameless, and Li Mo directly scolded him. This was directly shedding all pretense of cordiality. He was invited by the Leaf family. If anyone dares to make a move, they will be going against the Leaf family. I don't mind dying together with them. Limo's voice was cold. Who was Aotion? He was an expert who could become a high lord in the future. He clearly considered whether to offend him or not. The 6 patriarchs didn't expect that Limo would not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhao Zhongxing, and even shouted about dying together. This caused their hearts to tremble. The Li family's strength was second only to the top 3 families. If they really wanted to die together, they might really have to pay the price. Brother Li, you are the #1 family, and this matter is aimed at us. I think we should hold a Tianhe Kingdom conference and vote by show of hands. Zhao Zhongxing quickly changed the topic and immediately spoke to Li Wuxian, who had been silent all this time. In the Tianhe Kingdom, the Li family was the #1 family. No matter how tough Li Mo was, if they held a Tianhe Kingdom conference, he would have no choice but to lower his head. At that time, he could get rid of that guy and then blame the Li family. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Zhongxing couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. The other patriarchs' eyes lit up, and their gazes fell on Li Wuxian. The silver-haired old man sitting next to Li Wuxian smiled more and more brilliantly. Things were really getting more and more interesting. I can understand your feelings. Li Wuxian really didn't want to offend that person. Senior High Lord had said it, and Li Wuxian wasn't a fool. He definitely couldn't say it out loud because they had changed the target. Zhao Zhongxing and the others seemed to have found their backbone. As soon as Patriarch Li Wuxian spoke, Li Mo lost. Looking at Li Mo's expression, he didn't look any better. Brother Zhao, isn't it just the death of a heavenly god? It's not a big deal. Li Wuxian smiled. And your temper is a little bad. He is the patriarch, so you should give him some face, don't you think so? As soon as Li Wuxian's words came out, the 5 patriarchs were collectively dumbfounded. They didn't get angry as they had expected. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he was biased. What was going on? Lin Fei also smiled. This patriarch really knows how to speak. He deserved to be killed because he was inferior. Zhao Zhongxing was furious. He couldn't understand why Patriarch Li would speak up for that guy. Wasn't he afraid of offending the Massacre God Court? That's how it is. Let's continue. Li Wuxian waved his hand, as if he had completed his mission. 5 patriarchs, look at me. I don't know what to do for a while. Li Mo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He also couldn't understand why Li Wuxian would help Proud Heaven. Could it be that he had seen through them? No matter what, the Sky River Parliament couldn't be discussed, and no one could do anything to them. Patriarch Wang was the first to sit down, and he said seriously, Brother Zhao, really, there's no need for you to do this for a dead heavenly god. Let's continue. The sooner we divide the benefits, the better we can return together. You guys, Zhao Zhongxing gritted his teeth as he watched them sit down one by one. Even Patriarch Bei, who was the first to act, shook his head and sat down. Chapter 28:33. After Phantom 12 was killed by Lin Fei with a finger, he obtained his opponent's points and increased the distance between them once again. The words of Li Wuxian, the #1 family head, shocked everyone. Since when would Li Wuxian speak up for an outsider? This was different from usual. Could it be that he knew the identity of the other party? The family heads were all guessing. The most sullen one was Zhao Zhongxing. He had finally found a helper and was about to show off his might when he suffered a blow to his head. The other family heads turned against him, and this was undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wound. In the other match, Luo Yu, who represented the Li family, also defeated her opponent with a single move. The last match, the Li family against the Li family, was really unexpected. Lin Fei had always treated Phantom 12 as his opponent. To other physique cultivators, the Illusory Realm was a top-notch killing move. However, he didn't know that Lin Fei had the system, which was the best at defense. Even an idiot could easily block an Illusory Realm attack with the system, unless the other party cultivated the Illusory Realm to the limit, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Lin Fei would have a headache. The difference between real and fake was the most difficult to deal with. Phantom 12 was a little weaker, so he was killed with a single finger. Everyone's attention was on the last match. With the strength that Li Mo had displayed before, no one dared to look down on this helper that Li Mo had found. They all regretted that they didn't try at the start and let Li Mo take advantage of them for nothing. On the stage, the two of them stood facing each other. Luo Yu was filled with fighting spirit. You are the strongest physique cultivator I have ever seen. Of course, supremacies don't count. Luo Yu looked at him and said word by word. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Fei said with a smile. He already had a good impression of Xiao Chun after hearing those words. You are the same. You are the only opponent among everyone that gives me the desire to fight. You have a good eye. Luo Yu's eyes were filled with pride. I'm not someone those people can compare to. You are very strong. Although Master said that there's a gap between us, I still want to experience it for myself. Let's be straightforward. Let's settle this in one move. The two of them didn't mute their words on the stage, so the people below heard it clearly. One move to decide the victor? The only opponent? Those powerful beings who survived were all glaring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan clearly didn't put them in his eyes. It's best if both sides suffer heavy losses. Zhao Zhongxing's face darkened as he stared at the stage. All right. Lin Fei readily agreed. Luo Yu laughed heartily. I'm going to use my ultimate killing move. I hope you can block it. I don't want to defeat you so easily. That would be too boring. Violet gold divine eyes of destruction. Luo Yu stomped her foot as a terrifying aura erupted from her body. After letting out a loud roar, a black vertical eye appeared between his brows. It was accompanied by ancient runes, appearing abnormally terrifying. At the same time, a void vaguely appeared behind Luo Yu. In the void, an incomparably huge vertical eye appeared. It was indistinct, but it resonated with Luo Yu from afar. Hiss! The 7 patriarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a divine ability, and it's the extremely powerful violet gold divine eyes of destruction. He's the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy. One of the patriarchs stood up, his eyes filled with terror. Ah, the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy? I think he's called Luo Yu. It's said that this Luo Yu is from a special race. Once he opens his divine eyes, he can refine anything. The disciple is here. Doesn't that mean the 7 patriarchs' eyes landed on the silver-haired elder beside Li Wuxian, and they sucked in another breath of cold air? Without a doubt, this person was the Star Sea Supremacy. The Saint Spirit World, the overlord of a region, the Star Sea Supremacy, an absolute veteran supremacy. None of the veteran supremacies were simple, especially for a veteran like the Star Sea Supremacy. In the Saint Spirit World, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and the number of people who had seen him could be counted on one hand. The patriarchs of the Tiana Kingdom had a distinguished status, but they didn't know anyone they wanted to know. Coincidentally, the Star Sea Supremacy was one of them. No one had seen him before, and no one would know him. After recognizing that this person was the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy, Luo Yu, the patriarchs realized that this person was the Star Sea Supremacy. At this moment, they understood why Li Wuxian would speak up for them. It turned out that there was a veteran supremacy sitting beside them. When did Li Wuxian get to know the Star Sea Supremacy? A doubt appeared in their minds, and an even greater doubt arose. What was the background of the black-robed man on the arena? Was he someone with a powerful background? Previously, they had wanted to help Zhao Zhongxing destroy the black-robed man so that they could reap greater benefits. If the other party had a powerful background, wouldn't their actions have completely offended the other party? After squeezing out an ugly smile at the Star Sea Supremacy, everyone looked at Zhao Zhongxing with eyes full of anger and resentment. You tricked us, and we even stood on your side. The situation on the arena was also changing. Ever since Luo Yu used the purple gold divine eyes of destruction, the powerful destructive power tore the arena apart, exposing the entire arena to the astral winds. The astral winds howled, but they couldn't get close to Luo Yu. They were all shattered by the destructive power, forming a vacuum zone around them. Powerful. Everyone had the same thought. The family heads present were all peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. When they saw the terrifying power released by the divine eyes of destruction, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Each generation was surpassing the previous. They seemed to have aged, and the Saint Spirit world would soon belong to the younger generation. Kill. Luo Yu's aura climbed to the peak. The blurry vertical eye in the void slowly opened. The divine eyes on Luo Yu's forehead also opened at this moment, revealing a slit as they communicated. Boom! A purple passageway was instantly distorted. There was only a gigantic purple passageway left on the stage. The stage had been blasted open, and the purple passageway extended outwards, colliding with the heavenly river and forcefully creating a passageway. The heavenly river that everyone feared was unable to withstand the sharpness of the purple passageway for a moment. It's really too terrifying. This is 70% of a supremacy's power. If he becomes a supremacy, wouldn't his power double? At that time, even an ordinary supremacy might not be able to block this attack. I wonder if that guy can block it. Except for Li Wuxian. The other family heads stood up, and energy surged around their bodies, forming a protective barrier to resist the shock waves released by the divine eyes of destruction. Their eyes were fixed on the arena. This scene was too shocking. They really wanted to know who won. The purple passageway lasted for more than 10 breaths' time, but it was already terrifying enough. If they were in Luo Yu's shoes, they would have died without a doubt. Luo Yu's body swayed slightly, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. You still won. Chapter 28:34. Lost. Hearing Starcy Supremacy's disciple admit defeat, the expressions of the 7 family heads changed completely. That attack was at least 60 to 70% of a supremacy's strength, and that guy blocked it? He looked completely fine. Was there a need to scare them like that? In their opinion, Starcy Supremacy's disciple would have a high chance of winning. But now, they didn't know what to say. Senior, you knew this would happen. Li Wuxian took a deep breath and said, if the other party could block 60 to 70% of a supremacy's attack, didn't that mean that the person Li Mo invited had at least the strength of a pseudo-supremacy? That would be a different story. Last time, when I came with Xiaoyu, we met in the void. Starcy Supremacy smiled. Li Wuxian could no longer remain calm. Void traversal. A supremacy expert. No, the other party didn't have the aura of a supremacy expert. At the very least, he was a pseudo-supremacy expert. How old was he? I made a mistake. I really made a mistake. Li Wuxian smiled bitterly. Everyone heard Starcy Supremacy's words. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Instead, they were filled with deep regret. A pseudo-supremacy who was a body cultivator. Even the purple gold divine eyes of destruction couldn't do anything to the other party. How did they offend such a powerful person? Even if the patriarch knew, he would have to give the other party some face. Zhao Zhongxing, you tricked us. The only person present who knew Lin Fei's identity was Li Mo. His face was full of smiles. Victory! The Li family had obtained the greatest benefits this time. To be honest, Li Mo was still a little worried, especially after knowing that the other party was Luo Yu. He was really worried that proud heaven wouldn't be able to handle it, resulting in failure. When everyone's gazes had changed, Li Mo's face was filled with happiness and pride. 50 kilograms of God Origin 4 sand was truly worth it. He was even more glad that he didn't give up this opportunity because of those thoughts. In the next 10,000 years, the strength of the Li family would rise to another level, and all of this was brought to them by proud heaven. Congratulations, Brother Li. The Li family is really proud this time. The family heads all came up to congratulate him. Even though they felt uncomfortable, they still endured it. A pseudo-supremacy, and a physique cultivator at that, was almost no different from a true supremacy powerhouse. Li Mo dealt with it calmly. No hatred could be seen on his face as he chatted cheerfully. How can he be a pseudo-supremacy? Zhao Zhongxing was the one who felt the most aggrieved. Looking at the reactions of the family heads, Zhao Zhongxing left unwillingly. Threatening words? There's no need for that. Almost everyone present was circling around that person. If he didn't leave now, who knew if that person would start a massacre and kill him? At that time, no one would speak up for him. After Luo Yu admitted defeat, the distribution of benefits in the Heavenly River was also over. For the first time, the Li family took the lead, followed by the Li family. The patriarchs all took the initiative to speak to Lin Fei, expressing that everything that had happened before was a misunderstanding. All sorts of dirty water was splashed on Zhao Zhongxing, and that they didn't mean to be enemies with him, asking for their forgiveness. Lin Fei didn't forgive them, nor did he say anything. He just kept a cold expression on his face. The hearts of these family heads sank, and they could only go back to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, they really regretted offending a pseudo-supremacy with limitless potential. Furthermore, he was from the conjoined body sect. After they left, there were only a few people left in the Heavenly River Dojo. "Brother, my master would like to invite you over." Luo Yu came up to invite him. Her tone was still stubborn, as if she was unwilling to accept her defeat. In Luo Yu's opinion, she was actually just a little bit weaker. "All right," Lin Fei smiled. To be able to get to know a supremacy, a veteran one at that, was still very interesting. Li Wuxian and Li Mo brought their people and stood to the side. They were of noble status, but in front of a supremacy, they were still far inferior. Tactfully, they stood to the side to show their respect for Xinghai supremacy. Junior Outhian greets Senior Xinghai. Lin Fei came up and cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Fei had found out about Xinghai supremacy's information from the system. In the Saint Spirit world, he was a lone supremacy. This was not unusual, as there were many similar supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. More importantly, he was a world leader in the Black Domain world. That was not simple. The world that Xinghai supremacy controlled was not in the Saint Spirit world, but in the Black Domain world, which was a world behind the Heavenly River. The Black Domain had a country, and that place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. To kill Xinghai supremacy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As mentioned earlier, the Black Domain world was a place that ordinary supremacies did not dare to enter. It was very mysterious. Xinghai supremacy was one of the lucky ones and had a world in the Black Domain. Xinghai supremacy was very famous in the Saint Spirit world, and few would dare to offend him. Because of the characteristics of the Black Domain, the supremacies of the Saint Spirit world, including the great supremacies, were willing to make friends with Xinghai supremacy. He had friends everywhere. "You are the one in the Massacre God Court, the one who killed several kings, the fastest person in history to become an 8-star Shadow One. That Ao Tan?" Luo Yu was the first to react. "If you are him, then it is not strange that you can withstand an attack from my purple, gold divine eyes of destruction." Lin Fei nodded. "Yes, I am that Ao Tian." "Brother Li, you really hit it well." Li Wuxian said bitterly. "If I knew that he was that Ao Tian, no matter what, I would not let you snatch him away." Ao Tian's name, in the remote Sky River Kingdom, had also heard of this person. He was very powerful and was very domineering. The Massacre God Court could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Li Wuxian did not expect that Ao Tian would come to the Sky River Kingdom. "Actually, I did not know for a long time," Li Mo said with a smile. "He took the initiative to tell me. I can only say that my luck is better." Li Wuxian smiled bitterly. If those people knew that this person was Ao Tian, they would not be able to sleep. This person even dared to kill the king of the Massacre God Court, let alone our Sky River Kingdom's patriarch. "So you are Ao Tan. No wonder you can travel through the void. Your heavenly god body is not ordinary." Xinghai supremacy said with a smile. "Can you tell me which heavenly god body you inherited, if you do not mind?" Beside him, Luo Yu was also very interested. "Senior, why do you think that my heavenly god body is not ordinary?" Lin Fei did not directly answer, but asked back. Xinghai supremacy was not angry. "Interesting. Really interesting. Are you planning to test me? I'm in a good mood today. Let's chat." Chapter 2835. Xinghai supremacy was the overlord of a world in the Black Domain. Even Saint Spirit World's supremacy had to be on good terms with him. Even if it was just a clone, it was still respectable. To be able to speak to a pseudo-supremacy like Lin Fei, it was unknown how many people would be envious. Li Wuxian and Li Mo were very envious. They wouldn't dare to speak to Xinghai supremacy like that, even if they had 100 guts. In the Tianhe Kingdom, which of the 8 great families didn't rely on the Tianhe Kingdom? They just picked up a few scraps. Compared to someone like Xinghai supremacy, the difference was too great. Luo Yu quietly stood beside her master. To be able to block his purple gold divine eyes of destruction, he indeed had the qualifications to be high-spirited. His divine eyes attack had 60 to 70% of supremacy's power. An ordinary heaven god expert would be killed in one hit. Your heaven god body is definitely not the Saint Spirit World's heaven god body. There definitely isn't one as strong as you. Xinghai supremacy said, the biggest possibility is that you either created it yourself or obtained it from the Black Domain. Lin Fei had to admit that Xinghai supremacy's eyes were very sharp. He could see so clearly that proud heaven didn't have a heaven god body in the Saint Spirit World. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of it. Senior Xinghai, you have good eyesight. You can even see through this. I wonder which one do you think it is? Lin Fei smiled. Xinghai supremacy smiled. You're quite cunning. As one of the top 10 sects, during its glorious days, there were all sorts of heavenly god physiques emerging one after another. There were even supreme geniuses who created their own physique cultivation techniques and reached the highest realm. All of these people, without exception, have walked a very long way. As for you, the Black Domain is very big, but there is no heavenly god physique like you. There can only be one explanation, and that is that your physique cultivation technique is an original creation, creating a unique body tempering technique. Li Wuxian and Li Mo, including Luo Yu, couldn't remain calm. You want to fly to the sky, creating a unique cultivation technique to such an extent they felt like they had lived their lives in vain. He was truly a peerless monster. My heavenly god body is called the prideful heavenly god body, Lin Fei said with a smile, because I want to look down on the world, relying on my heavenly god body. I want to run amok under the heavens. Starsea's sovereign lord pondered for a bit and slowly nodded. Proud heaven, proud the world, your tone is quite big. No wonder you were able to create proud heaven. At such a young age, you relied on your body to travel through the void and kill the Huan family disciple. You indeed have the strength to stand proudly. Lin Fei was not afraid of Ao Tian spreading the news. If anyone really treated him as an ordinary pseudo-paragon lord, the unlucky one would definitely be the other party. He, proud heaven, would unleash his full power. Even if a paragon lord came, it would be useless and they would return empty-handed. The Saint Spirit Domain is huge. You have to continue working hard. When you reach the supremacy stage one day, you can come to the Black Domain as a guest. Star Ocean Supremacy took out a star-shaped item. This is the black star that traverses the Black Domain. It can guide you into the Black Domain and avoid the dangers along the way. Luo Yu was extremely shocked. Her master had actually taken out such an important item to give to the other party. It was unknown how many big shots in the Saint Spirit Domain wanted something like this. She didn't know what kind of dogshit luck this heavenly god Ao Tian had. I will. Lin Fei's heart was also shaken. Recently, he had easily obtained an introductory scroll to enter the Black Domain. It was very rare for Star Ocean Supremacy to be able to say so many words. Okay, let's go. Star Ocean Supremacy took Luo Yu and left the Heavenly River downright. Lin Fei looked at Star Ocean Supremacy's back and put away the item. Li Wuxian came up to congratulate Star Ocean Supremacy. Congratulations, brother Ao Tian. You have obtained great benefits. Everyone wants to enter the Black Domain. No matter how hard they try, they can't get it. 4-star Ocean Supremacy to give you a black star. If this gets out, who knows how many people would be envious. Both of them were very envious. Although the Heavenly River Nation was beside the Black Domain, it was very far away. If they wanted to enter the Black Domain, even if they were given 100 guts, they still wouldn't be able to do so. If they entered with such strength, just the outer region alone would be enough to kill them. Lin Fei wasn't sure why Star Ocean Supremacy took the initiative to give away the Black Star, but no matter what, this gave him a chance to enter the Black Domain. It sounded like it should be very safe. Lin Fei owed this favor. Perhaps I am more pleasing to the eye, Lin Fei said casually. Pleasing to the eye? We are not bad-looking either. Why are we not pleasing to the eye? Both of them were very sullen. The news of the Li family taking the lead in the Heavenly River Nation's upper echelons and suppressing the Li family also spread internally. Big and small forces were all shocked. The Li family actually took first place. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't it always the Li family who took first place? Why did it change so quickly this time? Very quickly, more news spread. The Li family could become a big dark horse because of the black robe man who injured Zhao Zhongxing's guards. He was invited by the Li family. Everyone was shocked again. It was actually that guy. Everyone really couldn't come back to their senses for a while. As for other news, no other news came out. The 8 great families blocked the news about Lin Fei, especially the Pseudo-Supreme Lord. In the entire Heavenly River Nation, only a few people knew about it, not to mention that Star Ocean Supremacy came to the Li family. Lin Fei returned to the Heavenly River Nation. Li Mo directly invited Lin Fei to the Li family as a guest and held a grand celebration banquet for this. 7 of the 8 great families all came. In the arena, they almost offended Lin Fei. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they all came to apologize and even brought a free gift. After they returned to the Heavenly River Nation, they immediately went to find the ancestor and told him about this matter. Star Ocean Supremacy and that person were the last to leave, which made people uneasy. When the ancestor heard that even Star Ocean Supremacy admired this pseudo-supreme lord, he immediately realized that this person had endless potential. The Li family stood on that person's side at that time, so they definitely knew about the pseudo-supreme lord's strength. In this way, the other party's future achievements wouldn't be low, and he might really become a body-tempering supremacy. He had to apologize and bring a gift. No matter what, he had to be forgiven and draw a clear line with the Zhao family, lest the other party advance in the future and remember today's situation. Even if the Zhao family had a supremacy, killing a body-tempering pseudo-supreme lord would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the 6 patriarchs, except for Li Wuxian, all came. Each one of them was very respectful towards Lin Fei, which confused the others for a while. What was going on? Out Yin. After obtaining Lin Fei's consent, Li Wuxian took the initiative to release Lin Fei's name. The faces of the patriarchs turned pale. Heavenly God, Out Yin. This name, everyone had no choice but to think about it. This was a powerhouse in the Massacre God Court, a powerhouse who had killed many rulers. The patriarchs only felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. He even dared to kill a ruler, let alone the few of them. Zhao Zhongxing, you almost killed us. The patriarchs hated Zhao Zhongxing to death, wishing that they could tear Zhao Zhongxing's corpse into 1,000 pieces. He almost caused them to suffer a disaster. Chapter 28:36. After the banquet, everyone remembered Proud Heaven's name. The guy who once showed off his might in the Massacre God Court came to the Tiana Kingdom and helped the Li family get first place in the Heavenly River Kingdom, obtaining a large share of the Heavenly River Kingdom. The family heads were all regretting it. 50 kilograms of Origin Energy Divine Sand was truly worth it. It was truly worth it. Lin Fei was also invited by Li Mo to stay at the Li family. Although they were working together, they both got what they wanted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of things breaking kept coming from Zhao Zhongxing's study. Heavenly God, Proud Heaven. Although he didn't go to the banquet, Zhao Zhongxing still heard about the situation at the banquet. This was also the first time he heard that person's name. Why is it MY? Zhao Zhongxing went to the Massacre God Court and also learned of Heavenly God, Proud Heaven's name. This person was the fastest person to level up in the Shadow Guild in hundreds of thousands of years. Countless country heads and heavenly gods died at his hands. If I knew he was Heavenly God, Proud Heaven, I would have agreed, even if it was 100 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand. In the end, I gave it to Li Mo for nothing. Zhao Zhongxing's expression was very ugly. From time to time, regret flashed on his face, but it was soon replaced by a ferocious expression. Since I offended him, the 7 family heads all went to curry favor with him. You forced me to do this. Zhao Zhongxing also knew about the situation at the banquet. Those people simply didn't want to offend a future body-tempering High Lord. No matter how strong a pseudo-High Lord is, he is still not a High Lord. If the Massacre God Court and the Huan family find out, they definitely won't let Heavenly God Proud Heaven go. Zhao Zhongxing made a decision, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Li family in a quiet courtyard. Lin Fei temporarily lived here. He politely declined the maid arranged by Li Mo. He liked to live alone. At night, Lin Fei didn't see Star Ocean High Lord. He used the system to search for him, but couldn't find him. It seemed like he had left the Tianhe Kingdom. They are really generous. They knew I wanted Origin Energy God Sand, so they gave me 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms, and even Saint's Spirit crystals. It seems my name is quite valuable. In front of Lin Fei was the apology gifts sent by the 6 patriarchs at the banquet tonight. If I was a pseudo-supremacy of an ordinary sect, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. But as a pseudo-supremacy of the body-tempering school, it's completely different. It's enough to make them fear me. Lin Fei had to thank the Star Sea supremacy. If there was no final battle, they might not pay so much attention to it. Originally, I was short 25 kilograms of elemental energy God Sand, but now I have enough. I can break through to the 8th stage of Proud Heaven. He was only a small step away from the 8th layer of Proud Heaven realm, and Lin Fei was very clear about the gap between them. Seclusion? When Li Mo heard that Proud Heaven was in seclusion, he was also slightly shocked. What a martial arts fanatic. No wonder he could appear in the Saint Spirit realm at such a young age. I have to quickly gather the remaining 25 kilograms of elemental energy God Sand. Because of the words of the Star Sea supremacy, Li Mo didn't dare to offend Proud Heaven. Even the supremacy of the Li family expressed that he had to be polite to Proud Heaven to be able to withstand 60 to 70% of a supremacy's attack. Even if he made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Proud Heaven. At most, he would be heavily injured, and he would have to use the secret killing technique of the 10th layer of the Saint Spirit realm. Li Mo was completely aware of Proud Heaven's strength. Even his ancestor supremacy said that he couldn't kill Proud Heaven, so he rejoiced at the choice he made back then. Lin Fei's seclusion lasted for 3 years. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 25 kilograms of elemental energy God Killer was completely refined. The moment it was completely refined, Lin Fei's Proud Heaven finally stepped into the 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm from the 7th stage. Lin Fei was completely reborn. This was a qualitative change that could be clearly felt. Lin Fei's body also had a powerful aura that was above everyone else. The moment he broke through, he sealed it tightly. He didn't want to expose it yet. The difference in strength between the 7th and 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm is at least 20 times. The increase in strength of the Saint Spirit's secret technique is even more terrifying. Lin Fei slowly felt the changes brought by Proud Heaven. Now, even if I stand there without moving, the attacks of the supremacy of ordinary sects won't be able to break through my body's defense. When he was at the 7th stage of Proud Heaven realm, Lin Fei still had some fear when he fought against the Star Sea supremacy. If he fought against him now, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would still be invincible. Right now, my Proud Heaven not only has the best defense, but also the best attack weapon. This time, my mission in the Sky River Kingdom can be considered completed. After I return to the Cloud Kingdom, I will go into seclusion for 100,000 years. In total, I will be able to announce that I have broken through to the Supremacy realm. At this time, becoming a Supremacy would only take a total of 200,000 years. The speed of advancement was still quite fast. Lin Fei planned to go back and take a look. He was not in a hurry. After familiarizing himself with the 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm, Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. After Lin Fei came out of seclusion, Li Mo rushed over. When he saw Lin Fei, he vaguely felt a sense of oppression. It was stronger than the last time. It can't be that his strength has increased again. Congratulations, Brother Ao Yin. Your strength broke through again. Master Li Mo's feeling towards himself was never wrong, so he passionately complimented. The strength of a body cultivator was notoriously difficult to increase. The other party could easily have a small breakthrough. Li Mo felt that the Starseed supremacy must have seen Proud Heaven's potential. That's why he gave that thing to him. Just a little accumulation. Lin Fei said indifferently. In his heart, he said, I have reached the supremacy realm, although I seal my aura. However, Proud Heaven's improvement has more or less left some traces. Seeing that Proud Heaven was not willing to talk about this matter, Li Mo was not stupid enough to ask. He took the initiative to invite Lin Fei to the study room to finish the rest of the transaction. This is the remaining 50 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand and 20 million Saint Spirit Crystals. Consider it a small gift from the Leaf family. Li Mo took out the Origin Force God Sand and a storage ring. This time, a lot of good things came out of the Black Realm. The Leaf family naturally did not forget Proud Heaven, who had contributed a lot. They directly took out 20 million Saint Spirit Crystals to thank Proud Heaven. 20 million Saint Spirit Crystals was a huge amount of money. The Leaf family thought that it was very worthwhile to use it to win over Proud Heaven. Congratulations, head of the Leaf family. It seems that you have obtained a lot of good things. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it all. Chapter 28:37. After receiving the extra 20 million Saint Spirit Crystals, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. After all, 20 million Saint Spirit Crystals was a very large amount of wealth. It could be used to buy a powerful 9th layer Holy Spirit Realm technique. I don't blame people. Your Leaf family has helped me a lot, so just say what you want. Li Mo said, a year ago, a few guests came to the Zhao family mansion. They went there at night and were very mysterious. It just so happened that someone from the Leaf family was there and recognized them. Later, I asked around and found out that they were all here for Brother Ao Yin. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, are you planning to retaliate against me? Or do you want me to fight Zhao Zhongxing's group? Li Mo's expression immediately changed. He shook his head and said, Brother Ao Yin, you misunderstood. How could we dare to do that? You're someone that Star Sea Sovereign Lord values. Even if we were 100 times more courageous, we wouldn't dare. Lin Fei didn't believe that Li Mo would have the guts to do that. He was just trying to scare him. Li family head, I'm just joking. Lin Fei said, I wonder who Zhao Zhongxing invited. Can you tell me? Li Mo was indeed scared and broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that he would be suspected. If a pseudo-sovereign lord was angered, the Leaf family would suffer heavy losses. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Li Mo said, the Heavenheart Island's Huan family sent an expert that can create an illusion world. Rumor has it that he also brought a treasure from the Huan family that can give him the strength of a pseudo-sovereign lord. In addition, the Massacre God Court sent 3 people. One of them is a body transformation cultivator and seems to be a pseudo-sovereign lord. They seem to want to use them to contain Brother Ao Yin. Li Mo said, as for the specifics, my people can't find them. They seem to have been sent to a secret place. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said, Hee, Zhao Zhongxing really thinks highly of me. He even invited several pseudo-sovereign lords. He doesn't want me to go back. A single pseudo-supremacy was enough to give a heavenly god a headache, let alone 4 pseudo-supremacies. Among them, there was even one that was proficient in using illusory realms. Any pseudo-supremacy would feel immense pressure. If they were not careful, their lives might be in danger. Before Lin Fei had advanced, he could easily kill them if he went all out, let alone now. Don't you 7 great clans have any thoughts? Lin Fei countered with a question. Zhao Zhongxing has most likely thrown his lot in with the Massacre Court, and they've planted a spy here. How can you feel at ease? Li Mo laughed dryly. This question was really hard to answer. No one in the Tianhe Kingdom will feel comfortable. We really cannot afford to offend the Massacre Court. Li Mo smiled bitterly. Although the treasures of our Sky River country can threaten the High Lord powerhouses, once a top High Lord comes, the Sky River country will not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Sky River country is not the Sky River country of the past. When Lin Fei came here, he was actually very clear about the current situation of the Sky River country. That was in the past, but now it's different. All forces are secretly eyeing the Sky River country, and they can't wait to plant a spy in it. No one can guarantee that the Heavenly River country that connects to the Black Domain will not have any good things. Maybe it will come out one day. Such a place is bound to enter the eyes of the top forces. Even if they don't do anything on the surface, it's not necessarily the case in secret. The Massacre God Court was the best example of that. Thank you for reminding me, family head. Lin Fei cupped his hands. I know about this matter. By the way, if I take the initiative to find the Zhao family, will the 7 great clans have any thoughts? For example, joining forces to deal with me? How is that possible? Li Mo's heart moved, explaining, with your current identity, as long as you don't destroy the Zhao family, the 7 great clans will not take any action. If you destroy the Zhao family, our Sky River country must take action. This is the rule that has always been left. That's good. Lin Fei grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. But in the eyes of Senior Li Mo, no matter how he looked at it, this smile sent a chill down his spine. Zhao Zhongxing is going to be out of luck. A thought popped into Li Mo's mind, and he shuddered subconsciously. After staying for 3 days, Lin Fei proposed to family head Li Mo that he wanted to leave the Sky River country. Li Mo first tried to persuade Lin Fei to stay. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to leave, he planned to personally send him out, but was refused by Lin Fei, saying that he was going to visit a certain family. He was going to look for his family. Li Mo was very smart and personally sent him to the door. Lin Fei smiled and left the family head Li Mo, walking along the street in a direction. After Lin Fei came out, the news also spread. Heavenly God Ao Tian wants to go to the Zhao family. Walking along the street, everyone knew whose territory it was. It was Zhao Zhongxing's territory. In the past year, the Zhao family had been playing a lot of tricks. It was hard for the 7 great clans not to know. Zhao Zhongxing inviting people to deal with Heavenly God Ao Tian was not a secret. There were still some clues. They also believed that Li Mo would definitely tell the other party. Master, you directly went to their door. Are you being used? On the way, Little Devil asked. It's not about being used or not. Lin Fei said, they are not happy with Zhao Zhongxing. I'm also not happy with him. In the Sky River country, if the 7 great clans don't join forces, they can only rely on the Zhao family. They won't be able to do anything. They want me to find trouble with the Zhao family. If I can kill a few experts and make a mess of the Zhao family, that would be the best, and I could just go and plunder a batch of life energy. If Zhao Zhongxing didn't find people to deal with me, I might not go, but now they are courting death. From the moment Heavenly God Ao Tian's name spread in the Sky River country, Lin Fei actually knew that there would be people coming to find trouble with him. For example, the Massacre God. Their superiors may not have any ideas, but they can't stop their subordinates from doing so. For example, those High Lords, with just a word, their subordinates would take action. The people invited by Zhao Zhongxing would never dare to make a move in the Sky River country. The Sky River country's killing machine is not so easy to deal with. But I am different. They are willing to let me bully the Zhao family, weakening their strength. They are using me, and I am also using them. In any case, there is no loss. After reaching the 8th tier of Prideful Heaven, Lin Fei was already an expert of the 3rd tier in the Saint Spirit world, and he was even infinitely close to the 2nd tier. There were very few people who could pose a threat to him, and a mere Sky River country might not be much of a threat. Moreover, they did not have the mood to make a move, as they could not afford such a loss. The other family heads did not mind joining forces for once. Heavenly God Ao Tian is out. He seems to have gone to the Zhao family. He is going to the Zhao family. He is about to enter the Zhao family's territory. Chapter 28:38. Lin Fei walked along the street. As soon as he stepped into the area controlled by Zhao Zhongxing, news began to spread. Everyone knew that this infamous heavenly God-proud heaven had most likely gone to find trouble with the other party. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The personal information of heavenly God-proud heaven, who was Lin Fei's incarnation, had basically spread throughout the Tiana kingdom. As for who had spread it, it was unknown. However, from the way he did things, it could be seen that this heavenly God-proud heaven was very murderous. His personal strength was outstanding, and he was very difficult to deal with. Zhao family mansion. A not very tall figure came to the front of the Zhao family mansion. With the appearance of Lin Fei, the relatively prosperous street became empty, and passers-by began to leave, hiding far away. They did not have the courage to come up and watch. Tall and glorious, you really have the aura of an overlord, but you shouldn't have teamed up with others to deal with me. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he strode toward the Zhao family mansion. This is the Zhao family mansion. Outsiders. When the guards of the Zhao clan saw the newcomers, they were just about to berate them when they were immediately pulled away by a guard beside them. The guard kept giving them looks and forcefully pulled them to the side. Lin Fei walked into the Zhao family mansion. "What are you doing? How can you let someone enter the Zhao family mansion?" The young guard looked unhappy. The older guard next to him lowered his voice and said, "What are you shouting for? If I didn't pull you just now, you'd be a corpse now. Do you know who he is? That's heavenly God, proud heaven, who destroyed the heavenly wolf gang with one hand. How dare you stop him?" The pupils of the other guards shrank, and their eyes subconsciously revealed fear. "Ah, no way. He is heavenly God, proud heaven." The young guard was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his body trembled. Something big is going to happen. The Zhao family mansion was very big. There were pavilions, waterside pavilions, mountains and rivers, and everything else. Lin Fei walked toward a place where there was a familiar aura of Zhao Zhongxing, as well as a few unfamiliar and powerful auras. It should be those few people. Your heaven god, proud heaven. One of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan quickly bumped into Lin Fei. After a moment of concentration, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just how had he gotten in here? Why hadn't he notified anyone? Congratulations on agreeing. Lin Fei smiled as he walked past. The higher-ups of the Zhao clan were shaken to pieces, but their voices still spread. Powerful auras rushed out one after another. "Not good. Proud heaven god is coming in. Stop it." As soon as the experts from the Zhao clan recognized heaven god proud heaven, looks of fear appeared on their faces. He was going on a killing spree in the massacre god court, and even quite a number of country kings have been killed. How were they supposed to stop heavenly god Ao Yin? What are you afraid of? He's just one person. We have so many people. A disciple of the Zhao clan shouted loudly and called out to the others to attack together. As soon as they arrived, they were shaken into pieces. More than a dozen young and promising experts were all annihilated in an instant. A few heavenly deities, relying on their great strength, also tried to go up and block, but just like those Zhao family disciples, they were all blasted into pieces, killed in a single move. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. Pieces of corpses kept falling from both sides. After dozens of people died, no one dared to attack anymore. The other party didn't even attack, and just a thought was enough to make them unable to withstand it. How were they supposed to block it? Everyone was even more afraid of heavenly God, proud heaven's strength. This was truly the power of a single person, and he suppressed everyone in the Zhao clan. Even some of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan appeared, but they became timid, not daring to attack rashly. They could only stare at Lin Fei with resentment. Zhao clan leader, your good friend is here as a guest. Aren't you going to come out and welcome him? Lin Fei shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. The huge Zhao clan was immediately greeted with an earthquake. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, and large areas of buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. In just a short time, the Zhao clan was in a mess. Everyone in the Zhao clan looked at each other, filled with fear. In front of the thunderous roar, they almost felt like they were going to die. It was a power that they couldn't resist at all. What a powerful strength! a combination of hardness and softness, and perfection. The power of a single roar shattered the building, and no one was hurt. It's really amazing. The clan leaders of the Tianhe Kingdom were all paying attention. Just from this move alone, no one dared to underestimate heavenly god Proud Heaven. With the strength of a pseudo-High Lord, even if he encountered a High Lord, he might not lose. This time, the Zhao clan was really out of luck. Proud Heaven, you dare to destroy my Zhao clan? Zhao Zhongxing was the first to rush out. Looking at the ruins of the Zhao clan, his eyes became scarlet, and he stared at Lin Fan with a murderous gaze. Lin Fei smiled. You should thank me. I only destroyed your Zhao clan's buildings and not annihilated your entire Zhao clan. You have to believe that I am completely capable of doing so. Zhao Zhongxing never thought that heavenly God Proud Heaven would come to the Zhao clan alone. The other party didn't have the guts to do so, as the Zhao clan had a High Lord powerhouse. You're still in the right. Zhao Zhongxing roared in anger. The Zhao clan is one of the Tianhe Kingdom's 8 prominent families. Today, you dared to destroy our Zhao clan. Even if you're a pseudo-High Lord, you must pay the price. If you didn't teach heavenly God Proud Heaven a lesson today, the Zhao clan would become a joke in the Tianhe Kingdom. Price. Lin Fei laughed, his palm striking out. Are you sure you could do it? Zhao Zhongxing's palm shot out from the side, slamming into Zhao Zhongxing's body. With a loud bang, Zhao Zhongxing exploded like a mist of blood, screaming in pain. Everyone's heart tightened. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Zhongxing's face was deathly pale, as if he had gone mad. Kill me? Are you sure you can do it? Another palm strike. Zhao Zhongxing's body exploded again. A peak 7th order heavenly god realm, Zhao Zhongxing died with each palm strike, causing the several patriarchs to suck in a breath of cold air. This heavenly god Proud Heaven seemed to have grown stronger than before. This was a complete suppression of Zhao Zhongxing. If this happened a few more times, Zhao Zhongxing would be finished. Why aren't the experts you invited coming out? My hands are itchy today, so I want to find a few people to torture. Lin Fei once again shattered Zhao Zhongxing's body with a palm strike. Proud Heaven, you killed my Huan family's disciple. Don't be presumptuous. A pale-faced, middle-aged man walked out with a staff in his hand. Zhao family head, I've come to help you. The Huan family's expert had arrived. Huan 12, I'll poke you to death with one finger. I don't know if you can handle it. Lin Fei didn't even look at the middle-aged man as he pointed out with his finger. Arrogant. The pale-faced, middle-aged man could display the strength of a pseudo-High Lord, so his illusion power was even more tyrannical. A giant illusion world appeared, as if a magnificent army had arrived. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Lin Fei's attack was even more tyrannical. Boom! Boom! Zhao Zhongxing's finger pierced through the illusion world and caught the pale-faced, middle-aged man's body. It exploded. Chapter 28:39. When Zhao Zhongxing heard that the Huan family's experts were going to help, he was overjoyed. He could finally escape from this awkward situation. With the Huan family's experts taking action, what was there to be afraid of? He had never been so sullen before. A Grand Peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master was smashed to pieces again and again. Every time he used his vitality to recover, he would receive a casual slap from the other side. However, in his opinion, this was a great humiliation. You should at least let me attack once. Last time in the Sky River Dojo, Zhao Zhongxing was slapped by the other side. He thought that the other side had caught him off guard, and he wasn't prepared, but now he realized the gap between them. Too big. After a few breaths of time, the Huan family's expert was popped like a balloon. Zhao Zhongxing felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. His heart felt cold. It's fine, I still have 3 experts from the Massacre God Court. Zhao Zhongxing kept telling himself. One of them was a pseudo-venerable lord who cultivated the physique cultivation path. He was quite famous in the Massacre God Court and could pose a threat to Proud Heaven. As long as he escaped from this situation, he would definitely let Proud Heaven have a taste of his power. Lin Fei stood on the ruins of the Zhao family's building. And you 3, aren't you going to come out? Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and he stomped his foot. In the distance, there was a violent explosion, and 3 figures appeared in a sorry state. All 3 of them were middle-aged men. At this time, the 3 of them were in a sorry state. They didn't expect Proud Heaven's strength to be this tyrannical. He hid his strength so well that he was forced to come out with a single stomp. Proud Heaven, you killed our massacre god court's experts, so obediently come with us today. The middle-aged man in the middle looked at Lin Fei. His eyes widened, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He pounced forward and arrived in front of Lin Fei. His left and right hands reached out, and the void was torn apart by a sharp aura. This person was the pseudo-venerable lord who cultivated the physique cultivation path and also mastered speed. Their teamwork was very powerful. The power of one grab was terrifying. The other side was fast. Lin Fei was even faster. The moment the other party appeared, Lin Fei punched the other party's chest. With a solid sound, the other party fell onto the ruins of the building. You have some ability. I only used 30% of my strength just now. The other party struggled and coughed out blood. His body was covered with numerous cracks. The might of this punch caused a body-tempering pseudo-supremacy to continuously vomit blood. That's impossible. They're both pseudo-supremacies. What kind of divine body does he cultivate? He widened his eyes in disbelief. It was hard for him to imagine that he would be unable to withstand a single punch from the other party. Isn't it incredible? Lin Fei moved like a beam of light. The moment the other party stood up, his shoulder slammed into the other party's body. With a cracking sound, the body of a pseudo-supremacy body-tempering cultivator exploded. Too weak, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now it's your turn. I hope you won't disappoint me. That one glance caused the 2 heavenly gods to shiver. Compared to the Empyrean god Proud Heavens and the information they had received, this person was even more terrifying. The information isn't right. Let's go. Seeing the Huan family's pseudo-supremacy body-tempering cultivator explode in just a few moves, the hearts of the 2 heavenly gods sank. They no longer had the will to fight. This person was simply too cruel and violent. Even if they went up, it would be useless. Why weren't they running? Right now, they couldn't care less. They would be the unlucky ones to fight against a body-tempering cultivator like this. How could Lin Fei let them leave? The life energy in their bodies was too rich. It would be a pity to waste it, not to mention that they were taking the initiative to come to him. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The 2 of them were covered by a giant hand, so no matter how they moved, they couldn't escape. They were unable to free themselves. With a light clench of the other party's hand, the entire space collapsed. The 2 heavenly deities fell into the endless astral winds of the void, the majority of their life energy plundered. In a short period of time, everyone saw a shocking scene. The experts that Zhao Zhongxing invited all fell at the hands of this heavenly god Proud Heavens. Too cruel. Just how powerful is his physical body? The same pseudo-supremacy body-tempering cultivator couldn't even take 3 moves from him before exploding. Fortunately, we didn't target heavenly god Proud Heavens back then. Otherwise, the Zhao family situation would be our family's example. All the family heads felt a chill. Although they knew that heavenly god Proud Heavens was ridiculously strong, they all felt a chill run down their spines. If anyone dared to say that a pseudo-supremacy body-tempering cultivator wasn't strong enough, they would definitely go up and slap them. If they had the ability, then go try heavenly god Proud Heavens. He would slap them to death with one slap. Truly boring. Lin Fei shook his head. With a backhand slap, he blew up the pseudo-supremacy body-tempering cultivator. Then with a finger, he blew up the Huan family's expert. This time, the 2 of them really turned to ashes. From beginning to end, Lin Fei had only used 50% of his power at most, and that was more than enough to wipe out these people. Zhao family head, the people you invited have all left. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei looked at the pale-faced Zhao Zhongxing and said, Proud Heavens, you can't kill me. I'm from one of the Tianhe Kingdom's 8 great families. My ancestor is a supremacy body tempering cultivator. Zhao Zhongxing's scalp went numb, and he was unable to remain calm. The experts in his eyes were all killed by this person one by one. His heart was filled with fear. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. Lin Fei shook his head and sent out a palm. Ancestor, save me. Zhao Zhongxing had died several times, and his life force was almost used up. If this palm landed, he would without a doubt die. Aside from the ancestor, no one else could save him. Seeing that the palm was about to land, Zhao Zhongxing placed his hopes on the ancestor. Since you've already killed someone, why are you chasing after him? Do you really think there's no one left in the Zhao family? A muffled voice came from the depths of the Zhao family. A green-robed old man appeared before Zhao Zhongxing with his hands behind his back. There was no movement, but the palm couldn't go down. It was blocked by a powerful force. Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family's supremacy body tempering cultivator, he really appeared. The green-robed old man's appearance caused everyone's expression to change. The other party exuded a unique aura that was invisible above everyone else. The moment he appeared, Proud Heaven's attack was rendered useless. The supremacy is too powerful. Without even making a move, everyone could see how powerful Zhao Wuji was. After beating the young one, the old one came. I really thought that there's no one left in the Zhao family. I've never failed to kill someone I want to kill. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The palm that he sent out increased his strength and pressed down heavily. Explode. This pressure caused a terrifying force to explode. The green-robed old man waved his hand, and a huge force surged out, wanting to break the power of the palm. Chapter 2840. Ever since Lin Fei's Proud Heaven stepped into the Proud Heaven 8th layer, his strength had risen to a terrifying level. With a little bit of effort, he could easily crush his enemies. Not to mention the Proud Heaven 7th layer. Even the Holy Spirit Body Refinement Secret Art from the Proud Heaven 8th layer was terrifying. As an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, the Zhao family Zhao Wuji was naturally powerful. The only difference was that Zhao Wuji's Emperor intent was unable to contend against a physique cultivator. Not to mention, Lin Fei was prepared for this. His sudden burst of power caught Zhao Zhongxing off guard, killing the unlucky Zhao Zhongxing. I kill whoever I say. It's a pity that even a high lord like you can't stop me. Lin Fei snickered. The green-robed old man's face was filled with anger. It had been a long time since he was angered by Zhao Wuji being killed right under his nose. Just now, Zhao Wuji felt as if he was experiencing it himself. He had to use 70 to 80% of his strength to barely block it, saving him from being humiliated in public. Is this really the strength of a High Lord? Zhao Wuji had underestimated Proud Heaven. At this time, he was still concealing his strength, causing Zhao Zhongxing to lose face after being killed. Since you killed someone from the Zhao family, there's no need for you to leave the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji harumphed coldly. His withered palm reached out, grabbing at Lin Fei. A High Lord's attack. Too domineering. That Proud Heaven really dares to kill. Zhao family's patriarch is really unlucky, of all people. He had to offend Proud Heaven. Now it's too late for regrets. With a High Lord like Zhao Wuji here, Proud Heaven will be in trouble. There has never been a High Lord that could take advantage of a High Lord. Proud Heaven was very strong. With Zhao Wuji's appearance, no one thought he could win against a High Lord, even if it was just a clone. Master, who do you think will win? On a certain mountain outside the Heavenly River Country, Luo Yu asked, feeling as if a great mountain was pressing down on her heart. Proud Heaven's strength was much stronger than she had imagined. It's going to be hard for Zhao Wuji to defeat Proud Heaven. The battle at the ruins of the Zhao family appeared in front of Star Sea Supremacy's eyes. He simply shook his head. Don't look down on him just because he is a supremacy. His power is actually not much stronger than Proud Heaven. At most, he is slightly stronger. He cannot change the situation. Is he really that strong? Luo Yu gritted her teeth. He is indeed very strong. Previously, I thought that he was a pseudo-supremacy. Now, I can't look at him that way. To To be able to fight against a real supremacy and have the strength to fight to a draw in the end, Outyen's name will spread throughout the Saint Spirit realm. You have to work hard. Supremacy, Star C laughed. Luo Yu's gaze was resolute as she nodded her head vigorously. I will. Sooner or later, I will defeat this Aotion. Supremacy, Star C smiled. My foresight isn't bad. Lin Fei was also very excited. For a long time, supremacies had always been elusive. Now, he finally had the chance to fight with a High Lord. When Zhao Wuji's palm came grabbing over, Lin Fei immediately felt that something was different. This palm came down, airtight and surprisingly strong. It seemed to have sealed everything. This was the might of a supremacy. The power of a casual palm made all the heavenly gods feel that it was hard to resist. But Lin Fei wasn't like that. Zhao Wuji, you're looking down on me too much. Lin Fei grabbed out from the void, and a long rod landed in his hand. It was completely black. This was a divine weapon, and its grade was not low. Facing this palm, Lin Fei's rod went up and hit the center of the other party's palm. This was specially used by Lin Fei to confuse everyone, to mislead the direction of the investigation. When the rod came down, a strong force exploded and destroyed Zhao Wuji's attack. The rod passed through the void and smashed down, and dozens of shadows appeared. Lin Fei was using strength to break everything. Zhao Wuji's attack did not work, and he quickly retreated. The void in front of him kept exploding. The other party's attack speed was extremely fast. One rod after another smashed down, and the power was surprisingly strong. Although he managed to block some of them, some still landed on his body and kept shattering the Emperor Intent Protection. Emperor Intent Protection. This was the defensive move of an Emperor Intent expert. It was a barrier formed by the power of his Emperor Intent. Zhao Wuji had some impression of heavenly god Outyen. He was a slightly arrogant guy with good potential. Now, he realized that he had underestimated him. This power has the attack of an ordinary supremacy. Zhao Wuji lost the initiative and fell into the other party's close range. That trace of power kept piercing through him, and he could only passively defend, unable to escape. Saint Spirit World, what heavenly god body can have such power? Zhao Wuji's expression became serious. Strike to the sky. Lin Fei got close, and his cudgel images smashed down. The countless cudgel images merged into one and smashed down heavily, shattering the Emperor's intent and Zhao Wuji's protective Emperor's intent, sending him flying. The power of this strike was ridiculously strong, fierce and domineering. Zhao Wuji took a hit, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. He was shocked. The power of this strike had invaded his body, and the Emperor Intent Protection was torn apart. Zhao Wuji, do you still want to use your status as a supremacy to keep me here? Lin Fei straightened his long rod and did not attack again. The attack of the strike to the sky just now was definitely enough to make Zhao Wuji feel fear. As soon as Zhao Wuji's supremacy clone made a move, the Tianhe Nation's supremacy clone was also alarmed. They also saw an unbelievable scene. Too strong. With his power, he will definitely lose. We can't let him get close, but the other party's speed is too fast, and he could travel through the void. Zhao Wuji is really unlucky to have encountered a pseudo-supremacy who specializes in body-tempering strength. This is the combat power of an ordinary supremacy. One by one, the supremacy clones could not remain calm. The power of that strike just now made them feel great pressure, and they could not find a good way to resist it. That heavenly deity, Ao Zhongxing, could probably use such an attack continuously, and that supremacy would be able to withstand it. Zhao Wuji was furious. Just as he said, the other party's strength was extraordinarily strong. Once he got close, he would not be able to use an attack. Moreover, if he really made a move, the other party's strength was not inferior to his. In this battle, he had no advantage. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally understood why heavenly deity Ao Zhongxing would come knocking on his door. Zhao Zhongxing, this bastard, Is there something wrong with his head? How could he provoke such an enemy? Zhao Wuji cursed in his heart. There was no chance to keep the other party here today. A pseudo-supremacy is so strong that his strength can tear apart the Emperor Intent Protection. This guy deserves to die. He had become a stepping stone for a junior. Zhao Wuji did not doubt that the news would spread in the Saint Spirit domain tomorrow. Everyone would know that he, a dignified supremacy, could not take down a pseudo-supremacy. Chapter 28:41. Should I go all out? Zhao Wuji kept cheering himself on. Wanted to defeat a body-tempering cultivator who is not inferior to a true High Lord is difficult. It's really too difficult. His strength is fierce and terrifying, and it comes in waves airtight. It's too difficult to resist. How could such a monster appear? Even if my main body attacks, I won't be able to take him down. I'll definitely suffer this loss. Zhao Wuji gave up on this thought again and again. There was really no chance. There was no chance at all. Perhaps the other 7 great clans could see that Empyrean Outyin was able to attack the Zhao family, and they might also be instigating it. He could only say that he was unlucky this time. They had not exchanged blows for long, but Zhao Wuji was very clear about his opponent's strength. It was definitely not something that his clone could defeat. If they were to really fight in a stalemate, he would definitely be the one to be embarrassed in the end. Forget it, forget it. Zhao Wuji was also a coward. Leave. It took a lot of courage for him to say that. His entire being became lifeless. How much courage did it take for a supremacy clone to say such words? However, Lin Fei laughed. Why? You want me to leave because you can't beat me? It's not that easy. Raising his staff, Lin Fei swung it at Zhang Xian. It was another skyward staff attack. The power came crashing over like a flood. It was not easy for Zhao Wuji to block this wave of attacks. What are you trying to do? Lin Fei continued to attack, continuously piercing through the Emperor Intent Protection. It was fierce and fierce. The opportunity to spar with a supremacy is too rare. Naturally, I have to seize the opportunity to properly spar with him. Only then will I know which aspect I am lacking in. Zhao Wuji almost vomited blood. Are you using me as a test subject? I'm a supremacy. Even if it's just a clone, it's still high and mighty. This power is too terrifying. It's unbelievably dense. Zhao Wuji's clone can't take it. This is the terrifying part of a body-tempering cultivator, the use of power. The supremacy clone watched very carefully. The number of powerful body-tempering practitioners in the Saint Spirit domain could be counted on one hand. They had no choice but to admit that Proud Heaven's battle prowess was shocking. His cudgel technique didn't contain any special moves, but rather, it was a combination of hard and soft power that made it very difficult to deal with. Zhao Wuji tried to counterattack a few times, but he was unable to threaten his opponent. Instead, he encountered a few killing moves, and his body felt like it was about to explode. Why are you willing to leave? Zhao Wuji could only persevere and endure wave after wave of attacks. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. You finally know how to get to the point. Lin Fei did not stop. If you want me to leave, that's easy. Just give me 50 kilograms of Origin Energy Divine Sand and 100 million Saint Spirit Crystals, and I'll leave immediately. I won't make things difficult for you. You're asking for too much. Zhao Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. Then let's continue the sparring. Another staff shadow swept over and landed on Zhao Wuji's Emperor Intent Protection. Zhao Wuji shuddered and was pushed far away. Lin Fei found a rhythm. The power was fierce one moment and gentle the next. The threat was surprisingly huge. Zhao Wuji groaned. This was too much. He was starting to feel like he couldn't handle such a storm of attacks. The energy in his body was depleting quickly, and it was very difficult to defend. 25 kilograms of Origin Energy Divine Sand and 50 million Saint Spirit Crystals. Zhao Wuji said bitterly. He was very unconvinced. If he didn't get Proud Heaven to leave as soon as possible, he might be beaten to death. He didn't think about it before, because Proud Heaven wasn't a threat. But now it was different. Double strike with the cudgel. Another powerful cudgel technique came flying over. at least 40 kilograms of origin energy divine sand, and 80 million saint spirit crystals. This is my limit. Lin Fei launched a powerful attack. Zhao Wuji's heart sank. As you wish. Zhao Wuji wanted to hold on, but he couldn't handle the crazy attacks. Give it to me. 40 kilograms of origin energy divine sand and 80 million saint spirit crystals made Zhao Wuji's heart ache. I only have 40 kilograms of origin energy divine sand for now. I can give you 80 million saint spirit crystals. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and took out the items. I'll gather the rest immediately. I'll definitely give you the full amount. All right. Lin Fei kept the 2 storage rings. The amount was exactly right. I'll give you 2 hours. If you don't take out the rest of the origin energy divine sand, I don't mind killing all the higher-ups of your Zhao clan. Lin Fei landed on a pile of rubble. I'll definitely give it to you. Lin Fei stood on the rubble, letting the supremacy's doppelgangers look at him. This is the strength of an ordinary supremacy. If I go all out, I can kill Zhao Wuji's doppelganger in 3 strikes. Although Zhao Wuji's doppelganger was also a supremacy, Lin Fei was disappointed. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. It was a lot weaker. If Zhao Wuji knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. I'm a supremacy, after all. It's a pity that I met a freakish pseudo-supremacy like you. 10,000 pseudo-supremacies might not even have one as freakish as you. Zhao Wuji admitted defeat. Outside Tiana country, Starry Sea Supremacy smiled. You'll be famous in the Saint Spirit domain soon. Master, I'm going back to cultivate. Luo, you said firmly. I've decided. That place has a slim chance of survival. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. Luo, you nodded vigorously. I'm sure. I have to go in no matter what. Master, didn't you say that the world belongs to the young now? I'm not far from becoming a supremacy. With such a good opponent, I also want to make my voice heard in the Saint Spirit domain. Let's go. Starry Sea Supremacy waved his hand, and a door appeared in front of them. They walked in one after another. In less than an hour, Zhao Wuji had gathered the remaining 20 kilograms of origin energy divine sand. For the remaining 20 kilograms, he had paid a huge price. Who asked this fiend to not leave, and his main body was in seclusion and could not be disturbed. He had to give it to him. Straightforward. After putting away the last 20 kilograms of origin energy divine sand, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth in his heart and said, You are indeed straightforward. Our Zhao family has paid a huge price to exchange for a lot of our territory. It's all your fault. Zhao Wuji had never hated someone so much before. Our Zhao family has always kept our word. Lin Fei nodded. I'm also a man of my word. Once I get what I want, I'll immediately leave. I really hope that Senior Zhao Wuji can come and kill me. I'll accompany him at any time, but you have to be prepared and pay the price in advance. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji's face sank. The thoughts in his heart were completely scattered. Lin Fei turned around and left. 3 days later, the news of Proud Heaven causing a ruckus in the Zhao family in Tiana country and killing the Huan family's expert and the Divine Court's expert with his pseudo-supremacy cultivation and suppressing supremacy Zhao Wuji began to spread. Chapter 2842. The Saint Spirit domain was huge. It takes time for news to spread, but there was no harm in letting people remember this person's name. Ao Tian Tian Shun. This Empyrean god Proud Heaven had once killed quite a few monarchs and veteran Empyrean gods in the Massacre God Court, scaring some of the experts in the Massacre God Court. Just how long had it been? This fellow was actually able to exchange blows with a High Lord and even suppress the other party. This was like seeing a ghost. The Huan family's expert had the Huan family's treasure that was comparable to a pseudo-exalted lord. How could he explode it with just one finger? Wasn't it said that body cultivators were inferior to others in terms of the soul? The experts of the Massacre Court had completely lost all hope. He could even compete with a High Lord, so it was better to forget about revenge. All the banners and drums had ceased to exist. Even if they were from the Church of Massacres, as long as they weren't exalts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Empyrean God Proud Heaven. He couldn't afford to offend them. The other side had a High Lord, an Eighth Order Heavenly God realm battle prowess. There was no doubt about this. Similarly, when the news reached the Dark Shadow Palace, all the shadowy figures went crazy. It was too heaven-defying. You became an 8-star Shadow Man a few decades ago, yet you're already fighting with a High Lord powerhouse and easily killing a pseudo-High Lord powerhouse. Aren't you a bit too strong? Sky God Aotion will probably become a 9-star Shadow Man soon. Those pseudo-supremacies are out of luck. That's right, those 8-star missions are not difficult at all. The higher-ups of the Shadow Palace Union were very concerned. He immediately tried to contact Empyrean God Proudheaven. At this time, Aotion seemed to have sunk into the ocean, and he disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. This did not dampen the interest of the Dark Shadow Palace Union. They continued contacting the other party tirelessly. The news continued to spread. A pseudo-High Lord powerhouse of the Body Transformation School was able to fight against a High Lord. This caused the eyes of many forces to light up. This was a proper High Lord. Once he successfully advanced, he would be able to fight 3 to 5 High Lords by himself. The supremacy of the Body Tempering School was just that awesome. After everyone confirmed the news, many people went to look for him. But at that moment, he disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Countless people were dumbfounded. Your rhythm isn't right. As the initiator of the incident, Lin Fei quietly returned to the Cloud Sea Kingdom. In the entire Cloud Sea Kingdom, no one noticed that Lin Fei had left the Cloud Sea Kingdom. Coming out of the Sky River Kingdom, Lin Fei hid his aura along the way. After making sure that there was no danger, he quietly returned to the Cloud Kingdom. The harvest from this trip is quite good. Lin Fei sat in his own secret chamber, feeling very satisfied with the harvest he had gained from this trip. First was Aotion, who smoothly entered the 8th level of the Proud Heaven Realm. His strength increased explosively, and even if he suppressed his strength, he could easily crush an ordinary High Lord like Zhao Wuji. In addition to the increase in his strength, Lin Fei also obtained 40 kilograms of Origin God Sand, 100 million Holy Spirit crystals, and several treasures, such as a treasure from the Huan family. A staff-like treasure was of no use to Lin Fei. Lin Fei threw it to the side. When he had time, he would find a place to sell it. Lin Fei didn't care about the commotion caused by Aotion's name spreading in the Saint Spirit realm. The Shadow Palace kept sending messages, so he closed it. The bigger the commotion, the more Lin Fei liked it. A mysterious body cultivator might be able to do a lot of things. The amount of Origin God Sand needed to go from the 8th level to the 9th level is terrifying. I need 150 kilograms, and I also need another material. I'll have to look for it in the Shadow Palace. Lin Fei was speechless. I still have 40 kilograms of Origin God Sand left. I can use it to refine a weapon suitable for Aotion. Ordinary Heavenly God weapons won't be able to withstand my power. Lin Fei was now a real High Lord. His power was terrifying. Now he needed a good weapon. It was also meant for Heaven God Proudheaven, allowing him to unleash his full power perfectly. Ordinary Heavenly God weapons wouldn't work. The suppression was too strong, and Lin Fei didn't dare to use his full power. A heavenly deity weapon of Origin energy would be different. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. The Cloud Kingdom entered a period of peace. Ever since that person had caused quite a ruckus in the Massacre God Court, the Blood Evil Kingdom had also been affected to a certain extent. Especially after the news from the Heavenly River Kingdom spread out, the heavenly deities of the Massacre God Court who advocated for revenge all lost their temper. Who knew when that madman would visit the Massacre God Court again? This was a guy who could fight against the High Lord. Going up against him was no different from courting death. Some of the countries around the Massacre Kingdom quieted down. No one thought that the Shadow Palace Union's fastest rising 8-star Shadow Man could already fight High Lords. Even though some people didn't believe it, this speed of improvement was too heaven-defying. As time passed, Aotion disappeared, and there were fewer topics to talk about. 1,000 years, 10,000 years later, Heavenly God Proudheaven was nowhere to be found. The younger generation kept rising, and very few people remembered Ao Tion's name. On the Shadow Palace Union side, Ao Tion was also forgotten. Only a few heavenly gods with high status in the Shadow Men were disdainful of those heavenly gods who thought that they could level up quickly. Ao Tion was the one who was awesome. Lin Fei spent 3,000 years in the Cloud Kingdom to forge a heavenly god weapon. 3,000 years of continuous collecting materials was exhausting. Fortunately, he had 100 million Saint Spirit crystals, and he spent more than 45 million on materials. Fortunately, Lin Fei had made a fortune in the Sky River Kingdom. Otherwise, 45 million Saint Spirit crystals would have been enough to make him dumbfounded. At that time, it was really hard to be rich. The Origin Energy Heavenly Divine weapon that Lin Fei had forged was a long staff. It was pitch black and gave off a dangerous luster. It was extremely heavy, and ordinary people would not be able to lift it up. It was most suitable for a strength-type expert like him. After some practice, Lin Fei liked this heavenly god weapon very much. The power output was perfect, and he couldn't bear to put down. From now on, this staff shall be called Sky Splitter. Lin Fei believed that not many heavenly god powerhouses would be able to withstand the full force of his sky-splitting staff. He put the Sky Splitter away. He wouldn't use the Sky Splitter unless it was a critical moment. Once he used it, he would be ruthless and leave no trace. During these 3,000 years, while collecting materials, Lin Fei realized one thing. There were only a few people in the Saint Spirit domain who knew how to use spirit sand to forge weapons. Such a heavenly god weapon was extremely expensive, and it could set off a bloodbath. Later on, Lin Fei flipped through the records in the system and really did find information on the refinement of the Origin Energy Godly Sand. Chapter 2843. The Elemental Energy Divine Weapon was finished. Lin Fei had one less worry on his mind. With the divine weapon, his strength had increased greatly. He didn't need to worry about ordinary divine weapons being unable to withstand the power of his proud heaven. Next, he needed to push the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 8th stage. Lin Fei decided to cultivate for 100,000 years. Counting all the years, it would be about 200,000 years. His talent was already exceptional, so there was no need to worry. 100,000 years was enough. The Cloud Sea country was peaceful, so there was no need for Lin Fei to worry. While Lin Fei was in seclusion for 30,000 years. The Space Temple sent out a piece of news that a genius had broken through to the Venerable Lord Realm and had mastered the Tao of time and space. The moment this genius broke through to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, he killed a Venerable Lord Realm Great Devil Lord in a dangerous place in the Saint Spirit world. The Tao of space and time was ranked 5th among the 10 great sections. The Temporal Temple had produced such a heaven-defying genius, and he was immediately hailed as the #1 genius of the younger generation. Everyone remembered this person's name, Kong One, a very Buddha-like name. After this supremacy Kong One advanced, he started to travel around, challenging supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. He was undefeated, and his reputation grew. In a short time, the Temporal Temple's reputation soared, suppressing the Massacre Court and Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone knew that it was extremely difficult to become a supremacy, but once one succeeded, they would be an invincible existence. Even though there weren't many supremacies in the Temporal Temple, every one of them was a force to be reckoned with. They could fight against several supremacies, and almost no supremacy could suppress them. News about Supremacy Kong One spread everywhere in the Saint Spirit world. 600,000 years. A powerful genius had also appeared in the Massacre God Court, and his name was Exalted Lord Heartless. He walked the path of slaughter within the Tao of destruction, and his strength had skyrocketed the moment he advanced. He had killed 2 Exalted Lords in a row, causing the Massacre God Court's reputation to soar. The Tao of Destruction's slaughter was also sharp and domineering. This supremacy killer heart defeated experts in a row after advancing, and he even sent word to Supremacy Kong One, challenging him to a duel. It was a pity that Supreme Lord Kong had gone to the Saint Spirit domain to train. The younger generation of the Temporal Temple refused to accept the fact that they were defeated by Reverend Sha Xin. When the previous generation of Reverends weren't around, Reverend Sha Xin's ferocious reputation was broadcasted live. It was hard for people to forget about him. In such a short period of time, the two top forces had produced two formidable supremacies. This was a rather rare occurrence in the Saint Spirit domain. Those who had ascended at the same time had almost lost their limelight. Everyone only knew Supremacy Kong 1 and Supremacy Sha Xin. Not many people remembered the other newly ascended supremacy. Everyone was also paying attention to the Dark Shadow Palace. Two top forces had produced talented supremacies. As a top force, the Dark Shadow Palace naturally became the focus of attention. If they didn't produce a powerful young supremacy to contend against them, they would inevitably be said to have no successors. Under everyone's expectations, the Dark Shadow Palace produced two talented supremacies 80,000 years ago. One of them was Dugu Yijian of the Sword Dao. He walked the path of slaughter and wasn't inferior to Reverend Sha Xin at all. When he advanced, he grasped the Saint's Soul Level 9 secret technique. The other was Elysian Sun. His strength was slightly weaker than Dugu Yijian's, but he grasped the powerful Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique, Virokana. He also realized a powerful top-notch Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique. His strength was close to Dugu Yijian's. The Dark Shadow Palace was overjoyed when these two people advanced. Even though there was a gap in strength between them and the others, it wasn't very big. This helped the Dark Shadow Palace regain some face. At least they wouldn't be said to have no successors. Just when everyone thought that these few people would overshadow the younger generation, a powerful supremacy Luo Yu appeared in the mysterious and dangerous Black Domain. The Black region, which had always been known for its mysteriousness and danger, now had a powerful prodigy, Supremacy Luo Yu, who also walked the Tao of Destruction. Furthermore, he had a unique, innate physique, and he had the terrifying divine ability, Violet Gold Divine Eyes of Destruction. Once he opened his divine eyes, he could refine everything. Those domineering supremacies became Luo Yu's targets. Once she opened her divine eyes, she would refine supremacies to death. She would kill them together with her clones. She was decisive. In the huge Saint Spirit domain, the Black Domain was mysterious and unfathomable. It could produce special life forms. Luo Yu's master was the Starry Sea Supremacy. He controlled the world and was the ruler of the world. No one was surprised. Someone sighed. This is the world of the younger generation. Not long after, some powerful supremacies appeared one after another. Their combat strength was astonishing. The older supremacies were all anxious. They were afraid that they would be found and become their stepping stones. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, only the supremacies of the top three factions dared not challenge them. The ones who suffered were the supremacies who were content with being in a corner. With no more potential, they were trampled on again and again. It was unspeakable. There were also some who were ruthless. The Saint Spirit domain had produced some incredible prodigies, and the 6 great demon kingdoms had also produced many talented demonic prodigies. Their abilities were also shockingly powerful, and they had the intention of competing with the supremacies. During this period, there was news that the new supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace, Dugu Yijian, had encountered a powerful demon supremacy from the demon motherland, Supremacy Mo Luo. Mo Luo had cultivated a powerful demon god body. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Supremacy Mo Luo suddenly entered everyone's sight. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei's clone was very free. He read some books every day and enjoyed himself to the fullest. He went to the Dark Shadow Palace once every 10,000 years to meet his master. As for the ranking of the Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples, he rarely cared about it. Although Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would secretly find out the whereabouts of 5th senior brother Yulong. In the ancient wasteland world, his large body improved so quickly. It It was also because of the water-moon spirit pearl that he recognized the water-moon goddess as his master. In the saint spirit world, it was not shameful to have many masters as one's master. After reaching proud heaven 8th layer, Lin Fei started to look for more information. First was senior brother Yulong. Back at the water-moon paradise, Lin Fei already knew that 5th senior brother Yulong was a heavenly god, at least a 3rd or 4th order heavenly god realm. Now, after more than 100,000 years, 5th senior brother Yulong was at least a peak 7th order heavenly god realm, and there was even a possibility of him breaking through to the supremacy realm. In the first 30 to 40,000 years, Lin Fei did not receive any news of 5th senior brother Yulong, as if he had disappeared. Lin Fei did not give up. He left behind a large sum of saint's spirit crystals. If there was any news of Long Yu, he would be able to use them immediately. He immediately sent word to Huang Xiaolong, then went to buy information on the 3 forces. As a peak supremacy realm master in the past, the water-moon goddess had information on her. Lin Fei paid a large sum of saint spirit crystals, and the information on the 3 forces arrived. Now that his strength had increased, Lin Fei naturally wanted to fulfill his promise of acknowledging him as his master, to avenge his master, even though they had never met. Chapter 2844. 5th senior brother Long Yu's whereabouts were unknown for the time being. Lin Fei first received news of his master water-moon goddess's enemies. In the saint spirit domain, other than the 3 top factions, there were the first-rate sects and factions that had deep influence in the saint spirit domain. Many of them were affiliated with the 3 top factions. The 3 factions that Lin Fei needed to deal with were all first-rate factions. As for what happened in the past, he understood the cause and effect. That treasure from the water-moon paradise actually came from the Black Domain. The Black Domain was the Saint Spirit Domain's #1 mystic realm. There were many opportunities and countless treasures inside, and they often required a huge price. If one was not careful, he or she might die. That was a very normal thing. In the Black Domain, Empyrean goddess Watermoon had acquired a treasure known as the Watermoon Paradise. According to the records, this treasure was a very special treasure. It had its own dimension, and it also had a Watermoon god tree. It was extremely extraordinary. On the way back, the adventurers contacted their sect. When they were about to leave the Black Domain, they suddenly attacked. Heavenly god Watermoon wasn't a match for them and was heavily injured. She fled back, taking her disciples into her Watermoon heavenly abode and tossing the treasures into a material world. In the end, heavenly god Watermoon died from her heavy injuries. The Gate of Providence, the Dragon Sect, and the Divine Martial Tower. These were the 3 first-rate factions that Lin Fei needed to deal with. Back then, these 3 factions were first-rate existences. Since the Watermoon goddess had fallen, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Perhaps even millions of years had passed. Their foundations were even more terrifying. I have quite a deep connection with a massacre court. After receiving the information, Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Among them, the Dragon Sect had joined the massacre court and was considered a subsidiary faction. With a huge mountain behind them, no one dared to offend the Dragon Sect. The remaining Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower were both forces that could establish their own countries. Their strength could not be underestimated. After all, to establish a country in the Saint Spirit domain, all aspects had to be considered, and the most important thing was to have the strength. To anyone, these 3 factions were quite huge. Even though they did not have ultimate gods, they had several supremacies. There was no need to think about great supremacies. The Dark Shadow Palace only had 5 great supremacies. One could imagine how difficult it was. Lin Fei had been studying these 3 first-rate factions in Cloudsea Country. After careful research, they were now all colossal entities that were on good terms with all sides. It was very likely that they would join forces with Qin. This was especially so for these 3 first-rate factions. They had always been in an alliance, and their disciples were connected by marriage. Lin Fei temporarily put this matter aside and focused on the few supreme lords who had gone on an adventure with his master in the past. These people were the real culprits. If it weren't for them, Master wouldn't have fallen. On this point, they couldn't escape responsibility. Lin Fei planned to use them as an example. There were a total of 6 people who had gone to the Black Realm, including his master, Empyrean Goddess Aqua Moon. 5 of them had betrayed him. One of them, a supremacy, had fallen in a place 200,000 years ago. Now, there are only 4 left to deal with. They were Long Out Yin of the Dragon Sect, the Lord of Adversity of the Gate of Providence, and Supremacy Halia and Supremacy Ziyang of the Divine Martial Tower. These 4 people were all veteran supremacies. If there were no accidents, it was impossible for them to advance to the Grand Supremacy realm. Lin Fei had spent a large sum of Saint Spirit crystals to obtain information on these 4 people. A heavenly god's information was cheap, but it was different for supremacy. The price was high. Long Out Yin of the Dragon Sect is rumored to be in seclusion, and his avatar rarely leaves the sect. He's a physique cultivator. Advancing from 8th order to 9th order heavenly god realm is as difficult as ascending the heavens, so he could be put aside for now. The information on the 4 supremacies was very detailed. Long Out Yin was the first to be put aside. The Lord of Adversity of the Gate of Providence is also in seclusion, and his avatar roams the world. This one is slightly easier. Finally, Supremacy Halia and Supremacy Ziyang of the Divine Martial Tower are rumored to be guarding some place, and haven't appeared for at least 500,000 years. We can only start with the Lord of Adversity of the Gate of Providence. Lin Fei confirmed his target. A little over 80,000 years had passed. During this time, Lin Fei spent most of his time searching for the Gate of Providence's the Lord of Adversity's avatar. He would first kill the other party's avatar and collect some interest. It would be best if he could provoke the Lord of Adversity to come out. Lin Fei had been searching for the Lord of Adversity for the past 10,000 years. It wasn't easy for supremacy to hide their tracks, especially since the Gate of Providence was an independent force. Lin Fei needed to take his time to find the Lord of Adversity. For Lin Fei's current cultivation, a mere 10,000 years was nothing. This bastard, he really knows how to hide. Sitting by the window of a restaurant, Lin Fei took small sips of wine. This was the 1,000th year he had been searching for the Lord of Adversity. Since 8,000 years ago, traces of the Lord of Adversity had appeared. Until now, more than 3,000 years had passed, and the Lord of Adversity had yet to be found. Have you heard? That Supremacy Kong, one from the Temporal Temple, killed another demon from the demonic empire. I heard that they are very angry. Supremacy Kong, when is trying to secure his throne as the #1 person of the younger generation. That's hard to say. In the past 10,000 years, our Saint Spirit world has seen an endless number of experts. For example, those from the Black Domain, especially that Luo Yu. She has defeated countless experts. We're all old. The younger generation is getting crazier and crazier. I heard that those itinerant supremacies have all gone to join the major forces, afraid that they will be targeted by those new supremacies. There was a lot of gossip in the restaurant. Lin Fei listened quietly and didn't pay much attention to it. He had an impression of Luo Yu, whom they mentioned. She had limitless potential. In just 10,000 years, she had become a supremacy, and the power of her purple gold divine eyes of destruction had spread throughout the Saint Spirit world. Many body-tempering experts had been killed in a single glance. It was extremely terrifying. At most, Lin Fei would just laugh at it. According to some information in the ancient books, the last time a genius emerged in the Saint Spirit world was hundreds of millions of years ago. It was at that time that the 3 ultimate gods rose and defeated countless experts to establish a top force. Hundreds of millions of years later, it was another cycle. Many people said that it was another era of competition. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He had to kill his master's enemy first. He was originally worried that he would advance too quickly. With these geniuses constantly provoking everyone, a body-tempering supremacy who advanced in 100,000 years was not too surprising. They would attract all the attention and wouldn't be so amazing. Just as he put down his wine glass, The communication bracelet on Lin Fei's wrist vibrated. After scanning it with his divine senses, his face darkened. He threw down the Saint Spirit crystal and turned to leave the restaurant. Fifth Senior Brother, why are you being surrounded? Chapter 2845. A branch of the Dark Shadow Palace. In a dark room. This is the information you need. It's all here. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager took out a document and placed it on Zhuo Zishan before leaving respectfully. Only a man in black was left in the dark room. After the other party left, he immediately picked up the jade talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it. The relevant information flowed into his mind. The person who came was naturally Lin Fei. In the restaurant, Lin Fei had received an important piece of news. His fifth senior brother, Long Yu, had appeared, but the situation was not good. He was being surrounded and chased by supremacies. He could not sit still after hearing the news. Lin Fei went straight to the Dark Shadow Palace branch to obtain the relevant information. With the Saint Spirit crystal, he would be able to find out whatever he wanted. Furthermore, Lin Fei had said that once there was news of Yulong, he would not be able to find out anything. He had to inform him as soon as possible. Lin Fei spent a large sum of Saint Spirit crystals to purchase the information and became a VIP. The Dark Shadow Palace's intelligence department loved to do business with people like Lin Fei because they were straightforward and would not hesitate to part with him. Lin Fei had thought about Fifth Senior Brother's situation. He had not expected to hear news about Fifth Senior Brother Long Yu being chased by supremacies and on the brink of death. After reading the contents of the Jade Talisman, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Fifth Senior Brother, you're still too anxious. It turned out that after Fifth Senior Brother broke through, he immediately went to take revenge. He killed many heaven gods and severely injured several elite disciples of the three major sects, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Fifth Senior Brother Long Yu was very cautious every time he attacked, but he still fell into their trap. He was ambushed and severely injured on the spot. Now, he was on the run and entered one of the top 10 mystic realms of the Saint Spirit world, the 10,000 Hall Maze. If it were Lin Fei, he would not be in such a hurry to kill one every once in a while. He could afford it anyway. Thinking about how Fifth Senior Brother had held back for so long, it was understandable. No wonder I couldn't find the Lord of Adversity. It turns out that he's dealing with Senior Brother Long Yu. Apart from Long Yu's fifth senior brother, the news also mentioned the supremacies who were pursuing them. One of them was the Lord of Adversity. I have to make a trip to the 10,000 Palaces maze. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's about time to reveal the identity of Proud Heaven again. I believe it will be very interesting. After all, it's been a long time since the incident. Perhaps everyone has forgotten about Proud Heaven's ferocity. After Lin Fei left the Dark Shadow Palace, he immediately rushed to the 10,000 Hall Labyrinth, one of the 10 great mystic realms in the Saint Spirit domain. This place was very dangerous. Even though it could not compare to the Black Domain, it was still one of the 10 great secret realms. Rumor had it that the Myriad Hall Labyrinth was a lair left behind by an ultimate god in the Sacred Spirit domain a long time ago. That ultimate god was called Myriad Hall Ultimate God, and it specially set up the Myriad Hall Labyrinth. The greatest feature of the 10,000 Halls maze was a maze. If any heavenly god entered without the corresponding map, it was very easy for them to get lost in it and be trapped inside for the rest of their lives. Those who were not very confident would rarely enter. No one knew if they would be trapped inside. Moreover, Myriad Hall Ultimate God cultivated the illusory style and had reached the phenomenal success stage. Lin Fei was very clear that his fifth senior brother could only escape into the Myriad Hall Labyrinth when he was seriously injured. This was the only chance for him to survive. Outside, they had many good friends. If they were intercepted midway, none of them would survive. Once they were entangled, they would definitely die. Lin Fei pushed Proud Heaven Stage 8 Prideful Heaven Stage to the limit. The void astral winds were directly shattered. In a very short time, Lin Fei approached the Myriad Hall Labyrinth. It took him a few days to get there. This was the fastest speed he could muster. Lin Fei stood in front of a huge black hole. The area of this black hole was very large, about 100 acres. It was pitch black and emitted a sinister aura, as though it was the entrance to hell. This was the entrance to the Myriad Hall Labyrinth. Although it was very safe outside, once one entered, it would be very troublesome. It is indeed the aura left behind by Fifth Senior Brother Long Yu and a few supremacies. They seem to have rushed in without stopping. Lin Fei checked and found some clues. There was no doubt about it. His fifth senior brother was indeed being chased, and the situation was very bad. Fifth senior brother, you must hold on. Lin Fei rushed in. The black hole was very deep. A sinister wind blew. It circled around Lin Fei's body and shook him into nothingness. Little Devil, immediately scan and analyze the Myriad Hall Labyrinth for me. Also, calculate the location of my fifth senior brother. Just the general area will do. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the Myriad Hall Labyrinth setup by a hierarch expert. Not to mention anything else, just the sinister wind that came just now was enough to block most heavenly gods. Got it. He was not very good at illusions, but Little Devil was good at it. With his powerful calculation ability, Lin Fei believed that even the Myriad Hall Labyrinth left behind by a hierarch could be solved. As long as he could solve the path, he would have a chance to find fifth senior brother one step earlier than others. This was the only way that Lin Fei could think of. If he relied on himself, it would take a long time to find someone in this labyrinth. He had no confidence in this at all. This is the Myriad Hall Labyrinth. After coming down from the black hole, Lin Fei stood in front of a black fog. He probed forward with his divine senses and was immediately suppressed. At most, he could maintain a certain distance and could not search further. It can even suppress divine senses. So many tricks. Swish, swish, swish. The black fog in the distance suddenly began to move around Lin Fei. It became corporeal. Walls were erected, and a labyrinth appeared in his field of vision. It exuded a strange aura. Above the labyrinth, black fog surged, and a repressive aura filled the air. Are you confident? Lin Fei was confident in his proud heaven. It was invincible and could destroy everything. However, he had no confidence in such a place. Destroy everything along the way? Lin Fei did not think that he was capable of doing so. If it was possible, those people would have already fought their way over. He could only barge through. I need time. How long will it take? At least 10 years. Lin Fei's face sank. 10 years was not a long time, and he did not know if fifth senior brother could hold on. I can only barge in first. Looking at the labyrinth, Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Anyway, with Little Devil around, you shouldn't fall for it, right? What if his luck was good? That was hard to say. Lin Fei kept comforting himself. He gritted his teeth. He charged in. Repressive. An extremely repressive aura. After entering the labyrinth, Lin Fei felt incredibly uncomfortable. He knew that this was caused by the churning black mist in the sky. He thought that proud heaven would be able to withstand it, but he never thought that it would actually target his soul. I can't be anxious. Lin Fei moved very slowly. Chapter 2846. In the depths of the 10,000 Palaces Labyrinth. In such a large area, all sorts of illusions were spread out. The front looked real, but the back looked like an illusion. Unknowingly, one would fall for it. Under such circumstances, a figure was flying forward. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Illusions kept shattering. They're following too closely. Cough, cough, cough. That person's expression was solemn. His face was extremely pale, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Cough, 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 I still failed. I didn't expect them to be so careful. I was too anxious. I regret it. This person was the fifth senior brother, Long Yu, who had left the ancient wasteland world. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't come in. Long Yu kept moving forward. Not long after leaving this position, about 10 days later, a few people caught up and stopped at this position. The disciple of the Water Moon God should have run in this direction. His injuries are getting worse. This time, we can't let him escape no matter what. Otherwise, all of us will have a hard time. All 5 of them were the avatars of the Supremes. The one who spoke was the bald Lord of Adversity. His expression was solemn. However, we just need to work hard. That remnant might not be able to hold on. Luckily, Brother Reckless Savage has a tracking secret skill. That's why we can keep following him. Chase. 10,000 Palaces Labyrinth. Lin Fei was flying forward, holding the sky splitter staff. Die. The black fog in front transformed into a huge, ferocious beast. Its murderous aura soared into the sky, and countless tentacles stabbed at him. Lin Fei swung the staff, and the huge, ferocious beast disappeared without a trace. So boring. You only know how to use illusions to trick people. Lin Fei had been in this place for many years. He had experienced many similar situations. It seemed easy to say, but he had almost fallen into illusions several times. Since then, Lin Fei had used force to shatter them all. This stupid method was actually quite good. The Sky Splitter Staff was an elemental energy divine weapon. There was no one in the 10,000 Palaces Labyrinth, and Lin Fei could use his strength without restraint. No illusions could withstand a blow. Over the years, Lin Fei had not found a single person. At the same time, one had to admit that the 10,000 Halls Labyrinth was a very interesting place. Danger lurked in every corner. If one was lucky, one could obtain some small items worth hundreds of thousands of Saint Spirit Crystals, or even millions of Saint Spirit Crystals. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was dispensable. Now, he just wanted to find Fifth Senior Brother as soon as possible. The maze was too big. If it wasn't for the powerful, proud heaven, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to move forward at full speed, hoping that little devil could quickly solve the maze. Every time Lin Fei asked, the little devil would only say, "Wait a little longer, soon." Lin Fei was used to it. Labyrinth of 10,000 Halls, Year 8. 8 years was nothing in the 10,000 Hall maze. Other than hurrying along, there was more hurrying along. In these 8 years, Lin Fei had fought hundreds of battles, both real and fake. Other than that, he had also encountered the most difficult monster to deal with. It was called the Myriad Palace Thorn Devil. These monsters were very strong and appeared in groups of 3 to 5. They had strong defense, could create illusions, and had strong attack power. They were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei had only found out the name of these monsters from the things left behind by the God Realm in the maze. It was a plaything made by that god. In the maze, they were top-notch. Even Lin Fei had a certain amount of pressure to deal with them. Basically, he needed to kill each one of them about 10 times. Ordinary gods and supremacies could just run away if they encountered them. This was the power of the Myriad Palace Thorn Devil. In 8 years, he had killed about 700 to 800 Myriad Palace Thorn Devils. Now, Lin Fei didn't even want to deal with them. It was too tiring. If that god was here, Lin Fei would say, "Why are you so bored? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeves?" In this maze, no one knew if they would encounter a group of Myriad Palace Thorn Devils in a corner. Lin Fei had encountered such a situation 40 to 50 times. Each time, he would break out in a cold sweat. It was fine in the periphery, but once he entered, Lin Fei had to take care of himself. The number of Myriad Palace Thorn Devils started to increase, and there were even small spaces hidden in the maze. Many of these small spaces became the nests of the Myriad Palace Thorn Devils. Lin Fei had entered 3 times, and each time, he was surrounded and attacked by the Myriad Palace Thorn Devils. There were so many of them that it was a headache to kill them. He was most worried that Fifth Senior Brother would encounter such a place. If that happened, it would be really difficult to find Fifth Senior Brother. 10,000 Palace Maze, Year 15. Lin Fei hadn't found Fifth Senior Brother Longyu. Little Devil hadn't solved it yet. This was something Lin Fei had expected. Only those who entered the 10,000 Palace Maze would know how dangerous and terrifying this place was. After 15 years, Lin Fei was about to become numb. Fortunately, his mental state wasn't affected. Hoo. Rod after rod landed on the 10,000 Palace Thorny Demon's body, causing it to howl in pain. However, it was unable to do anything to Lin Fei. After all these years, Lin Fei had come up with a battle strategy. Wave after wave of attacks was unleashed. Lin Fei didn't improve in other aspects, but he had become more experienced in using rod techniques. He could perfectly unleash the power of the Sky Splitter Rod. Master, it's done. It's solved. While attacking the myriad palace thorn devils, Lin Fei heard Little Devil's voice. He was overjoyed, especially when it said the last few words. Ha ha ha, that's great. He had waited for 15 years. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His system had really solved the 10,000 palace maze. Although it had taken 15 years, it was all worth it. Die. Lin Fei attacked crazily, shattering the myriad palace thorn devils one by one. The surroundings quietened down. Master, the 10,000 palace maze is unpredictable. I underestimated its power. Little Devil said, I was lucky. If it was the lower version, it would be impossible to solve it. All right. You've worked hard. Let me see the 10,000 palace maze. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Master, look carefully. This is the 10,000 palace maze. A 3D image appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was huge, and the entire 10,000 palace maze appeared in front of him. Great, it's really solved. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon, he found his position. There was a red dot there. I thought that I had reached the core of the 10,000 palace maze. I didn't expect that I would still be a distance away. The core is actually like this. There are actually palaces here. Could these positions be the myriad palace thorn devils? On the 3D image, many green dots appeared. For example, 3 green dots appeared in front of Lin Fei. Chapter 28:47. The entire 10,000 palaces maze appeared in front of him. This was the first time Lin Fei felt that it was extremely huge. After 15 years, he thought that he had run through it once. But looking at the 3D map, it seemed like he was still wandering around the periphery. The dangerous areas of the maze were all marked out, and he could feel how powerful it was. This was a place that would give anyone a headache. Where's my 5th senior brother? Do you have any results? Lin Fei asked. A purple region appeared on the 3D map. Your 5th senior brother should be in this region, which is the core of the 10,000 palaces maze. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It's good that you know the rough location. Help me find the fastest path. It's best if it's safe and not too dangerous. Very quickly, the little devil found a shortcut. As long as he charged in this direction, he would be able to reach that region. The biggest danger was passing through the nest of dozens of 10,000 palaces thorny demons. This was the more dangerous part. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Fighting with the 10,000 palaces thorny demons required time, but it wasn't difficult to shake them off. He was confident about this. Proud Heaven Stage 8 wasn't easy to deal with. With Little Devil's guidance, Lin Fei stopped running around blindly. He was glad that his luck wasn't bad, and he didn't keep wandering around the periphery. Charge! 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 Whenever an illusion appeared, Little Devil would warn him. Lin Fei directly attacked. Lin Fei brandished the sky-splitting staff in his hand, creating a strong wind. After images filled the air, knocking back the 10,000 palace thorny demon continuously, forcibly carving out a path. Not long later, there was a tail behind Lin Fei. They were all 10,000 palaces thorny demons that kept chasing him. As time passed, the number of tails behind him increased. From time to time, he would look back and feel a sense of accomplishment. Only Lin Fei had such a thought. It's a pity that they don't have any HP. They are just puppets. Every time the number increased, Lin Fei would shake his head. Not good at all. Up until now, there were more than 100,000 myriad palace thorny devils following behind Lin Fei, and they kept a distance from him. It took him a year to arrive at the purple zone, in the core region of the 10,000 halls labyrinth. Compared to the outside, the inside was very different. Master, you have to be careful here. You must advance according to the system's map. Otherwise, you might be trapped here forever. It can't be. This place looks very peaceful. It was indeed peaceful in his field of vision. Humph, this place is dangerous. Don't be fooled by its peaceful appearance. In fact, there are many spaces hidden under this area. That one Dian hierarch is really interesting. Oh, no way. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Nothing is impossible. There are at least tens of thousands of hidden microspaces below. Your 5th senior brother should have entered one of them. Then what are you waiting for? Lin Fei became anxious. Go ahead first and shake off the myriad palace thorny devils behind. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. He advanced carefully, afraid that he would fall in. That would be troublesome. Every microspace was filled with danger. If he wanted to come out, he had to complete the mission. Microspace. Lin Fei felt the change. Those 1,000-hall thorny demons that were chasing stopped and didn't continue. They turned around and went back. Some of them were slow and fell into the mini-space. This time, Lin Fei was sure. This is a real maze. Lin Fei followed the route as if he was walking on a tightrope. He did not dare to move too fast, afraid that it would cause a chain reaction. If that happened, it would be really troublesome. Go ahead. The aura left by your fifth senior brother is very weak. However, I can still find a specific microspace. Little Devil did not disappoint Lin Fei. He really caught the remnant aura. Great. It should be below. After passing through hundreds of microspaces, Lin Fei came to a place shrouded in black fog. Fifth senior brother's aura and 5 other auras are all Supremacy's auras. They really put in a lot of effort in order to eliminate the root of the problem. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he confirmed the location of fifth senior brother Longyu. He was in the microspace under the black fog. Without hesitation, Lin Fei rushed in. There was indeed a microspace under the black fog. This was not a big microspace. It was very small. He could see it clearly with his divine sense. This is not the nest of the myriad palace thorny devils. This space was very quiet. Explorer, welcome to this place. If you want to leave this place alive, you must complete the small test here. Kill 10 black magic beasts and obtain their horns. You will have 10,000 years to do this. If you fail the test, you will be obliterated. As soon as Lin Fei stepped into this microspace, a voice appeared in his mind. Compared to the others, it was not as cold and even had a hint of playfulness. Kill 10 black demon beasts? Obtain a horn? 10,000 years? But kill? Lin Fei was speechless. This test was really unique. Master, you really have to wait here for a few thousand years. The microspace is sealed. This place can only be entered. You can't go out. The microspace has been reinforced. Your strength can't break this microspace. The little devil poured a bucket of cold water on him. Lin Fei was slightly startled. I'd better find fifth senior brother first. He extended his divine sense. The situation of the microspace was fully seen by Lin Fei. Found it. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold and immediately moved over. The situation in this place was unknown. He did not dare to travel through the void. It was probably restricted. He might as well move over. No matter how big the danger was, he could avoid it and not be caught off guard. Longyu, you remnant of heavenly god Water Moon, you are dead today. A cold voice came from afar. A valley appeared in front. The ground was full of white bones, looking very gloomy. At this time, 5 people were besieging a pale-faced young man. The 5 of them cooperated well and attacked in a very rhythmic manner, constantly sending the young man flying. I hate that I didn't kill you. The young man's body was about to collapse. He had no ability to resist. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Puff! A high lord on the left pierced Longyu the Great's chest with a sword. Then another person gathered his strength and struck Longyu the Great into the mountain wall in front of him. With a loud rumble, large boulders fell down. The 5 high lords finally laughed. In order to hunt down the remnant of heavenly god Water Moon, they had spent almost 20 years. Finally, there was a result. Those disciples of heavenly god Water Moon were either dead or killed. This Longyu was the last one. They did not expect him to become a high lord. He almost caused a big trouble. Dying. Chapter 2848. The Lord of Adversity was considered to be in the second stage of the Supremacy ladder. This avatar was at the most ordinary Supremacy level and didn't cultivate any of the 10 major sections. He was very powerful. A Sacred Soul level 9 secret technique was more than enough to deal with a heavily injured Longyu the Great. The other party had no way of resisting. Because Longyu the Great hadn't advanced for long, he didn't have a good grasp of the power of a supremacy. Although he had a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique, he didn't have a matching treasure to use it, so its power was greatly reduced. Exalted Lord Duo, Nan was different. He had a matching treasure in his hands, and when he used it, its power was great. This person had to die. If they hadn't escaped into the 10,000 Hall maze, they wouldn't have taken so long. Long Yu the Great had no way of resisting, let alone a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique. He could only watch helplessly. Even if he died, he wouldn't have much regrets. Junior brother will definitely take revenge for me. Long Yu the Great was relieved. His junior brother had entered the Dark Shadow Palace and even became the disciple of Great Supremacy Han Tion. His potential was limitless. It didn't matter if he died. Junior brother Lin Fei would find out sooner or later. Long Yu the Great was confident in junior brother Lin Fei to be able to cultivate from a small place like the ancient wasteland world and become a supremacy. You guys will die sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you down there. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Adversity and the other 4 supremacies didn't care. As long as the disciple of the Water Moon Sky God killed Long Yu, there would be no more threats. After all, not everyone could become a supremacy. Die. The Lord of Adversity revealed a proud smile. He was finally going to get rid of the last problem. Ha ha, you guys are really interesting. 5 people bullying 1 person. Even I can't stand it anymore. A figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Long Yu the Great. The long staff spun and formed a huge whirlpool. The power of the whirlpool kept tearing apart the Lord of Adversity's attack until it disappeared without a trace. This person's arrival was too sudden. The Lord of Adversity did not notice him. The expressions of the 5 high lords changed. Someone had appeared, yet they didn't know about it. Who are you? The Lord of Adversity's Sacred Spirit Level 9 secret technique was not considered a top-notch killer move, but it was extremely powerful. Yet, it was easily neutralized by the other party. He immediately felt fear. Long Yu the Great was also shocked. In his unwilling eyes, there was a trace of hope. Perhaps he could be saved. Just like you guys, I accidentally came in. It's been more than 8,000 years. Lin Fei carried the sky splitter rod on his shoulder. Usually, I live in this cave abode in this canyon. But you guys destroyed my cave abode the moment you came. Tell me I'm angry. The Lord of Adversity and the others were dumbfounded. There was an expert hiding in this place. What kind of joke was this? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed possible. To leave this miniature space, one had to complete a specific mission. The time limit was 10,000 years. This person had lived here for 8,000 years, so there was no reason to suspect him. The 10,000 Hall Labyrinth was a large mystic realm in the Sacred Spirit domain. Indeed, some itinerant experts would come to explore. They would not believe that this person was Long Yu the Great's helper. Even a godly venerable might not be able to enter from the outside and successfully find him. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Other than this explanation, there was no other reason. They were very depressed. They had not been in this miniature space for long and did not know how powerful the Black Demon Beast was. It could stay here for 8,000 years. From the way it attacked just now, it was a body-tempering sect supremacy. It was not easy to deal with. Sir, we accidentally destroyed your cave abode. We did not know about it. It was all because of this guy. If not for him, we would not have disturbed you. The Lord of Adversity thought quickly. He is an enemy of the Gate of Providence. As long as you do not interfere in this matter, the Gate of Providence is willing to offer 10 million Saint Spirit crystals. In this place, the Lord of Adversity really did not want to offend the other party. Even if the 5 of them worked together, they would not be confident in taking down a body-tempering sect supremacy expert. They had a quick discussion just now and decided to use the forces behind them in compensation to make the other party leave. It was totally worth it to kill a supremacy. The Divine Martial Tower is also willing to offer 10 million Saint Spirit crystals. A gray-robed old man said. The Dragon Sect is the same. A strong man from the Dragon Sect said. Among the 10 major sections, in the body-tempering sect, once a supremacy became a supremacy, Not only would he be able to resist, but he would also be able to take a beating. It was best to use money to pave the way. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Divine Martial Tower, the Dragon Sect, and the Gate of Providence are all first-rate forces in the Saint Spirit world. You really mustered such a large force just for the other party? Sir, you are right. This person is our mortal enemy. Please do not interfere. The Lord of Adversity said, "We will be eternally grateful." Lan Yu the Great, who was on the verge of death, felt his heart sink. No matter who it was, they would treat these three first-rate forces very seriously, especially since they had come with their avatars. Ordinary people would not offend them unless they had a backer. Ha 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 ha, do you know who I am? Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I even dared to kill people from a massacre palace. Why would I be afraid of threats? That's right, it's been tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid everyone has forgotten my name. My name is Ao Yin. At this moment, Lin Fei's murderous eyes became even more vicious. You are Heavenly God Ao Yin, the Heavenly God Ao Yin who fought against Sovereign Lord Zhao Wuji in the kingdom of Tianhe. The Lord of Adversity and the others revealed blank expressions. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had been countless experts, and they really couldn't remember such a person. They clearly remembered the Dragon Sect's reckless barbarian sovereign. He cultivated a special heavenly god body. Rumor had it that he came from the Black Realm, which was why he could fight against Sovereign Lord Zhao Wuji at such a young age. Ever since this person left the kingdom of Tianhe, he had completely disappeared without a trace. No one would have thought that this person would be in the 10,000 Palace Maze and become a sovereign lord. His expression sank. It seemed that he was in big trouble. This person even dared to kill experts from the Massacre Palace. 2 experts from the Huan family had died, but he was still alive and well. Reckless Barbarian Sovereign realized that he was in big trouble. It seemed that he shouldn't use this to threaten the other party. This person was a classic example of someone who wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion. He was like a stone in the latrine. He was decisive. After this was said, the expressions of the Lord of Adversity and the Gate of Providence became a bit unnatural. The guy who disappeared, he was actually here. He even became a sovereign lord. Not bad. There are still people who remember my name. Then you should know my personality. Lin Fei revealed a ferocious gaze as his gaze fell on the Lord of Adversity. You should be the Gate of Providence's the Lord of Adversity. I am. Chapter 2849. This strike was extremely domineering. No one had expected that this arrogant fellow would start the fight as soon as he said so. They could feel that thick and terrifying power crushing down like an endless ocean. The 5 people present were all supremacies. They were all top figures in the Saint Spirit domain. They had never met someone who attacked without warning. The supremacies of the Dragon Sect had heard of this proud heaven. He had some fame tens of thousands of years ago and caused quite a stir in the Tianhe Kingdom. However, as soon as the other party attacked, their faces immediately sank. They had encountered a terrifying expert. Too monstrous. Too terrifying. The supremacies of the Dragon Sect were also supremacies. The other party's attack was fierce and domineering. With one move, the supremacies knew that they were inferior to the other party. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ripples on the surface of the body were instantly shattered. They were affected by the aftershock. Exalted Lord Duo Nan fell into a state of terror. The other party's cudgel came crashing down. Tens of thousands of rolling shadows directly tore through the Emperor's will protection and smashed into many Nan's supremacy's body. The Emperor's will protection shattered, as if a gap had appeared. Power surged in. Boom! It was so difficult for the High Lord to explode. Too strong. After the Lord of Adversity was blown up with one strike, the expressions of the remaining 4 supremacies changed drastically. To be able to blow up one's body with one strike, the power was tyrannical and terrifying. At the very least, it was a top-notch supremacy. Ordinary supremacies could not unleash such power. The Lord of Adversity recovered, and he was at a loss. With just one move, my body was destroyed by the other party. How am I supposed to continue playing? Where did this guy come from? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The Lord of Adversity dared to guarantee that he had never offended such a person. With just one move, he knew that he was far from being Proud Heaven's opponent. Perhaps even if the five of them joined forces, they might not be a match for this person. The power was too domineering, and it was completely crushing. Misunderstanding my ass. Back then, the person who came reported your name. Lin Fei charged forward once more, swinging his staff down once more. His strength surged. Lin Fei didn't want anyone to think of senior brother Long Yu. In any case, he was being unreasonable. The other four stood to the side, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What should we do? Should we make a move? But if we make a move, our chances of winning aren't high. Not good, his body has exploded again. If this goes on, he won't be able to hold on for long. Brother Duo Nan's life force will be completely consumed. For supremacies like them, as long as their life force wasn't completely exhausted, they could continue living. However, given the current situation, they really couldn't hold on for much longer. The other party's attack was overbearing and powerful. They didn't dare to approach. The Lord of Adversity came with us. We absolutely can't let him die here. Let's join forces and make him unable to fend for himself. We will win. Reckless Savage Sovereign of Dragon's Sect said. All right, let's attack. Long Yu the Great was dumbfounded. He didn't know this Aotion Lord at all. Before the two sides could say anything, the Aotion Lord made a move, injuring the Lord of Adversity with a single move. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Even he didn't think that he could withstand a single move from the other party. This body-tempering supremacy's strength was exceptionally powerful, as if it was boundless. Your Excellency, Out Yin, Brother Duo, Nan is one of us. If you want to touch him, you have to ask us first. Reckless Savage Sovereign rushed up with two golden copper hammers in his hands and smashed them with two streams of light. That's right, Brother Duo Nan, you can't touch him, no matter who you are. The two supremacies of Divine Martial Tower also made a move, displaying their Saint Soul Level 9 killing technique, not daring to hold back. Lin Fei was furious. Wow, you dare to make a move? I originally wanted to let you go, but I won't be polite anymore. Lin Fei loved it when they made a move, just in time to kill them all. Although it was his first time fighting against 5 supremacies, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. These were all moving treasures. Where could he find such a large amount of life energy? Lin Fei swept the sky splitter staff in his hand outwards, and a thick power slid past. The Saint Soul Level 9 killing technique was broken in the middle, and it heavily smashed onto Reckless Savage Sovereign's golden copper hammers. Crack, crack! The power swept onto the golden copper hammers, and Reckless Savage Sovereign's beloved weapon was broken in half. It's actually broken. Reckless Savage Sovereign's expression changed greatly. This was the first time something like this had happened, and his eyes were filled with pain. With this, Lin Fei rushed up and smashed his staff over. Reckless Savage Sovereign subconsciously used both hands to block. He was confident that he could block this attack. His heavenly god physique wasn't weak, and he should be able to endure it better than Brother Duo Nan. Just as this thought flashed in his mind, Reckless Savage Sovereign's body was torn apart by the force. An 8th Order Heavenly God realm Reckless Savage Sovereign couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party and was directly injured. How powerful was this person's strength? It was beyond his imagination. Not good. There's danger. This person's strength is at least several times greater than mine, and his weapon is extraordinary. After recovering, the Reckless Savage Sovereign's complexion paled slightly. He realized that he had run into a terrifying opponent. Can't even withstand a single blow. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei charged toward the other supremacies. It was an ordinary attack. The two supremacies' attacks were easily neutralized by Huang Xiaolong. Arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong's staff struck out fiercely and swiftly. With 2 bangs, the supremacies' bodies were smashed to pieces. Just a moment ago, the Lord of Adversity was overjoyed. With 5 supremacies working together, would they still be afraid of losing to Proud Heaven? But now his face paled. This strength was definitely at the level of a top supremacy. I'm finished. Why did I run into such an expert here? Run? We're not his match. We can't fight anymore. He's too strong. We can't block him at all. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. Every time a staff shadow appeared, it would easily shatter a supremacy's body. Unable to increase the distance between them, Lin Fei's face was as bitter as a gourd. Join hands? They no longer had the courage to do so. Their attacks were easily neutralized by Huang Xiaolong. After several exchanges, they suffered heavy losses. Unable to block Huang Xiaolong's attacks, they had exhausted a large amount of their vitality. Bang! With another strike, another supremacy died. After 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, the supremacy's clone finally died. After the first supremacy appeared, a second supremacy's clone appeared. They were hunted down all the way. Whether they split up or joined hands, they couldn't block Huang Xiaolong's ferocious attacks. Every time Huang Xiaolong's staff struck, they couldn't even block it. Terrifying, too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying person? The Lord of Adversity watched helplessly as his companions were beaten to death one by one. Proud heaven, our gate of providence won't let you off. Chapter 2850. The one who was the most shocked was Long Yu the Great. He saw with his own eyes that the 5 supremacies who chased him died one by one in the hands of this proud heaven deity. He had a little impression of this person. Back then, he caused a commotion in Tianhe Kingdom and was known as the one with the greatest potential among the body-tempering school heavenly deities. At that time, Long Yu the Great was only a little interested and paid attention to it. After all, it was very difficult to become a supremacy. It required time. Advancing in hundreds of thousands of years was considered fast. Later, because he wanted to find his enemy, Long Yu the Great didn't pay attention to it. He didn't expect to meet him here. He broke through to the supremacy realm in tens of thousands of years. Once he advanced, he would be at the first step of the supremacy realm. Rumor has it that the body-tempering school supremacy is strong. Some are weak. The dragon sect's reckless barbarian supremacy. I felt a lot of pressure facing him alone. But in the hands of Ao Tian Lord, I couldn't even withstand a single move. The difference in strength is too great. If this was outside, this Ao Tian Lord would immediately become the guest of all the forces. His strength is at least 10 times stronger than mine. Long Yu the Great witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. They were like ants and could only keep fleeing. This was a true High Lord. Long Yu the Great couldn't help but feel envious. He didn't know when he could reach this realm. The distance was really too far. If Long Yu the Great knew that the other party hid his strength and used 70% to 80%, he would be completely dumbfounded. When facing a supremacy, no matter who it was, almost all of them used their full strength and didn't dare to hold back. Even a lion would use its full strength to fight a rabbit, let alone at this realm. Many thanks to Ao Tian Lord for helping. They were dead, but the swimming dragon supreme, Lord, survived. He sighed endlessly. He was so close to dying. Ha ha ha! Lin Fei, who flew back, looked up to the sky and laughed. Look at me again, who am I? Hua hua hua! Lin Fei's body wriggled and his aura changed greatly. Junior brother, how come it's you? Long Yu the Great was also frightened by the laughter. Then he saw an incredible scene. This Ao Tian Lord actually transformed into his junior brother Lin Fei. What surprised? Ha ha ha! Lin Fei confirmed that there was no one else. Those who should die were all dead. There was no need to hide. Long Yu the Great cried tears of joy. I didn't expect that junior brother would come to save me. Junior brother Lin Fei must have rushed over to save him. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence, not hesitating to make a move on 3 first-rate factions just because of a small disturbance. You are my senior brother. As her junior brother, how could I not come? Lin Fei said with a smile. I didn't disappoint you, right? Not at all. In fact, I am very happy. Long Yu the Great said happily. Roaming Dragon Supreme Lord said happily. Master would be very happy if he knew. Our sect has produced such a powerful Supreme Lord like you. Back then, Master might not have had your battle prowess. Hee hee. The two of them changed to another place. With Lin Fei's help, Swimming Dragon Lord's injuries gradually healed. He had not had the time to heal all these years, and his old and new injuries added up together, making it impossible for him to recover. During this period, Lin Fei also found out what senior brother Long Yu had experienced in the past 100,000 years. Junior brother, I was too anxious this time. I didn't expect them to be so cunning. After so many years, they're still staring at this matter. I thought it was only a matter of time. Long Yu the Great smiled bitterly. Senior brother, you are not to be blamed for this. Lin Fei said. After all, you wouldn't have expected that they would still arrange for people to keep an eye on it for hundreds of thousands of years. They are probably worried that Master's disciples will come to take revenge. Our Master is a supremacy. With a bit of inheritance, there might be a supremacy. The threat of a supremacy is not something many people can bear. Thanks to you, senior brother. Otherwise, if I died, I would be embarrassed to see Master. It would be so embarrassing. Long Yu the Great sighed. It's because of you that junior brother came to the 10,000 Palace maze and fell into such a place. I feel bad. It's okay. Isn't it just 10,000 years? Maybe we don't need 10,000 years. We can go out. Moreover, the time here should pass faster than outside. Maybe it will only be a few thousand years outside. Lin Fei did not care at all. Long Yu the Great was relieved. If not for him this time, junior brother would not have come alone. He did not dare to imagine what had happened. When he first met Lin Fei in the ancient wasteland domain, Long Yu the Great felt that his junior brother would be more promising than him. In his opinion, it would take at least 400,000 to 500,000 years for junior brother to become more promising. In the end, this junior brother of his, from start to finish, in less than 200,000 years, he suddenly surpassed him, fighting 5 high lords alone, domineering to the heavens. That's true. I just don't know how powerful this black demon beast is. Long Yu the Great was a little worried. It can't be too powerful. At most, it can resist a little. When it meets me, I will kill them all. Lin Fei did not care much. It was just a small test. Maybe we can even get some good things. Ha ha ha. At the same time, in the Saint Spirit domain, the Gate of Providence, the Dragon Sect, and the Divine Martial Tower, a total of 5 supremacies woke up from seclusion. They lost contact with their avatars, and their expressions changed drastically. The loss of an avatar was not a small price. Proud heaven, they immediately knew the cause and effect of the connection between their avatars. They knew the specific situation. After they came out of seclusion, the 5 of them sat together. Thinking about what happened in the 10,000 Palaces maze, they all looked at each other. I didn't expect the 5 of us to lose to a junior. Reckless Savage Supremacy had a helpless look on his face. I think I'm the strongest among the supremacies, but compared to that person, the gap is too big. Swimming Dragon Supremacy is really lucky to have encountered that guy. Everyone fell silent again. After coming out of seclusion, they immediately found information about Proud Heaven. At first, they were furious, but as they learned more about Proud Heaven, their hearts sank. This was a monster. Tens of thousands of years ago, this guy could fight with Supremacy Zhao Wuji in the Tiana Kingdom and not be defeated. It was rumored that he made Zhao Wuji suffer a big loss and then disappeared without a trace. Now he had become a supremacy, and a top-notch supremacy at that. An insurmountable mountain. Brother Duo Nan, that person, the Lord of Adversity, was the most puzzled. How could he have such an enemy in front of him? The strength that he was so proud of had become so fragile. Chapter 28:51. 10,000 Halls Labyrinth. In the core area, there was a miniature space. Lin Fei and Long Yu the Great started to work together to deal with the black demon beasts. This thing refreshed once every 1,000 years. Every time they refreshed, there would be 2 of them. They were extremely good at illusion attacks, and at the same time, they were extremely fast. They were not easy to deal with. What made them speechless was that the black demon beasts only existed for a short period of time. Once the time was up, they would automatically collapse and disappear. They had to be killed within a certain period of time. Junior brother is still the best. This kind of black demon beast is really hard to deal with. It's already difficult to deal with one. Long Yu the Great restrained one of them. The other black demon beast was dealt with by Lin Fei. With no outsiders, Lin Fei attacked with all his might. The black demon beasts were good at illusions, and they were not inferior to his supremacy. Unfortunately, they had encountered a weirdo like him. They would find it difficult to deal with anyone. Unfortunately, they met me. I happen to be the nemesis of the black demon beasts. Lin Fei laughed while attacking the other black demon beast. He wielded the sky splitter staff in his hand, exerting its power to the limit. Every strike landed on the same spot. In a short while, the black demon beast was killed. In the miniature space, Lin Fei and Long Yu the Great stayed for a total of 10,000 years and finally gathered 10 black demon horns. Congratulations on completing the training mission. The vast voice sounded again. Swoosh! A powerful energy descended. The two could not resist at all and were teleported to another miniature space. So powerful. I can't even resist it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Long Yu the Great was the same. He was full of fear. You're in luck. You've passed the training mission and obtained the qualification to enter Wan Hall Tower. You can get a treasure on the first floor. After a loud rumble, a seemingly real and fake black ancient building appeared in front of the two. Junior brother, it seems like we're in luck, Long Yu the Great said excitedly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Come, let's go in. Two ordinary black statues stood at the entrance of the ancient building. However, as soon as Lin Fei looked over, a wary expression appeared on his face. The two black statues gave off an oppressive and threatening feeling, and he immediately fell into deep thought. He should have the battle prowess of a great sovereign lord. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Fortunately, Lin Fei was now at the 8th layer of proud celestial body, so even if it was a great sovereign lord, he could only feel a bit of pressure and threat and was far from being afraid. Junior brother, come over and take a look. Long Yu the Great shouted from inside. As soon as he stepped into the ancient pavilion, he arrived in a boundless starry sky. The starry sky was filled with resplendent light, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the dazzling light was actually a sealed treasure. How generous! Long Yu the Great had heard of all kinds of legends about the maze of 10,000 halls, but he never thought that he would actually encounter it. He was even more grateful to junior brother Lin Fei. That's right. How generous! Lin Fei swept a glance. Senior brother, take a good look and choose a good item to bring back, so that you can increase your strength. Long Yu the Great nodded, and there aren't many opportunities like this. Right now, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in these treasures. The powerful, proud, celestial body was everything. The items on the first floor of 10,000 Halls Tower are really not bad. They are all usable by great sovereigns. Lin Fei used the system to scan them. After a round, there were indeed many good items. Most importantly, they were all suitable for great sovereigns. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything suitable for Lin Fei, so he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I'll take this one. Lin Fei randomly chose a Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique. It was a defensive secret technique that targeted illusions, and it was called Illusory Shield. In his eyes, it wasn't bad, but if it was spread out, who knew how many people would be shocked? This was a rare Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique that targeted illusions. When you have time in the future, you can come and play. Only Lin Fei could talk about this place so casually. Senior brother, what did you choose? Long Yu the Great returned with a face full of smiles. I chose a weapon that is suitable for me. If I completely refine it, my strength will increase by 30 to 40%. Lin Fei was sincerely happy for senior brother. That's great. A heavenly divine weapon that matched the support of a sect would undoubtedly increase one's strength by a lot. Without junior brother's help, I would probably be a corpse by now. Long Yu the Great sighed. Those black demonic beasts are getting more and more powerful. If it were me, I would have died in the mouths of those black demonic beasts. Senior brother, don't say such things in the future. We're all family, okay? Lin Fei smiled. Let's leave the 10,000 halls maze first. I'll help you find a place to guard and refine this heavenly divine weapon. They came to a deserted desert when they came out. We're finally out. Lin Fei really did not like the stifling feeling inside. That's right, we're finally out. I thought I would never have the chance to see the outside world again. Long Yu the Great took a deep breath. It's great to be alive. When he had entered, Long Yu the Great had been prepared to die. 5 supremacies had chased after him. One could imagine what kind of outcome that would have been. Senior brother, since we're out, the Lord of Adversity and the rest are going to have a headache. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Long Yu the Great's gaze was cold. They're going to have a headache. Lin Fei had single-handedly killed 5 of them. This would definitely cause a huge commotion in the Saint Spirit domain. They were probably terrified and uneasy now. Senior brother, are you familiar with this place? The Saint Spirit domain was huge, but Lin Fei had never been to this place before. This should be the endless desert in the west of the Saint Spirit domain. It's a very remote place. This is good too. At least no one will notice us. Long Yu the Great said after looking around. So this is the endless desert in the west. The 10,000 halls maze's teleportation is really amazing. Lin Fei really did not expect to be transported so far in one go. The endless desert was in the west of the Saint Spirit domain. There were very few people in this place. Lin Fei decided to let his senior brother refine the heavenly divine weapon here. Long Yu the Great naturally had no objections and opened up a cave abode in a safe place to help guard. Long Yu the Great used a total of 2,000 years to refine the heavenly divine weapon that he had obtained, and his strength improved greatly. If he encountered the Lord of Adversity and the rest again, at least he would not be as battered and exhausted as before. At least he would have a certain level of resistance. Junior brother, now that I've refined the heavenly divine weapon, my strength has increased greatly. I won't be at a disadvantage against any one of them. Long Yu the Great said, what do you think we should do next? Although Long Yu the Great was his senior brother, he valued his junior brother, Lin Fei's words. Chapter 28:52. After a discussion, Lin Fei and Long Yu the Great decided to stay in the shadows, one in the open and the other in the open. The one in the open was Long Yu the Great. A great lord was obviously going against 3 first-rank forces. Anyone would feel a headache coming on. At the very least, masters like the Lord of Adversity and Reckless Wildlord wouldn't dare to chase after Long Yu the Great. As long as they couldn't figure out why Long Yu the Great would make a move, they wouldn't dare to act on their own. No one could guarantee that this Aotion Lord wasn't hiding somewhere. After suffering such a huge loss, they wouldn't dare to swagger around and chase after Huang Xiaolong again. In the dark, Lin Fei would keep an eye on them. As long as the 3 forces' great lords dared to come out, they wouldn't be able to return. Without a great lord, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Just like that, the matter was settled. They were the first to arrive at the gate of Providence's territory. Long Yu the Great appeared in person, killing more than a dozen 7th-order heavenly god realm masters from the Gate of Providence. A heavenly god master like this was the core strength of any force. Gate of Providence, listen up, those dead heavenly gods are just the beginning. Hand over the Lord of Adversity, and as long as you don't hand him over, your heavenly gods can forget about moving around outside. Long Yu the Great personally arrived at the Gate of Providence. His voice reverberated through the entire Gate of Providence. A great lord had come knocking on their door, causing all the masters at the Gate of Providence to turn pale. In the Saint Spirit world, 7th-order heavenly god realm and great lord realm masters were the most dangerous existences to provoke. The former would go crazy, and if luck was on their side, they might even break through and become a formidable enemy. Then, the other was a great lord. When a great lord wanted to make things difficult for a force, congratulations, you'd hit the jackpot. Damn it. Supremacy Powerhouse is blocking the door. Who dares to go out? What the hell is going on? The heavenly deity Powerhouse became terrified and uneasy. With a revered lord outside, who would dare to head out? That would just be courting death. The difference between a 7th-order heavenly god realm and a venerable lord was too great. Long Yu the Great sat cross-legged outside. All the high lords of the Gate of Providence appeared, including the Lord of Adversity. How difficult is it? What's going on? The sect master of the Gate of Providence was also a supremacy powerhouse. His name was Supremacy Tianxin, and he was also the strongest. He was at the peak of the supremacy realm. The Lord of Adversity did not expect this guy to really come out of the 10,000 temple maze. He was not afraid of Long Yu the Great. On the other hand, that Aotian Lord was the scarier one. He alone could suppress 5 high lords. Even though they did not see that Aotian Lord, who could guarantee that he was not hiding in the void. That person is the Water Moon Heavenly God's disciple, Long Yu. He's a high lord now. I chased after him in the past, but failed to kill him. I regret it. The Lord of Adversity was filled with regret. Isn't he just a Water Moon Heavenly God's disciple? So what if he's a high lord? Our Gate of Providence has 4 high lords. Let's go out and kill that bastard. One of the high lords said disdainfully, "That's right. What's there to be afraid of? Our Gate of Providence isn't that easy to bully." Another high lord sneered. The Gate of Providence had a total of 4 high lords. At the same time, they had an alliance with the Divine Martial Tower and Dragon Sect. They had many good friends in the Saint Spirit world. Heavenly Heart Supremacy understood the Lord of Adversity very well. He could hear a trace of a problem in his words. Could it be that this Long Yu the Great has a backer? The Lord of Adversity smiled bitterly. He isn't scary. The scary one is someone else. The expressions of the 4 high lords changed. Obviously, they did not believe the Lord of Adversity's words. Could it be that that person is a great supremacy? The Lord of Adversity shook his head. He isn't a great supremacy. However, he alone can kill the 4 of us. Do you know why I came out of seclusion? It's because my doppelganger died in that person's hands. Not only me, but a total of 5 people from the Divine Martial Tower and Dragon Sect died in that person's hands. Moreover, they were defeated head-on. That person's name. You might have some impression of him. He's called Aotian. If you still can't remember, I can remind you. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a physique cultivator in Qianna Nation who suppressed Zhao Wuji. At this moment, everyone remembered. It's that guy. The Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord couldn't believe it. Is there a mistake? In less than 100,000 years, that person has already advanced? He can even kill the 5 of you? The difference between killing and defeating is too big. See for yourselves. The Lord of Adversity waved his hand, and an image appeared. It was the scene in the 10,000 temple labyrinth. They saw a black-clothed man holding a long black rod, attacking the Lord of Adversity. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could clearly see the waves of power crushing each other. Do you still dare to say that you can defeat this person? After being dumbfounded, everyone collectively fell silent. Although this was a scene in their memory, they could clearly feel this person's strength. Every blow was fierce and overbearing. He's a physique cultivator? Yes. Long Yu the Great personally sat outside the Gate of Providence. In everyone's opinion, the experts of the Gate of Providence would definitely make a move. After all, not daring to let the other party go would be a slap in the face to the Gate of Providence. To everyone's disappointment, there was no movement from the Gate of Providence. A full 10 years had passed. There was no response from the Gate of Providence. Not a single supremacy appeared. The Gate Master of the Gate of Providence, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord, also did not come out. Junior brother's influence has completely suppressed them. Long Yu the Great had never been so relaxed. He, a supremacy, blocked the Gate of Providence, scaring the 4 supremacies of the Gate of Providence into not daring to come out. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. They are really good at enduring. Lin Fei had been secretly collecting information. The Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect did not send any experts over. He knew that they should know of his existence and were unwilling to send supremacies to their deaths. Wait a little longer. If they don't come, I don't mind killing my way in. He had thought that the Gate of Providence would know the whereabouts of senior brother Long Yu. They would definitely come out. He did not expect them to be so timid. There had been no movement. Disappointing, too disappointing. My Aotion Lord's influence is starting to affect them. This is not enough. No matter what, I have to do something more ruthless. Lin Fei had never thought of letting them go so easily, whether they knew about it or not. The news at the Gate of Providence had been blocked by a supremacy spread like wildfire. That was a first-rate force. In the Saint Spirit domain, it was considered big news. What was strange was that there was no movement from the Gate of Providence. This was quite surprising. Subsequently, someone investigated the origin of this supremacy and was shocked. It turned out that this was a disciple of the Water Moon Supreme. He was here for revenge. What was even more puzzling was why there was no movement from the Tianese sect. Chapter 2853. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Long Yu the Great had been waiting outside the Gate of Providence. During this period, some heavenly gods tried to go out, but they all died at the Gate of Providence. This really scared the heavenly gods at the Gate of Providence. Junior brother, they probably won't come. They're afraid that you're ambushing them in secret. Long Yu the Great sent a message. Lin Fei's reply was quick. They should be scared. Even so, they won't be safe inside. No matter what, the Lord of Adversity must die. Yeah, Long Yu the Great said, let's change the method. Let's kill them directly. This was the final solution that they had discussed. For 50 years, it could be seen that the Divine Martial Arts Tower and the Dragon Sect had been in seclusion. Not a single expert had come. This also gave Lin Fei an opportunity to attack. The Gate of Providence did not have much backing. It had many friends from all over the world, including some High Lords. It was also the weakest among the three forces. Lin Fei was ready to attack the Gate of Providence. Let's wait a few more years, and then we'll fight. Don't think that a formation can stop me. Lin Fei sneered. These bastards. Inside the Gate of Providence, the Lord of Adversity cursed. In the past 50 years, he had contacted the High Lords of the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Faction, asking them to come to the Gate of Providence. When the High Lords heard the news, they did not go into seclusion. They used the excuse that they were outside as an excuse. None of them came. The Lord of Adversity was furious. A group of unreliable people. Did they really think that they would be fine if they didn't come? They were greedy for life and afraid of death. In fact, the Lord of Adversity was the same. Sect Master, it's all my fault. The Lord of Adversity found the Sect Master and said guiltily. The Lord of Adversity was in a bad mood. Anyone who was blocked at the gate would have the same expression. Are you sure that the Aotion Lord is nearby? We've searched. There's really no one. The Lord of Adversity was also suspicious. He knew that they were in trouble after reading the message of the Aotion Lord from tens of thousands of years ago. The faster a physique tempering expert broke through, the more potential they had. At the same time, it also proved that the heaven god body that the other party cultivated was definitely a top-notch body tempering technique in the Saint Spirit domain. There was no doubt about it. That person is extremely cunning and decisive in killing. I have a 70 to 80% chance that he is in the vicinity, just that he is using a special method, so I can immediately find him. Many Nan Supreme Lord said, have you thought it through? How exactly did you offend that Paragon, Lord Aotion? Sovereign Empyrean Heart changed his question. I really can't think of it. This question had been bothering the Lord of Adversity. He didn't remember offending a physique tempering expert with potential. As for the possibility that the Aotion Lord and Long Yu the Great knew each other from the start, he didn't think it was possible. Even if they knew about it, the 10,000 Palace Maze was so complicated they wouldn't be able to rush over easily. It must be a coincidence. Then we have to go out and have a chat. Over at the Divine Martial Tower. Both Supremacy Halia and Supremacy Ziyang received the news. They didn't go after him previously because they had something on their hands. However, they also learned about the situation from others. They immediately want to understand the background of the Aotion Lord. Mysterious. Very mysterious. The other party appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly too. He hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, but he appeared in the 10,000 Palace Maze. Long Yu the Great is still blocking the Gate of Providence. It's been 50 years. Should we make a trip there? Supremacy, Ziyang frowned. We can't drag it on forever. There are rumors saying that our divine martial tower is afraid of that Long Yu the Great. Exalt Vast Lie's expression was indeterminate, and he was hesitant. Do we dare to go? These words revealed Supremacy Halia's helplessness. Can you guarantee that the Ao Tian Lord didn't ambush us? Supremacy Ziyang was momentarily speechless. Fear, this was what they were afraid of. Even the dragon sect's reckless savage, Supremacy, couldn't defeat a physique tempering expert, let alone them. Then let's wait a little longer. Sigh, we've really lost face this time. Fortunately, they went to look for the Gate of Providence first. Reckless savage, Supremacy paid attention to the situation. The Gate of Providence can only say that you guys are unlucky. Ever since Reckless Savage Supremacy returned, he had constantly arranged for people to investigate the news of the Ao Tian Lord. Until now, there was very little information on hand. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. His appearance was too mysterious. Reckless Savage Supremacy clearly remembered that the strength of that person was at least 5 times stronger than him, and this was the lowest estimate. That Ao Tian Lord dared to attack Supremacy Zhao Wuji back then. Now that he has become a Supremacy, his temper has become even more violent. This kind of person has never been reasonable. I'll stay in the dragon sect. Let's see if he dares to come knocking on my door. He was afraid in his heart. They were clearly both physique tempering Supremacies, but why was there such a huge difference in strength? It was like the difference between 2 extremes. Is the Gate of Providence going to endure it forever? Who knows? In any case, the Gate of Providence has become famous. On the continent, it's been a long time since a sect has encountered such a thing, and it's been 50 years. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Even if you ask me, I don't know either. Many heavenly gods who were watching the show were confused. This situation was very unexpected. Everyone knew that there were 4 Supremacies in the Heavens Will sect, and the 4 of them joined forces. If the 4 of them joined forces, it would be a piece of cake for them to deal with a Supremacy. They really couldn't understand why they didn't make a move. The Gate of Providence's Supremacy Tianxin is here. On this day, Supremacy Tianxin came out with 3 Supremacies. Everyone's eyes lit up. Were they going to fight? You guys are finally willing to come out. Long Yu the Great sent a message and stood up. His murderous gaze landed on the Lord of Adversity. The Lord of Adversity, I thought you would hide for the rest of your life. It's a pity that the last time it was a clone that died. This time, you won't be so lucky. This was a secret. It's hard to believe. How difficult is it? The clone of the High Lord has already been killed. Someone exclaimed with widened eyes. No one knew about this news. Now they finally understood why the Lord of Adversity didn't come out. It turned out to be because of this reason. The Lord of Adversity's expression turned ugly. Long Yu, you're really bold. Do you think that we won't dare to make a move? The Lord of Adversity said through the array formation, this is the Gate of Providence's territory. A single thought from us, and you'll be able to leave this place. That was what he said. However, he didn't feel threatened at all. Chapter 2854. Suddenly, a piece of big news broke out. The onlookers were shocked. No wonder the Gate of Providence's High Lord could not stand up to him. To be able to kill a doppelganger, his strength should not be underestimated. Since when did the disciple of High Lord Watermoon become so powerful? The situation seemed to be a little different from what they had expected. Come on, come on. If you have the ability, come out and fight for 300 rounds. Let's see who wins. Long Yu the Great said proudly. The heavenly divine weapon obtained from the 10,000 Palace Labyrinth had improved his strength. In a one-on-one fight, he was not inferior to these veteran High Lords. Long Yu the Great was so unyielding. The Lord of Adversity felt uncomfortable. Skyheart Supremacy had been observing. No matter how hard it is, just go out and fight with him for a while. Even if the Ao Tian Lord is hiding nearby, he can't stop us if we want to come back. He transmitted his voice over. All right. The Lord of Adversity was very sullen. How could a dignified veteran Supremacy be suppressed by a newly ascended Supremacy? That would be too outrageous. Although he was worried that Ao Tinzin Lord was hiding in the vicinity, he was at his own doorstep, and Senior Master Duo Nan was still at ease. The sect of Heaven's Will's protective array was not an undeserved reputation. If he could seriously injure Long Yu the Great, at least he would not come a guard. The Lord of Adversity felt that Long Yu the Great could not possibly know the Ao Tian Lord. Back in the 10,000 Palace Labyrinth, everything was a coincidence. He did not believe that the second time would be such a coincidence. After hearing what the sect master said, Senior Master Duo Nan felt that it was a good idea. The Gate of Providence could not be blocked by the other party forever. He had to give it a try. All right, who's afraid of who? Skyheart's supremacy controlled the formation. The Lord of Adversity came out. How dare you block the Gate of Providence? Who do you think you are? Get ready. Once you see a stranger, attack immediately. Don't let anything happen to Duo Nan. This was the High Lord's true body. The Lord of Adversity was filled with anger. He immediately used the Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique without holding back. He wanted to defeat Long Yu the Great. For a time, a terrifying aura rose outside the Gate of Providence. The two silhouettes were locked in battle, neither gaining the upper hand. No matter how difficult it is, you still want to defeat me so easily. After obtaining the heavenly divine weapon, Long Yu the Great's strength had greatly increased. The power of his normal attacks had also increased, and he had become more skillful and at ease. He was able to block the Lord of Adversity's attack. It wasn't strenuous at all, and he was still able to retaliate. That Long Yu the Great is so powerful. Didn't they say that it would take no more than 100,000 years to advance? This is going to be a draw. The more Long Yu the Great fought, the smoother it became. The more that the Lord of Adversity fought, the more shocked he was. No matter how he attacked, the other party was able to block it easily. Furthermore, the other party's counterattacks were not inferior to his. How did his strength increase? He wasn't my match previously. The Lord of Adversity's heart sank. It would probably be very difficult to defeat the other party. Right, it's a weapon. He obtained a powerful heavenly divine weapon, and he can use it to unleash his strength. Soon, the Lord of Adversity noticed the situation. He must have obtained a heavenly divine weapon in the maze of 10,000 halls, and his strength has increased greatly. It wasn't difficult to defeat him previously, but now, it'll probably be a draw. As the sect master, Heavenly Heart was able to see the situation clearly. That's not right. Didn't they say that this newly advanced Long Yu the Great isn't a difficult opponent? How can he last so long? Look at his movements. He's so relaxed. He frowned slightly. Not only did he have to pay attention to the movements around him, but he also had to pay attention to the battle between the two. Right now, the Gate of Providence couldn't afford to suffer any losses. Fortunately, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. That Ao Tian Lord might not necessarily be in the vicinity. There weren't many people who knew about the Ao Tian Lord, but they had witnessed the battle in the maze of 10,000 halls. Naturally, they could sense how terrifying the other party was. Such a person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Should I send someone to help? Heavenly Heart hesitated. If he didn't kill Long Yu the Great, he would lose face. This was especially so since Long Yu the Great had blocked the Gate of Providence for over 50 years. Although it wasn't a long time, there were rumors that the Gate of Providence was a coward who was afraid of the newly advanced Long Yu the Great. Just as Heavenly Heart was thinking about this, the Lord of Adversity was finally injured. How difficult. You killed my master and coveted his treasures. Today is the day you die. Long Yu the Great bellowed and executed a Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique. One after another, fiery dragons spiraled out. The surroundings were filled with a blazing aura, and a black hole was burned in the void. Traces of scorching aura assaulted his face. Long Yu the Great, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. The Lord of Adversity didn't dare to underestimate Long Yu the Great and executed a Saint Soul Level 9 defense secret technique. Only a first-rate force like the Gate of Providence had the opportunity to obtain a Saint Soul Level 9 defense secret technique. Saint Soul Level 9 Defense Secret Technique could be used for both offense and defense. Comparatively speaking, both were extremely precious. The former was easy to obtain, while the latter was much more difficult to obtain. At a crucial moment, a Saint Soul Level 9 Defense Secret Technique could save one's life. The stronger one was, the more powerful the defensive secret technique would be. Haha. Once this technique is used, that person will be at his wit's end. Yeah, a newly advanced High Lord also dares to be so impudent. The Lord of Adversity finally said proudly, I have a Saint Soul Level 9 Defense Secret Technique. Our strength is almost the same. Don't even think about breaking my secret technique's defense. His defense was able to block the fire dragon's attack. The Lord of Adversity's main body naturally had the ability to look down on everyone. Is that so? A cold voice rang in the Lord of Adversity's mind. Who is it? In an instant, the Lord of Adversity felt a chill all over his body. That person is here. Sect leader, he's here. He's here. The Lord of Adversity immediately turned around and fled. What a joke. If he didn't leave now, did he have a death wish? The heavenly gods watching from afar, including some High Lord's clones, could not help but be surprised. The smart ones seemed to have understood something. In the sky, a long black rod appeared in the sky. It looked ordinary, and it swept toward Duo and High Lord's true body. Boom, boom. Wherever the staff passed by, the void would crack. Out Yen, how dare you? The Heavenly Heart's supremacy was paying attention at all times. As soon as the Lord of Adversity opened his mouth, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. With a flick of his finger, a bright light appeared behind the Lord of Adversity. A huge black forest appeared. In an instant, all the paths of escape were blocked. If the other party wanted to deal with the Lord of Adversity, he had to break this barrier. The Heavenly Heart Sect leader actually made a move. Who exactly is here? The Heavenly Heart Sect leader was a famous High Lord expert. He specialized in defense. Peak supremacies of the same level might not be able to defeat him easily. Chapter 2855. As the Sect Master of the Gate of Providence, Sect Master Heavens was famous for his defense, even though he wasn't very good at attacking. To put it in a more unpleasant way, he was known as the tortoise style. It was a completely unbreakable tortoise shell. Even supremacies of the same cultivation realm wouldn't be willing to fight with such an enemy. It was too boring, and you would feel like you didn't know where to start. It was extremely difficult to defeat the other party. Unless you were 5 times stronger than the other party and use your absolute strength to suppress the other party, then you would have a chance of winning. I didn't expect Sect Master Heavens will to make a move. His Earth sect is indeed powerful. This defense is indeed perfect. In the void, a supremacy's clone laughed. And who can break such a move? In fact, this old man is very curious as to who has come. The person hasn't even appeared yet, but he was able to frighten that many hardships High Lord into fleeing. I really want to see such a High Lord powerhouse. An old High Lord avatar said with interest. In the past 50,000 years, there have been many supremacies of a younger generation in our Saint Spirit domain. Who knows if it's that young supremacy? When Sect Master Heavens will made a move, everyone widened their eyes in fear of missing out on this exciting scene. Who exactly was it? Out Yin, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. A black forest appeared behind him, and the escaping the Lord of Adversity couldn't help but slow down. He knew how powerful Sect Master Heavenswill was. Sect Master Heavenswill was better at defense than him, and Sect Master Heavenswill was from the Earth Sect. Actually, all of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Sect Master Heavenswill couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. His strength wasn't very strong, but he was good at defensive moves. At his peak, he fought against 3 powerful supremacies and didn't lose. His name spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. He didn't believe that Out Yin could break his defensive move. That black long rod actually expanded infinitely in an instant. In an instant, it became like a huge pillar that supported the heavens. With a loud bang, the black long rod whizzed down. Boom, boom, boom. The black forest completely collapsed and vanished in a thin air in an instant. Sect Master Heaven's Will's pupils shrank, and his mouth opened wide. This move wasn't very powerful, but it was still a Saint Spirit Domain level 9 defensive move. Yet it couldn't even block a single strike from his opponent. How hard is it? Run. Heavenly Heart Supremacy cursed in his heart. With a wave of his hand, patches of black forest appeared. The towering trees grew rapidly, turning the area outside the Gate of Providence into a huge cage. Layers upon layers of protection. The Lord of Adversity's face stiffened. He ran for his life, not daring to hesitate anymore. That was the Sect Master's Saint Spirit defensive technique. But now it was broken with a single strike. The Lord of Adversity ran madly, but the long black rod was even faster. Its power never stopped, whistling all the way, and all that was left in his ears was the loud rumbling sound. Soon, they were about to reach the Gate of Providence. Once they entered the protective array of the Gate of Providence, no matter how powerful the Aotian Lord was, he would have to give up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Lord of Adversity's speed had reached its limit when he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. He instinctively turned his head to look. The long black rod followed and smashed down heavily. The Lord of Adversity's entire body was blown up. The violent forces tore each other apart, and the long black rod smashed down. Sect Master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long black rod smashed onto the body of the Lord of Adversity, smashing him into pieces. He fell heavily on the ground outside the Gate of Providence, and the huge force rushed forward. The huge array automatically formed a layer of defense. Layer by layer, it was broken dozens of times before it was able to withstand the aftermath of the force. Outside the Gate of Providence, there was a huge, bottomless pit. The Lord of Adversity had long disappeared. There was no longer any aura at the scene. This is too scary. Our protective array of the gate actually broke dozens of times. Lord of Adversity, who did it? The heavenly gods within the Gate of Providence were used to being arrogant, but now they were trembling in fear. The previous scene was still fresh in their minds, and they would not be able to forget it for a long time. The Lord's supremacy within the gate was smashed to death by the other party with a rod in front of them, and they had seen it clearly. It was too terrifying. They had never seen a supremacy being smashed to death with a rod in their entire lives. Today, they had witnessed it, and it gave them a huge visual impact. The two supremacies standing behind the Heaven Heart Sect Master were also sweating profusely. This is two. The two of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. The defensive move of the Heaven Heart Sect Master had been broken by the other party, and it was unable to buy any more time for the Lord of Adversity. Even the array of the Gate of Providence had suffered a huge impact. This was the first time they had seen such a violent force. Sect Master. Their voices were trembling, and they were secretly glad that they did not go forward. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the other party. Heaven Heart Sect Master was expressionless, but the muscles on his face were twitching slightly. Fool, the number one fool in the world. You knew that the other party was so powerful, but you still didn't run away. He really wanted to slap the Lord of Adversity a few times. It was a pity that the other party was dead. There was no longer any aura at the scene. In the face of such violent force, even the Heaven Heart Sect Master felt immense pressure. His hair stood on end, and he had never been slapped in the face like this. Although the defense of the Earth Sect could not be compared to the 10 great sects, it was still one of the best. For a supremacy to kill a supremacy from the Earth Sect, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All along, Heaven Heart Sect Master was very confident in his own strength. Among all the supremacies, his ability to survive was top-notch. But now he began to doubt himself. If he encountered a supremacy of this level, would he be able to withstand it? Could it be that the Aotian Lord had stepped into the great supremacy realm? Since when could the strength of a supremacy be so dense? Crushing all along the way, the Heaven God experts and the supremacy clones who were watching all collectively gasped. The power of the rod was like the light in the dark night, becoming extremely dazzling. Is the great supremacy here. 2. Explosive. I realize that my legs have turned to jelly, and this is from such a distance. What did I see? A supremacy was killed by a rod. Since when did the Saint Spirit domain have such an expert? If not for the array at the Gate of Providence, I'm afraid half of the Gate of Providence would have been affected. No wonder the people at the Gate of Providence did not dare to come out. I'm afraid this person is willing. What do you think? In the void. Strong, ridiculously strong. The 2 supremacy clones were also shocked. Unstoppable. This was what the 2 of them felt the most. In the face of absolute power, even a supremacy expert could not withstand it. Chapter 2856. Whether it was the Gate of Providence or the powerhouses outside who wanted to join in the fun, none of them could remain calm. Run. You still want to run? If you provoke me, proud heaven, you will die even if you run to the ends of the earth. In the void, a black figure appeared. This person carried a long black stick on his shoulder. He appeared in front of everyone without even looking at Long Yu the Great. He swaggered to the Gate of Providence. I think I heard Proud Heaven's name. Wait, this name sounds familiar. It can't be. Why don't I remember? Among the people present, there were always a few who had heard of Proud Heaven's name. Soon, someone remembered. I know who he is. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. That person was excited. Someone immediately asked. Everyone couldn't wait to find out who this person was. When did such a powerful martial artist appear in the Saint Spirit domain? How hard was it to kill the supremacy with one blow? He was too violent and too savage. I also remember this person's identity. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Hurry up and say it. Who is that person? He's so unfamiliar. I don't remember him at all. I've only heard the word Proud Heaven. I remember there was a long out yin in the dragon sect. Could it be that person? Those who knew the truth snorted. This out yin is not that long out yin. I still remember that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful pseudo-supremacy appeared in the Tiana kingdom. He suppressed supremacy Zhao Wuji, and his name spread throughout the Saint Spirit realm. That person was called Heaven God Out Yin. Most people had heard of what happened in the Tiana kingdom. If they didn't say it, it would be really difficult for them to connect this proud heaven. After all, there were many such names in the Saint Spirit realm. It was too common to have the same name. There was an uproar. It can't be. This person is that God-proud heaven. Oh my God, how did he improve his strength? Even a high lord couldn't take a blow from him. Didn't they say that physical training has no future? This is too fast. No one could calm down. Everyone's eyes fell on the black figure. How did the Gate of Providence offend this cruel lord? Someone was puzzled. Back in the day, Empyrean God-proud heaven had been extremely violent. He had dared to attack Exalt Zhao Wuji, even though he wasn't at the Exalt level. And now, he was acting in an unbelievably savage manner. Whoever offended Ao Tian probably wouldn't have a good ending. Your proud heaven. Even through the formation, Empyrean heart could still feel the berserk energy pulsating from the other party's body. It was like a peerless, ferocious beast that no one could resist. Tens of thousands of years have passed. I didn't expect that someone would still remember my name. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed. His expression changed, revealing a ferocious look. Heavens will sect leader, you are really daring. You clearly know who I am, yet you still dare to attack me. You don't know that the Lord of Adversity of the Gate of Providence has offended me. Lin Fei let out a cold snort, his vicious aura soaring to the sky. A murderous aura rose in the surroundings. Heavenly Heart Supreme realized that this Ao Tian Lord was harder to deal with than he had imagined. His own people were killed, yet the other party still dared to question him. This was too much. Empyrean Heart Supreme's chest started to beat violently. Proud heaven, you killed my people, yet you still dare to bully the Gate of Providence. Do you really think that there is no one in the Gate of Providence? Empyrean Heart Supreme shouted. This Saint Spirit domain doesn't belong to you alone. Great, you still dare talk back. The Gate of Providence has been living too leisurely. I have always been the one offending people. No one has ever dared to offend me. Just a mere Gate of Providence, and you want to fly to the sky. Lin Fei was enraged. He raised his sky-splitting staff and smashed it across the sky. Watch me destroy your gate protecting array and slaughter everyone in your gate of providence. Boom! A shadow attacked and landed on the formation with a loud bang. In an instant, the entire gate of providence shook. Many people couldn't stand steadily. Countless ripples appeared on the huge formation. It kept shattering, and the massive amount of Saint Spirit crystals was instantly depleted. Not bad, it's quite sturdy. Today, I'm going to waste it on the Gate of Providence. Another staff smashed down. A domineering force came crashing down. Before everyone could hear clearly, the Ao Tian Lord made his move. A black divine weapon appeared in his hand. It was filled with berserk power as it smashed down continuously on the mountain protecting formation. This power is too brutal. He really attacked without a word. The Gate of Providence's array won't be able to hold on. Once the depletion can't keep up, the Gate of Providence's array will be destroyed. The people with bright eyes all sucked in a cold breath. This Ao Tian Lord was still the same as before. He was going against the Gate of Providence all by himself. Putting on airs? He would still beat him up. This was a true supremacy. He didn't care about the Gate of Providence at all. Attack him. We can't let him continue to attack. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was on the verge of cursing. He originally wanted to suppress the other party to not be too presumptuous in front of the Gate of Providence. It was already very embarrassing for a supremacy to be beaten to death in front of the Gate of Providence. If this continued, the reputation of the Gate of Providence would be ruined. However, the moment he said that, the other party started a fight. The gate protecting array that they were so proud of had met its first opponent. Heavenly Heart Supremacy, who controlled the array, could feel the changes in the array. The depletion was too fast. Even if the Gate of Providence had accumulated enough, it wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. The other party was too powerful. Earth shackles, earth puncture, outside the Gate of Providence. The power of the earth was mobilized. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was the first to make a move. The two supremacies behind him also made their moves. Although their power would be affected by the array, they could still threaten a supremacy. How dare you resist? A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Golden dragons whizzed out and circled around him. Every time they circled, they would shatter the incoming attacks. The experts at the Gate of Providence continued to attack. For the first time, their attacks were blocked by a freak. The golden dragons swam about, shattering all of their attacks. The attacks of the Gate of Providence couldn't land on the other party. On the other hand, the speed of their array was starting to slow down. The power of the cudgel seemed to be smashing into their hearts, causing them to feel uneasy. If this continued for too long, the gate protecting array would definitely be broken. At that time, Heavenly Heart's Supremacy didn't dare to imagine. Right, find a friend. All this while, Heavenly Heart Supremacy had never asked for a friend. Those who could become friends were all supremacies. If he called for 3 or 4 people with powerful backgrounds, the other party would definitely be fearful. Now, he had no choice but to do so. Brother Wong, I'm Heavenly Heart from the Gate of Providence. Something happened here. Can you come over? Brotherly, it's me, Heavenly Heart. One message after another was sent out. Chapter 28:57. Heavenly Heart had to admit that the other party was very strong. Even the Gate of Providence's huge array formation was easily shaken. As long as the supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect arrived, Heavenly Heart had the confidence to chase the other party away. Especially the supremacies of the Dragon Sect. All of them cultivated a powerful divine body, the Divine Dragon Body, a cultivation technique comparable to a real dragon body. Out Yin, give me 2 hours if you have the guts. Heavenly Heart had an idea. What he needed to do now was to delay. The array formation consumed a lot of energy. If it continued, it would not last long. The array formation would definitely collapse, and Heavenly Heart did not have the confidence to face such a ferocious person. The golden dragon circled around Lin Fei, constantly destroying the attacks. The sky-splitting staff kept smashing down, shaking the entire gate of Providence's protective array formation. He smiled coldly. You have no right to bargain with me now. Since you dare to stop me from killing, you must pay the price. Lin Fei was here to cause trouble, so he would definitely expose Ao Tian Lord's identity to everyone in the Saint Spirit domain. How could he stop just because of a few words? Goading him? It was useless against Lin Fei. The staff's shadows continued to smash against the protective array formation. The ground beneath the Gate of Providence kept shaking, and traces of power began to affect the Gate of Providence. He's destroying one gate by himself. This is too domineering. The Gate of Providence's array formation is about to collapse. I really don't know how this Outyin cultivates. A terrifying existence has also emerged from the physique tempering sect. The onlookers were completely shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of attacks landed on the Gate of Providence's protective array formation. More and more ripples appeared on the protective array formation, faster and faster, followed by cracking sounds. Everyone at the Gate of Providence, including the higher-ups, had darkened expressions. Oh no, the array formation is about to collapse. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The array formation is collapsing. On the territory of the Gate of Providence, the locations where the spell formations have been set up began to emit loud noises. The spell formations I was instantly shattered, and it completely lost its ability to protect. The huge Heavens Will sect presented itself in front of Lin Fei, and it was the kind that did not have any defenses. A gust of wind blew past the upper echelons of the Gate of Providence, sending chills down their spines. Even the Supreme Lords felt powerless. Without the protection of the array, the supremacy powerhouses lost their confidence. Go! The heavenly god at the Gate of Providence turned around and ran. If he didn't run now, when would he? Who would be able to withstand such a blow from the staff? With a whoosh, the heavenly god expert standing behind Heavenly Heart's supremacy ran away without a care for the consequences. He was extremely lacking in confidence. Skyward strike. Lin Fei rushed forward and smashed down with his staff. Dense shadows of the staff covered more than half of the Gate of Providence. A terrifying power spread out in an instant. The first to bear the brunt was Heavenly Heart Supremacy. His eyes narrowed as a surge of power surged toward him, causing his hair to stand on end. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly took out a defensive treasure and donned a set of battle armor. The moment he donned the armor, a massive surge of power surged toward him and sent him flying. The violent power continued to tear at his body relentlessly. The other two supremacies weren't that lucky. Before Heavenly Heart Supremacy's eyes, they were torn to shreds by that power. As for those heavenly deities who were fleeing, they were all turned into ashes in a single exchange. They couldn't be any more dead. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't help but vomit blood. My Gate of Providence. With a single move, the Gate of Providence suffered heavy casualties and suffered great losses. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You ruined everything for me. Lin Fei arrived and swept the sky splitter staff in his hand. For offending me, I don't care who you are. I'll beat you up all the same. The sky splitter staff swept across Heavenly Heart Supremacy's battle armor, causing a resplendent light to erupt. However, it could only last for a short moment before it landed on Heavenly Heart Supremacy's body. Heavenly Heart's Supremacy exploded from the blow. Lin Fei had held back with this strike. However, it had also depleted a large amount of Heavenly Heart's Supremacy's life force. At most, he would only need one more strike to be finished. This brutal move caused the onlookers to suck in a breath of cold air. The Gate of Providence was completely destroyed. From this day onwards, no supremacy would dare to offend this Ao Tian Lord unless they could withstand the immense power of that staff. Heavenly Heart Supremacy had layers of protection, but he still couldn't withstand the power of that staff. Heavenly Heart Supremacy, who had just escaped death, was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have obediently handed over the Lord of Adversity. Why did he have to offend such a strong enemy? You'd better not move. If you move, I don't mind giving you another strike. I believe you should have experienced the power just now. The sky splitter staff in Lin Fei's hand lengthened, turning into a black stream of light that wrapped around Heavenly Heart Supremacy's body. Senior Ao Tian, please show mercy. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was completely terrified. In that instant, the enormous power was truly crushing him. Moreover, it was an absolute power that crushed him. He did not have any ability to resist. In front of this move, unless he had an absolute power to counterattack, the one who would be defeated would always be him. This was all done by the Lord of Adversity behind the Gate of Providence. As a gate leader, I really didn't know. Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't care so much anymore. Now that his life was in the hands of the other party, Heavenly Heart Supremacy didn't dare to put on airs anymore. Now that you know, you regret it. Lin Fei sneered. You've become so obedient all of a sudden. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. Anyway, you still have a clone. Are you trying to stall for time? Whoosh. The black staff pierced through the void again, reaching the depths of the ground into a miniature space. There were a total of 3 clones in this place. At this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As the black staff rushed in, their expressions changed and turned pale. Run! In an instant, the 3 clones were entangled by the black shadow. With a forceful twist, boundless life energy was instantly plundered. The Sky Splitter staff was refined using Essence Force God Sand and inherited a portion of the plundering ability. When no one could see it, the plundering of life energy was transferred to Lin Fei's body without anyone noticing. Ah, you killed them and destroyed my doppelganger. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was truly afraid. However, he also wanted to stall for time. When the experts from the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect arrived, he might still have a chance of survival. If he could protect his main body, that would be the best-case scenario. As the Sky Splitter staff killed, the supremacies from the Gate of Providence were almost all wiped out. Only Heavenly Heart Supremacy was left. Heavenly Heart Supremacy's face turned ashen. He stared at the staff with incomparable hatred. Chapter 2858. The Gate of Providence was almost destroyed in a day. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone underestimated the strength of this Ao Tian Lord. Almost all the higher-ups of the Gate of Providence were dead, and the remaining heavenly gods were of no use. The Saint Spirit domain would no longer have the Gate of Providence. The heavenly gods who were originally watching the show shrunk their necks. They were all glad that they did not offend this Ao Tian Lord. Compared to those geniuses, this Ao Tian Lord was not inferior at all. The moment he appeared, he killed 3 supremacies. No, he was about to kill 4 supremacies. At the same time, he destroyed the Gate of Providence. One person destroyed an entire sect. Such an achievement. How many supremacies could do it? After the Gate of Providence's supremacy became a captive, the disciples of the Gate of Providence fled. The power of that attack affected a portion of the Gate of Providence, and those who survived still had lingering fears. Thank you, Senior Ao Tian, for helping me take revenge. Long Yu the Great pretended to be a stranger and thanked this Ao Tian Lord. Without Senior's help, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to kill the Lord of Adversity. You're my benefactor. In the future, with just a word from Senior, I will go through fire and water. I will not hesitate, Lin Fei lazily said. You and I are quite fated. In the future, if you have any matters, you can look for me. For example, killing people. I love it the most. I heard that in the 100,000 years that I was not around, many experts appeared out of nowhere. After settling this matter, I can go and meet them. Long Yu the Great respectfully took a communication token. It was unknown how many people were envious of him. To be able to reach such a position in the body training school, he must have an amazing background. If one could know such a person, it would be equivalent to having a powerful ally. One person representing an entire sect. The Gate of Providence had 4 supremacies. Among them was Supremacy Heavenly Heart, a veteran peak supremacy. Yet, they still could not withstand the power of the staff. One could imagine how tyrannical his strength was. No one could guarantee that the other party didn't hold back. When they saw Long Yu the Great, everyone wanted to snatch the keepsake. Of course, they only dared to think about it and didn't dare to do it. Who could afford to offend such a ferocious person? After today, everyone in the Saint Spear domain would know of such a ferocious supremacy. More importantly, he was a supremacy of the body-tempering sect. Long Yu the Great left at ease. This was naturally Lin Fei's plan. Today, if the Gate of Providence was destroyed and the token was given to Long Yu the Great, who would dare to avenge the High Lord of the Gate of Providence? In that case, he would have to carefully consider whether or not he could offend him. Lin Fei wanted to make sure that everyone knew who Proud Heaven was, and that everyone would flee at the mention of his name. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see the most. The Gate of Providence could only be an unlucky one. Proud Heaven, you will definitely die a horrible death. You as supremacy broke the rules. The other supremacies will definitely not let you off. After Heavenly Heart lost contact with his clone, his face had been pale. Whether I die or not is not up to you. However, I can decide whether you live or die. Lin Fei said indifferently. Do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because I waited for your friends to come. Since I've already offended them, there's no difference between offending one or two. What do you think? Heavenly Heart really didn't know who he had met. The Gate of Providence, the Divine Martial Building, and the Dragon Sect had always been allies. This time, he had been schemed against. This was also what Heavenly Heart realized after calming down. It was obvious that his two allies were here to use him as a guinea pig to test the strength of this Aotian Lord. If he won, there would be no more trouble. If he lost, he could also test the limits of the other party's strength. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. Two supremacies from the Divine Martial Building and the Dragon Sect had come, making a total of 4 supremacies. This was a rather large lineup. A single supremacy could flatten a second-rate force. Even a first-rate force would have to treat 4 supremacies with extreme caution, not daring to show any neglect. Brother Heavenly Heart, you're really timid. You're a dignified sect leader, yet you still need our help. The Divine Martial Building's supremacy sneered. The Dragon Sect's supremacies were naturally tall and burly, and they exuded a valiant aura. You can't say that. He's the sect master, and we've always been allies. Previously, we've watched from the sidelines for several decades. Now that Brother Tianxin is in trouble, we naturally have to go. This is to prevent others from speaking ill of us and causing a negative impact. Who would dare to form an alliance in the future? The other 2 supremacies nodded. These words were true. The Divine Martial Building and the Dragon Sect didn't wish for their reputation to be affected. After all, they weren't like those demonic sects in the demonic motherland who killed cultivators all the time. They had a notorious reputation. They needed a good reputation. When they were halfway there, they received a piece of news. When the 4 supremacies saw it, their expressions changed and they looked at each other. From the looks of it, you're not normal anymore. Do you think this is true? The news was about the Gate of Providence. It was said that the Gate of Providence had suffered heavy losses. 3 out of the 4 supremacies had died. The sect leader of the Heavens sect was half dead and had become a captive in the hands of the Aotian Lord. The Gate of Providence was crippled. It must be fake. A supremacy of the physique tempering school can't be so powerful. The Dragon Sect's supremacy shook his head in disbelief. Brother Heavenly Heart, he's from the Earth Sect. He's an expert in defense. Even if I were to fight him, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. At most, it would be a draw. Why don't we wait a little longer? All right. The news came one after another. The 4 supremacies were completely unnatural. Do you think we still have to go? Everyone felt uneasy. News of the Gate of Providence had started to spread in their circle of friends. Since that was the case, it couldn't be fake. Even Brother Heavenly Heart couldn't defeat him. I'm afraid the 4 of us won't be a match for him either. That's right. Why don't we return? That fellow destroyed the Gate of Providence. Who knows if he will come for revenge? I think we have to prepare in advance. That's right. The 4 supremacies immediately made a decision. They chose to return and not go to the Gate of Providence. The few supremacies who were on the way to the Gate of Providence also received the news. They also received the news. The sect leader of the heavens will sect is cheating us. Will we still be alive if we go? We're not going. We'll be doomed if we go. What? The Gate of Providence is crippled? Brother Heavenly Heart has become a captive as well? Then why are we still going? When the supremacies who came to help saw the news, they all cursed and turned to leave. They didn't dare to do such a thing. If they made a mistake, they might bring trouble upon themselves. The pitiful supremacy of the heavens will sect had been waiting. The supremacies who were usually on good terms with all disappeared one by one. During this period of time, 2 or 3 supremacies came. When they saw the captive supremacy Heavenly Heart from afar, they turned and ran without hesitation. Sigh, it seems like you don't have a good relationship with others. No one came to help. My hands are still itching, and I haven't even finished warming up. It seems like I can only beat you to death. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, No, I remember now. The Divine Martial Towers, Supremacy Ziyang, and Supremacy Halia are both friends of the Lord of Adversity. They were the ones who instigated him to deal with you. No matter how much Supremacy Heavenly Heart hated Lin Fan, he still wanted to struggle at death's door. If you guys don't want to watch, then don't even think about getting any benefits. Chapter 2859. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was counting on those people to help. However, his good friends retreated without any warning. Seeing that they didn't recognize him, Heavenly Heart Supremacy's heart sank to the bottom. A body-tempering supremacy easily broke into the Gate of Providence and slaughtered almost all the upper echelons. Who could afford to offend such a ruthless supremacy? At the moment of life and death, Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't care less. If the supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect hadn't besieged Long Yu the Great and disturbed the Aotan Lord's peaceful cultivation, they wouldn't have come knocking on his door. The Lord of Adversity had explained this matter clearly. They instigated it. Lin Fei frowned and laughed in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the Divine Martial Tower or the Dragon Sect, he would go knocking on their doors one by one. He had left Heavenly Heart Supremacy behind to have an excuse. He had a good reason to attack. Lin Fei wanted everyone to think that the Divine Martial Tower, the Gate of Providence, and the Dragon Sect had offended Ao Tan in the 10,000 Halls maze, which led to the subsequent troubles. No one would have thought that Lin Fei and Long Yu the Great were brothers. No one would have thought that Lin Fei, who came from the lower realm, would be related to the treasure in the Aquamoon Heavenly Grotto. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and swept through everything in the treasury of the Gate of Providence. If he didn't want these things, they would be given to outsiders. After all, the Gate of Providence didn't have a supremacy holding down the fort. Everything would become a fat piece of meat that anyone would want to take a bite out of. Lin Fei simply took everything. As for the supremacy's clones outside, he didn't care about them at all. The power of that staff was deliberately displayed by Lin Fei to tell everyone that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The Gate of Providence was the best proof. Lin Fei did not leave after looting. Instead, he stayed at the Gate of Providence for the night. Heavenly Heart Supremacy stood guard outside for the entire night. Even though he wasn't restrained, he didn't dare to leave. As long as the other party struck once, he would definitely die. Competing in speed with a body-tempering master, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was even less confident. After losing a clone, his life and death were in the hands of this person. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even if he had to struggle at death's door, he would still be alive. You're quite honest. I thought you would run away. Lin Fei came out lazily. Senior Proud Heaven, you must be joking. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Heaven's Heart Supremacy really wanted to say, if not for the fact that my vitality is severely injured, I would have definitely run away. Who in the world would stand at the entrance stupidly? But it's a pity that I don't have the guts to do so. It's good that you know, Lin Fei said indifferently. Now, lead the way to the Divine Martial Tower. In the Divine Martial Tower, the array formation was activated, and everyone was on guard. Yesterday, outside the Gate of Providence, Heaven's Heart Supreme Lord's words couldn't be hidden from the people present. Moreover, there was no lack of spies among the crowd, including those from the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect. Heaven's Heart Supremacy really deserves to die. Even when he's about to die, he still dragged us into this. The 5 supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower sat together with gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was very stifling. They had all heard about what happened at the Gate of Providence, including the Sect Master. 3 of the 4 supremacies were already dead. Only Heaven's Heart Supreme Lord was left with half his life now. His life and death were all in the hands of the other party. If Heaven's Heart Supreme Lord died, they didn't feel that it was a pity. But now that the powerful Aotion Lord was involved, the situation was completely different. The scene was sent back. Everyone watched it countless times, but there was nothing they could do. Ziyang, Halia, I feel that you have to personally handle this matter. A supremacy looked at the 2 of them and said, "This matter was caused by the 2 of you. Ever since something happened at the Gate of Providence, Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Halia were the most uneasy. Last time, their avatars were killed, and now they had to fight their way here. They felt extremely sullen, and they hated Heaven's Heart Supreme Lord even more. This was a scam. Even before death, he still wanted to scam them. This was the most shameless thing. You can't blame us for this." Supremacy Ziyang snorted coldly. "We also wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. A potential enemy of the supremacies has hatred for us. If we don't kill him now, when will we? Tower Master, what do you think?" As the Tower Master, Supremacy Feng Wanli also had a headache. The current situation, this was definitely not something he wanted to see. "I was the one who ordered them to hunt down the remnants of the heavenly water-moon deity. The only thing I didn't expect was to encounter Aotion. In less than 100,000 years, he became a supremacy, and his strength isn't any weaker than a peak supremacy. He might even be stronger. This is something that no one expected." The moment Feng Wanli spoke, everyone stopped. "The only thing we can do now is to find someone to make peace with." The other 4 supremacies sighed. There was no other way. The Gate of Providence had 1 less supremacy than them, and they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of that Aotion Lord. Supremacy Heavenly Heart had even become his captive, hanging by a thread between life and death. "We need to find the Dragon Sect. Behind them is the Massacre God Court." Supremacy Ziyang said, "If the Dragon Sect doesn't care about this, there's no need for us to continue our alliance. Yes, we need to contact the Dragon Sect immediately. They have the Massacre God Court behind them. No matter how daring that Aotion is, he will still be afraid." Supremacy Halia said solemnly. Feng Wanli shook his head. "We need to contact the Dragon Sect, but we can't place all our hopes on them. We need to find someone else." "Tower Master, are you planning to find someone from the Temporal Temple?" "Yes, they're the only ones who can suppress that Aotion." Feng Wanli nodded. "They have always hoped for us to become a subsidiary power of the Temporal Temple. I believe they won't reject us." Even the Tower Master had spoken. They wouldn't have any objections. Divine Martial Towers, Supremacy Ziyang, Supremacy Halia, get out here. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the sky above the Divine Martial Tower. The loud sound seemed to drill into their eardrums, reverberating nonstop. "Not good, he is here." When Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Halia heard the sound, their expressions changed, and a wave of fear instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts. This person was an invincible existence in the depths of their memories. "Tower Master, quickly contact someone. His strength is too tyrannical. If we really fight, our array might not be able to stop him." The Gate of Providence is a good example. The supremacies were panicking. This ferocious person's strength was unfathomable, and he could sweep across supremacies of the same level. With the protection of the array, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Feng Wanli's expression was exceptionally ugly. Why did he really come? Why didn't he go to the Dragon Sect? He really thinks that our Divine Martial Tower is easy to bully. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. It seemed that the Divine Martial Tower was really easy to bully. Chapter 2860. Lin Fei and Heavenly Heart had already swaggered out of the Divine Martial Tower. All the heavenly gods in the Divine Martial Tower were shocked. He's really here. He's the Aoteon Lord who single-handedly destroyed the Gate of Providence. He's so fierce. Does he really dare to come in? Is the Tower Lord here? The news of the Sect of Heavens had already spread here. Everyone knew how powerful the Aoteon Lord was. He single-handedly destroyed the upper echelons of the Gate of Providence. All the heavenly gods felt uneasy. They could only hope that the Tower Lord would come and scare the other party away. They didn't have the guts to fight with this ferocious guy. Senior Aoteon, Supreme Lord Ziyang, and Supreme Lord Hao Lai are inside. They are counting on our Gate of Providence to make things difficult for you. They are strong, and our Gate of Providence is weak. We have no choice but to listen to them. Heavenly Heart couldn't care less. He might as well throw everything onto the Divine Martial Tower. He didn't bother to conceal his voice, and it resounded in everyone's ears. The Divine Martial Tower's experts wanted to curse. Shameless. Too shameless. Making things up out of nothing. This is completely slander. Lin Fei nodded. I already said that your Gate of Providence doesn't have the courage. Yes. No matter how bold our Gate of Providence is, we wouldn't dare to go against Senior. How could we dare to become enemies with Senior? Heavenly Heart's supremacy nodded repeatedly. It was the Divine Martial Tower that forced us to do so. The more Heavenly Heart's supremacy said this, the happier Lin Fei felt. No one would associate him with the Long Yu the Great. Divine Martial Tower, listen up. I'll give you 30 minutes to hand over Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Once the time is up, I will personally destroy your Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice was like a great bell. The Divine Martial Tower was uneasy. It's over. This ferocious guy wants to destroy the Divine Martial Tower. Too scary. If the Gate of Providence couldn't stop this monster, then the Divine Martial Tower probably won't be able to either. Heavenly Heart's supremacy also revealed a gloating expression. Bad luck for me. You should also prepare to be unlucky. He was ready to risk it all. As long as the Aoteon Lord doesn't kill me, anything can be discussed. Slander? This was what he was best at. Even if it was white, he could turn it black. Feng Wanli, back then you wanted me to make things difficult for him. Why aren't you coming out now? Are you feeling uneasy? Back then, I was really blind to have allied with your Divine Martial Tower. In the end, you guys took all the good things, and I took all the bad things. You guys are too heartless. Heavenly Heart's supremacy kept on cursing. A supremacy's voice spread out without limit under deliberate circumstances. Those who didn't know already knew. He had heard what he didn't want to hear. Everyone's eyes widened. This news was too explosive. Leader, they're going too far. The High Lord of the Divine Martial Tower couldn't take it anymore. Did it on purpose. Heavenly Heart supremacy is too shameless. Who gave him the guts to slander our Divine Martial Tower? Leader, let me go out and confront Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Supremacy, Ziyang couldn't take it anymore. His face turned ashen. When did he mention this to Heavenly Heart supremacy? Feng Wanli's mood fluctuated. Heavenly Heart supremacy, you're really ruthless. If he didn't explain himself today, he believed that this explosive news would spread very quickly. At that time, the Divine Martial Tower would have to bear the blame. It can't be. Even the Aoteon Lord can't take it anymore. Given how long Feng Wanli had known Heavenly Heart supremacy, he was clear about his character. For him to scold Heavenly Heart supremacy in public, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was intentional. He wanted to smear the Divine Martial Tower. The more Heavenly Heart supremacy scolded, the more fervent he became. All the grievances in his heart were vented on the Divine Martial Tower. In the entire heaven and earth, only Heavenly Heart supremacy's voice remained. When he saw the Aoteon Lord's praise, Heavenly Heart supremacy's heart stirred. He was full of energy and started scolding again. He was like a shrew on the streets, without any dignity of a supremacy. Scold. Continue scolding. Senior Outyin, they are here. The leader is Tower Lord Feng Wanli. He is at the same cultivation realm as me. Heavenly Heart's supremacy immediately said, Brother Heavenly Heart, what do you mean by this? Feng Wanli brought a few higher-ups over. The moment they came over, they glared at Heavenly Heart supremacy. They even had the thought of killing him. Heavenly Heart supremacy was so shameless. I'm just stating a fact. Your divine martial tower isn't fair. Ziyang, Halia, this is what you asked us to do back then. Are you not going to admit it now? Heavenly Heart did not feel guilty at all as he spoke with a face full of resentment. You're slandering us. How could we ask you to do something that was difficult? Ziyang and Hao Lai retorted. Heavenly Heart's supremacy couldn't slander them. As supremacies, they still wanted their reputation. They didn't want to have a bad reputation. If that happened, they would be alone in the Saint Spirit domain. Anyway, you did it. I can only say that I've misjudged you. Heavenly Heart supremacy said coldly. Stop pretending. I can see your faces clearly now. The two of you stop talking. Feng Wanli stopped the two of them from continuing. No matter what, Heavenly Heart supremacy was the sect master of the Gate of Providence. Ziyang and Hao Lai were weaker in terms of strength and influence. They would give people a preconceived impression. This should be the Ao Tian Lord. Feng Wanli cupped his hands towards Heavenly Heart's supremacy. I'm Feng Wanli from the Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei chuckled and said, You heard what I said just now, right? Hand over Ziyang and Hao Lai, and your Divine Martial Tower will be fine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Feng Wanli frowned slightly. He could tell that Heavenly Heart's supremacy was imposing. It was a tone that couldn't be rejected. To an expert who had always been in a high position, such a tone made him very uncomfortable. Ao Tian Lord, I feel that there must be some misunderstanding here. Ziyang and Hao Lai have unintentionally offended you. As the Tower Master, I'm willing to compensate you. As long as we can satisfy you, our Divine Martial Tower will do it immediately. Let's pretend that this matter is over. How about that? With the precedent of the Gate of Providence, Feng Wanli didn't dare to offend Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and a vicious aura surfaced. What a good compensation. To think that you can even say such a thing. It has always been me who offends people. Who dares to offend me? However, all those who offend me end up being annihilated in the end. You can only hand over the two of them, and your Divine Martial Tower can still exist. Everything else is off the table. You only have 5 minutes. Supremacy Ziyang couldn't help but glare angrily at Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Your Excellency, aren't you being too overbearing? Back then, my clone died in your hands, and all the treasures belong to you. Now you're going too far. You should know that the Divine Martial Tower also has allies. Do you really think that you can dominate the world by yourself? The experts of the Saint Spirit domain aren't as simple as you think. Supremacy Hao Lai also came forward. It's his own business to offend you. It was indeed wrong of us to make a move against you, but we lost 2 clones. What else do you want? Lin Fei raised his eyelids. Who allowed you to speak to me like this? Whoosh. Chapter 28:61. This strike was as fast as lightning, like a shadow following the body. It landed heavily on the Divine Martial Tower's formation, causing a huge ripple. Even though they were separated by the formation, the heavenly gods and supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower could feel the terrifying power of this strike. When did a supremacy of the body tempering school become so powerful? The heavenly gods who were in disbelief earlier were now staring with their eyes wide open. Everything was real. Not good. It's coming again. Another strike came, this time with true power. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if this rod had landed on their bodies, causing their hearts to palpitate with fear. Feng Wanli, a supremacy in the Divine Martial Tower's Tower Master, checked the array formation's consumption and took a deep breath. Just 2 attacks had consumed a large amount of energy. It was equivalent to more than 10 attacks from an ordinary supremacy. I can't let this go on. Once the formation's consumption couldn't keep up, it would definitely be broken by the opponent. At that time, the Divine Martial Tower would definitely suffer a great loss. Why aren't the people from the Temporal Temple here yet? Feng Wanli could only count on them now. Once the people from the temporal temple arrived, no matter how powerful this Aotian lord was, they would definitely not dare to not give him face. But how could they persevere now? Suddenly, Feng Wanli's expression changed as he received a message. The people from a dragon sect had arrived. Great! The people from a dragon sect were backed by the massacre court. The three top forces should be able to suppress this Aotian lord. This Aotian lord, please wait. Do you know the consequences of offending the divine martial tower? When Lin Fei was about to attack for the third time, a loud voice came from afar. A red flame appeared, and a blazing aura rushed over. Boom! Another strike with the rod. Everyone's heart trembled again. The person who came was very fast, riding a red flame, and arrived at a place not far away. I am the elder of the dragon sect, Long Tianyu. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was very burly, and his body was filled with an explosive aura. He wore a simple leather armor, revealing his sturdy muscles. It was a shocking sight to behold. Great! The elder of the dragon sect is here. No matter how bold he is, he might not dare to offend an elder of the dragon sect. I heard that all the elders with the surname Long in the dragon sect have inherited a portion of the divine dragon's bloodline without exception. They are exceptionally powerful. Now I can rest assured. The dragon sect's current reputation was average, but it was once a top force in the past. The experts, surnamed Long, all had the noble divine venerate's bloodline. It was rumored that once their descendants awakened the power of their bloodline, their strength would skyrocket, and it would be easy for them to enter the great venerate realm. Rumors were just rumors, but no one would look down on them. The disciples of the dragon sect were practically all violent people, and they were very protective of their own people. Are you here to stop the fight? Lin Fei asked lazily. Long Tianyu was a supremacy, and he was even more powerful than ordinary supremacies. He was most proficient in close combat, and he had unparalleled might. In the dragon sect, he was a warmonger. No, I'm just here to remind you that there's a limit to everything. Long Tianyu said condescendingly. The powerful energy around him tore through the void. The divine martial tower is an ally of our dragon sect. Do you think that's enough? Skyheart Supremacy was a little scared. The people of the dragon sect were all lunatics, and none of them were to be trifled with. Long Tianyu was one of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You're very arrogant. Many people gathered outside the divine martial tower to watch the show. In everyone's opinion, who would dare to be presumptuous when the divine martial tower's ally was here? Although the Aotian Lord was a physique-tempering supremacy, he might not be able to defeat the dragon sect's physique-tempering experts. He would most likely choose to retreat. However, his unexpected words completely shocked everyone. You are very arrogant. Did this guy not know how powerful Long Tianyu was? Feng Wanli, who was in the divine martial tower, revealed a smile. A youngster is indeed a youngster. He really thinks that his heavenly god body can suppress all the other heavenly god bodies. The dragon sect's dragon divine body is the scariest. The divine martial tower's strength was far inferior to the dragon sect's. The most terrifying thing was that the ancestor of the dragon sect had an ultimate god expert who dominated an era. In that era, that ultimate god expert was invincible and suppressed everything with his strength. Even now, the legend of that ultimate god expert was still passed down. No matter who it was, no one dared to look down on the dragon sect. Daring to speak like this to a supremacy of the dragon sect was an act of courting death. Impudent! High Lord Long Tianyu frowned and shouted. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of forces attacked, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. The shock made everyone dizzy and bleed from their 7 orifices. This is a physique-tempering secret killer move of the dragon sect. Feng Wanli recognized it at a glance. The dragon sect's Elder Long is indeed not simple. Each of them is more powerful than the other. This kind of Saint Spirit secret skill can be easily learned. It is rumored that this kind of power can only be displayed with extreme strength. Lin Fei laughed and said, I've long heard that the dragon sect's physique-tempering secret killer moves are unparalleled in the world. While I'm most proficient in his strength, it's a good opportunity to see who is stronger in your dragon sect. He swung his sky-splitting rod horizontally and drew a circle, setting off a huge whirlpool. Lin Fei's entire body charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The whirlpool was filled with a huge tearing force, twisting and forming a circular passageway. Dozens of sound beams were instantly shredded into pieces by the whirlpool. Rod to the sky. Lin Fei withdrew the whirlpool and smashed it toward the sky. Shadow follower. You want to compete with our dragon sect's divine body? How arrogant and ignorant. Long Tianyu was also angry. The trace of dragon blood in his body was extremely irritable. A junior dared to attack him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Long Tianyu also took out a black iron rod. It looked ordinary and ordinary. He grabbed it with both hands and stood in the air. Bang! A violent sound shook the air. Metal and iron collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Long Tianyu blocked the opponent's rod. The qi and blood in his body churned. You really have some strength. No wonder you dare to fight your way up to the divine martial tower. Long Tianyu forcibly suppressed everything. Cracks appeared on his hands, which were rarely seen. The huge force had torn the web between his thumb and index finger. But this is still not enough. Long Tianyu shouted. His aura soared, and the void shattered. He swung the black iron rod in his hand, and a huge force was attached to the front of the iron rod. He smashed it toward the guy in front of him. The force was not inferior to his opponent's attack, and it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Lin Fei also wanted to test Long Tianyu's strength. He pointed the sky-splitting rod forward and collided with the opponent's black iron rod. The force followed the momentum and came one after the other. Oomph! You dare take my attack head-on? This is the dragon sect's 9-layered waves. The power is constantly overlapping, and it kills without leaving a trace. Chapter 2862. The dragon sect once had a physique-tempering ultimate god who dominated an era. Other ultimate gods of the same level were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even though that ultimate god was no longer around, the dragon sect still had its own heritage that ordinary people would not be able to use. For example, the physique-tempering Saint Spirit secret technique. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to get their hands on it, but those were the most common in the dragon sect. Therefore, many physique-tempering experts in the Saint Spirit domain liked to join the dragon sect. If they could be given the surname Long, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. One move, 9-fold waves, was enough to make people feel a great threat. Wave after wave of energy invaded Lin Fei's body. It was his first time seeing the dragon sect's heritage. Long Tianyu did not stop. He closed in and spun the black iron rod in his hand, forming a huge whirlpool. He did not give Lin Fei any chance to catch his breath. The older, the wiser. Feng wanly smiled. Aotian Lord is too young. His heritage is too far away from the dragon sect. Long Tianyu continued to attack his opponent. The black iron rod in his hand was like a black, poisonous snake, giving everyone a great deal of pressure every time he swung it. A casual attack from him was unbearable. Aotian Lord, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, was actually able to withstand the attacks. It was beyond everyone's imagination. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had withstood an attack from a dragon sect expert. In everyone's opinion, his opponent would not be able to withstand Long Tianyu's full strength. They did not believe that a greenhorn could have any heritage. After all, the dragon sect had inherited the heritage of an ultimate god. In this aspect, who could compare to him? That was a top-notch figure who dominated an era. Good Lord, I've underestimated you. Long Tianyu was surprised for the first time. It was rare for someone to be able to withstand his attacks until now. Ordinary people would have been dead by now. Looks like I have to use my killer move. Long Tianyu felt that he had seen through his opponent. His divine body was not bad, but his strength had reached its limit. He was no match for him. Dying. Long Tianyu's black iron rod left his hand. Black meteor The black iron rod transformed into a black shadow. Like a black lightning bolt, it pierced through the space between the opponent's eyebrows. In the dragon sect, there was a powerful body refinement Holy Spirit killer move. Long Tianyo's figure also faded and became blurry, disappearing from everyone's sight. Haha, he's dead meat. Feng Wanli laughed. This move, Black Meteor Kill, could be considered a double-killing move. Once this move was used, the opponent would definitely die. There was no other outcome. Well done. You destroyed the Gate of Providence. You deserve this. Supreme Lord Heavenheart also laughed sinisterly. This move was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. It was a top-notch killing move among the 9th stage Saint Spirit domain, and it could kill 2 people with one move. Lin Fei's brows twitched. The energy field in front of him was torn apart. It was as if something had barged in. That black light directly appeared between his brows and kept drilling in. It was ferocious and domineering. You shouldn't have offended our dragon sect. A person walked in front of Lin Fei and said faintly. He then slammed his palm on a Lin Fei's chest. Crash! The black light pierced through Lin Fei's brows. Lin Fei also retreated. Long Tianyu used a double-killing move like Black Meteor Kill, which could be considered as giving his opponent enough face. The terrifying power of this move would consume the opponent's boundless vitality. For a body refinement cultivator, the more vitality was consumed, the greater the reduction in strength. Looks like he's injured. The experts of the Dragon Sect have always been powerful. They live up to their reputation. That move just now was too fast. It seems to contain a trace of space. It's not easy to block. Facing that move, many people shook their heads. In fact, some Supreme Lords even felt helpless. They couldn't find a way to resist this move. This move was completely an offensive killing move, and it couldn't be blocked. Out Yin, I can see that you're quite strong. If you're willing to become my servant, I can spare your life. Long Tianyu rushed forward again, and the shadow of the rod descended. Lin Fei seemed to be injured. In fact, the injury was very light, and he didn't consume much vitality. If that was your strongest move just now, then you've disappointed me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. You're quite strong. If you don't want to die, then you'll be able to kill me. If you don't want to die, I can accept you as my servant. Lin Fei had seen Long Tianyo's strength. The other party was indeed very strong. He was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than the reckless savage Supreme Lord. But compared to Lin Fei, there was still a huge gap. Arrogant. Long Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. Black Meteor Kill. Once again, he used a powerful killing move to consume the other party's vitality. But this time, the legendary Long Tianyo's brows suddenly shook, and a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was actually a long black rod. It was indeed like a spear, and it pierced through his brows. I wanted to try it the last time, so I let you hit me. Do you really think I'm a fool to use the same move again? The sky splitter rod twisted, and a flood of power surged over. His body exploded on the spot. You know Black Meteor Kill, but I know it too. After reconstructing his body, Long Tianyu had a bad feeling. When he used the Saint Spirit secret technique, his body was actually shuttling back and forth, and it also contained a trace of spatial means, making it difficult for outsiders to detect any traces. But under such circumstances, he was stabbed by the other party's rod. Before he could figure it out, the other party actually used the Black Meteor Kill move. A black stream of light attacked. Long Tianyu didn't have time to think. He held the black iron rod in his hand and waved it around. Just as he started waving it, the black stream of light pierced through his brows, and that person appeared. A palm hit his chest, and with a boom, his body shattered. How was it? How was my move? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. From afar, Long Tianyo's face was a little pale. You, where did you learn the Black Meteor Kill? Lin Fei said lazily, You taught me personally. Do you think I can learn such a powerful secret technique? I really have to thank you. What powerful moves do you have? Use them to your heart's content. I taught you. How is that possible? Long Tianyu was about to go crazy. How did he learn it in such a short time? This isn't normal. Nothing is impossible. The sky splitter rod swept over, and a black shadow flashed by. Long Tianyu was smashed. This is my strength, what do you think? Long Tianyu's body was smashed by the rod. Just now, it was a complete suppression of strength. At this moment, he completely panicked and turned to run. That's impossible. Our divine dragon body is the strongest. Chapter 2863. Lin Fei did not give chase. Go back and tell that long-out yin of your dragon sect that I don't like people with the same name as me. If he dares to have this name again, I'll personally pay him a visit. Long Tianyu didn't dare to stay any longer. Run, run, run. It could be said that he was running for his life. There was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. His opponent's strength was completely above his. Long Tianyu knew that he had become a big joke. What trump card? What high-level Holy Spirit secret technique of the dragon sect? They were all a joke. Elder Long. The smile on Feng Wanli's face froze. He looked at the back of Long Tianyu, who was running away. The words Elder Long were stuck in his throat. He felt bitter and powerless. How could this be? A sense of powerlessness filled Feng Wanli's body. That was Feng Wanli's hope. The dragon sect was an ally of the divine martial tower, so it was only natural that it had something important to it. However, such an ally was actually unable to defeat that Ao Tian, and had even turned around and fled. Is the divine martial tower really finished? No, there's still the temporal temple. This was Feng Wanli's only hope. Boom! An enormous black shadow attacked, and after a loud noise, the divine martial tower's heavenly deity powerhouses heard cracking sounds, and they quickly discovered that the eye of the formation had been damaged. No, Feng Wanli screamed in panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black shadows followed closely behind. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp cracking sound was extremely ear-piercing. The formation is broken. The divine martial tower's array formation couldn't withstand such an overbearing attack and couldn't keep up with the energy replenishment. The divine martial tower's array formation collapsed in front of everyone. Now that your ally Long Tianyu has run away, let's see who can help you now. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he stared at Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Hao Lai. Do you really think that the divine martial tower can stop me? A strike to the sky. Lin Fei rushed forward. The sky-splitting rod, this elemental energy weapon, exploded with a corresponding power. It directly exploded in Feng Wanli's position, setting off a huge energy storm. In just a moment, the entire region seemed to shatter. The exalts and heavenly gods were instantly annihilated. When Feng Wanli and the other reverends recovered, their faces were abnormally pale. It was unstoppable. Only when they truly encountered it did they know what it felt like to be powerless. Run! Those heavenly deity powerhouses lost their lives with a single strike of the rod. Their vigorous vitality didn't even have time to recover before they were completely annihilated. Only the supremacies could withstand this wave of attack. Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai ran in different directions. If he didn't run now, he would be dead. That crushing blow was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was simply too powerful, and it was terrifyingly powerful. It was on a completely different level. His combat prowess was no less than that of a great sovereign lord. The five supremacies of the divine martial tower didn't have the confidence to fight. The battle collapsed. The sky splitter rod in Lin Fei's hand transformed into a black stream of light that swept towards Supremacy Ziyang. Supremacy Ziyang was fast, but the elemental energy divine weapon was even faster. It appeared from the void and wrapped itself around Supremacy Ziyang. Master, save me. Supreme Lord Ziyang had no way of resisting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elemental energy divine weapons were wildly plundering the life essence. After a round trip, Supreme Lord Ziyang came out. His aura was extremely weak, and it was no different from being on the verge of death. You devil! Supreme Lord Ziyang became extremely terrified. He looked at Lin Fei with fear in his eyes, and his body was trembling. Lin Fei coldly snorted and slapped down with his palm. Supreme Lord Ziyang would be annihilated. Senior, I am blocking Supreme Lord Hao Lai. In the distance, Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart acted like a lackey as he restrained Supreme Lord Hao Lai shamelessly. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he chased after Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Out Yin, don't even think of dealing with Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Feng Wanli attacked from behind. The other two supremacies also tried to restrain him. Lin Fei turned around and swung his rod, sending them flying. Don't kill me. I am willing to give up everything. Supreme Lord Hao Lai looked at him and struggled even more intensely. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart was slightly stronger, and he was suppressing Supreme Lord Hao Lai. He was unable to shake off Supreme Lord Hao Lai and could only watch as Supreme Lord Hao Lai caught up. Not bad, you still have some use. Lin Fei caught up and looked at Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart indifferently. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's back was drenched in sweat as he squeezed out an ugly smile. This is what I should do. Then I will spare your life first. A Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart could be killed or not. It was all up to Lin Fei. Many thanks, Senior. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart finally felt relieved. Unknowingly, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Facing such a strong enemy, he would not dare to act recklessly even if he was given 100 guts. I will fight it out with you. Supreme Lord Hao Lai gave up on struggling. He turned around and used a suicidal move, choosing to commit suicide. Boom! A horrifying energy swept out. A Supreme Lord chose to commit suicide. How horrifying was that? Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all life auras were swept away. Hao Lai! Feng Wanli had the Emperor's intent protecting him, but he also suffered a certain impact. He could only watch as everything happened. In the blink of an eye, two Supreme Lords had fallen. Right now, his only disappointment was that Supreme Lord Hao Lai had died in the self-detonation. This was also something that Feng Wanli was happy about. If this person didn't die, he would be a nightmare for the Divine Martial Tower. The horrifying aura started to dissipate. The three Supreme Lords of the Divine Martial Tower stared at it. He must die. The three of them thought silently. The faraway region turned into ashes. In such a place, a black-clothed man stood in the sky, holding a person in his hand. He didn't look like he was in a bad state. He didn't die. That person was Aotion Lord. Lin Fei looked back with cold eyes. Your Divine Martial Tower is not bad. You even used self-detonation. Unfortunately, you still can't kill me. Swish! Lin Fei passed through the void and arrived at the Divine Martial Tower. Come out! With a big hand, he reached into a building of the Divine Martial Tower. After a loud rumble, a large part of the building was turned into ruins. Two figures came out from below. Tower Lord, save us. We admit defeat. Don't kill us. I am willing to be your servant. Both of them were clones. Lin Fei smiled coldly. You even dared to self-detonate. Why are you afraid of death? Your old friends are already dead. What's the point of you continuing to live? With a thought, the big hand exerted force and crushed the two. At this point, another two Supreme Lords had died. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower had lost 5 Supreme Lords in succession. The entire Divine Martial Tower was wailing. Feng Wanli's body almost went limp. He watched as the two Supreme Lords' clones were killed in front of him. Other than anger, there was helplessness. A casual blow from the other party could make him, the Tower Lord, unable to break through the other party's blockade. The difference was like heaven and earth. Feng Wanli would never forget this scene. What had been a small matter back then had turned into this. It was completely beyond Feng Wanli's expectations. This person was a madman. 5 Supreme Lords. From now on, in the Saint Spirit world, which Supreme Lord would dare to offend this Aotion Lord? Lin Fei stood still. Chapter 2864. Supremacy. Tianxin stood at the side, uneasily. He felt a little proud of his quick thinking. Otherwise, he would have become a lifeless corpse. Everything was in the past. What supremacy? What supremacy? What heavens will sect leader? Fortunately, he did the right thing at the crucial moment. Feng Wanli, I welcome you to take revenge. Remember, bring more people. It's best if you bring 8 to 10 people. Otherwise, it will be very boring. Lin Fei did not attack again. The number of supremacies in the Saint Spirit domain was limited. He believed that if he continued killing like this, he might step on a certain line. After killing Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Halia, he would have completed his mission. The rest could be discussed later. I don't dare. Feng Wanli suppressed the anger in his heart. He could not afford to offend this person. 5 supremacies could not stop him. 8 to 10 might not succeed. They only have themselves to blame for offending you, Your Excellency. Feng Wanli only hoped that this ruthless person would not attack the Divine Martial Tower anymore. If things went wrong, the Divine Martial Tower might really be removed from the Divine Martial Tower. He had no choice but to lower his head. After killing 5 supremacies, the reputation that Lin Fei needed would definitely spread in the Saint Spirit domain. The factions that knew would definitely not provoke him again. There was no hurry to leave the Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei left, leaving behind a silhouette. Senior Outyin, wait for me. Once Lin Fei left, Feng Wanli looked at Heavenly Heart Supremacy with murderous intent. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was so frightened that he hurriedly chased after him. Feng Wanli, you better behave yourself. Don't have any ideas. Otherwise, the Divine Martial Tower will regret it. Master, the High Lord's life force is very strong. You killed 5 of them in a row, and your efficiency is much higher. If you were to kill another 1 or 200 of them, your proud celestial body 8th layer can reach the peak. The little devil urged. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Oh my God, do you want me to become the public enemy of the Saint Spirit domain? Even the devil of the demonic empire would not dare to kill so many supremacies. Didn't you see them hiding? No matter how much courage Lin Fei had, he wouldn't dare. More than 100 supremacies. What a joke. Senior Proud Heaven, wait for me. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. Supremacy Heavens will caught up and said with a fawning look. What a joke. If he didn't suck up to him now, when would he get the chance? Just by looking at the people from the Divine Martial Tower, Heavenly Heart Supremacy believed that the Divine Martial Tower must hate him to death. In addition, the Heavens' sex vitality had been greatly damaged. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was a rotten tree that couldn't support itself. He wouldn't even know when he would be plotted against. Even if the AO Tian Lord had killed the Lord of Adversity, Supreme Lord Tianxin would not feel any hatred towards him. If he had not made the right choice at the crucial moment and was willing to offend the Divine Martial Tower, he would have been dead by now. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord wouldn't have been able to withstand the wave of self-destruction just now. At the crucial moment, it was AO Tian Lord who pulled him back and forcefully withstood the self-destruction. Heavenly Heart Supremacy didn't even dare to imagine that he could withstand the explosion so easily. Lin Fei glanced at Empyrean Heart. You are quite smart. It seems like saving your life wasn't in vain. Senior Outyin, my life is yours. I am very happy to do things for you. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart had placed himself in a very low position. He had never seen a supremacy of the body tempering school that could be so tyrannical. He even suspected that this supremacy had the combat power of a great supremacy. Not bad. You are very suitable to be a lackey. Lin Fei laughed. Yes, I'm a lackey. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart nodded repeatedly. Senior Outyin, what do you need to do? Feel free to instruct me. I will do it immediately. Make a trip to the Dragon Sect and tell them to send Reckless Savage Supremacy here. Also, remind Long Outyin to change his name so that I won't be in a bad mood and kill him. Lin Fei said, once this is done, you will be my lackey. Tell them to consider it in 3 days. Dragon Sect? Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's scalp went numb. That place was filled with a bunch of lunatics. Why? Are you not willing? Lin Fei frowned. I will go. I will go immediately. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart did not dare to stay any longer. He headed straight for the Dragon Sect. Even if that group of lunatics were to offend such a ruthless person for reckless savage supremacy. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Long Outyin will be the last. Long Tianyo's strength is equivalent to 3 supremacies. The Dragon Sect will definitely not hand over a supremacy with the surname Long Reckless Savage Supremacy, is much simpler. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to deal with the last Long Out Yin. After Lin Fei left the Divine Martial Tower, news about Ao Tian Lord spread like wildfire, especially in the circle of supremacies. Almost all of them were talking about Ao Tian Lord. The battle scene recorded at the scene was also spread. Anyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath. This supremacy of the body tempering school was ridiculously strong. Is he a great supremacy? It can't be. Even a self-detonation couldn't hurt that Ao Tian Lord. This is crazy. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower are really unlucky. They actually offended such a ruthless person. I heard that someone from a dragon sect also offended the Ao Tian Lord. I wonder if he will go. That place is filled with a bunch of lunatics. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Ao Tian Lord's name immediately became the headline of the Saint Spirit world. He suppressed all the other supremacies and immediately became an influential figure. In a short time, he killed 5 supremacies. Even his self-detonation couldn't kill him. Such a body-tempering school supremacy's combat strength was almost equivalent to a great supremacy's. If it wasn't the combat strength of a great supremacy, who else would have such powerful strength? But was it possible for such a young great supremacy? However, everyone knew that in a one-on-one fight, there were really not many supremacies who could beat him. Perhaps only a few heaven-defying geniuses could. Divine Martial Tower, a pile of ruins. Feng Wanli arranged for people to clean up the Divine Martial Tower. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I'm late. In the void, 3 figures came out. One of them looked at the Divine Martial Tower and said apologetically with his hands cupped, Brother Ding, I'm sorry. Feng Wanli didn't dare to put on airs. I just hate that person for being too arrogant and not being able to properly welcome the 3 of you. Only the people of the Temporal Temple could make Feng Wanli put down his airs. This person really deserves to die, Dingyan said sternly. He heard that the Divine Martial Tower had sent a message from Feng Wanli. He came immediately after revealing that he was relying on the Temporal Temple, but he was still a step too late. Ding Yun could see the unconcealable anger on Feng Wanli's face. Brother Ding, the Divine Martial Tower is willing to rely on the Temporal Temple. I only hope that you can help me vent my anger and take revenge for Ziyang, Hao Lai, and those innocent sky gods, Feng Wanli said in a low voice. This was a grievance that Feng Wanli couldn't swallow. As a member of the Temporal Temple, Ding Yun had always been interested in the Divine Martial Tower. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to them, although his strength would be damaged, he still had 3 supremacies. It would be better if he could rope them in. Chapter 2865. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower had suffered great losses. 5 supremacies had fallen, and their bodies and clones had been destroyed. News of his brutal methods spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Countless people were curious about this Ao Tian Lord. Which faction did he belong to? His cultivation speed was too fast. The most unfathomable thing about him was the celestial god physique that he cultivated. This was a heaven god body that Jiang he had never seen before. It was not inferior to the top-notch heaven god body that was circulated in the Saint Spirit domain. Even the self-destruction of a High Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Everyone was clear about one thing, and that was that there was a very powerful person with great potential in the body refinement world. If things went well, he might even have the qualifications to fight against the Temporal Temple's Exalt Kongwen. Dragon Sect. This was a sect with a strong foundation. A guest had arrived. Supreme Lord Tianxin of the Gate of Providence. The news of Heavenly Heart supremacy, shamelessly relying on others, had also spread throughout the circle of supremacies. He had become the lackey of Ao Tian Lord. Tianxin Supreme Lord, you still have the guts to come to our dragon sect? Aren't you afraid that the disciples of our dragon sect will tear you apart? Although Empyrean Heart entered, he subconsciously shivered when he saw those sinister gazes. Everyone knew that the heavenly deities of the dragon sect were all madmen, a bunch of unreasonable fellows. However, When he thought of the Aeon Lord behind him, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Everyone, I'm just an errand boy. I know that your dragon sect is powerful, and I'm not afraid of you tearing me apart. In any case, if I die, someone will be angry, and at that time, the unlucky ones will definitely be you. Exalted Lord Heavenly Heart said indifferently, I believe that Elder Long Tianyu should be the one who understands this the most. Am I right? Elder Long Tianyu was there as well. When he heard that, his face turned ashen. This was something that he could not forget the most. As an elder of the dragon sect, he was actually suppressed by a junior. Even now, he still had a lingering fear of the might of that staff strike. If he could, he would rather die than fight with Yi Futian. There were a total of 8 elders with the surname Long, and all of them were supremacies. A sect with 8 supremacies. How powerful was that? They looked down on Empyrean Heart Supreme Lord's betrayal, but they couldn't resist the person behind him. After Long Tianyu returned, he recounted the entire process in detail. The Dragon Sect Supreme Lord's expression didn't look too good. He was truly provoked. A dignified elder was injured by a single strike? You don't want to admit it, but the injuries on Long Tianyu's body prove this point. When Heavenly Heart Supremacy came knocking on their door, they actually wanted to rip him apart. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been in so much trouble. Haha, Tian Xine, if the person behind you really doesn't have anything to worry about, he would have already killed his way here. Why would he let you come here? Does he really think that our dragon sect is easy to bully? An arrogant middle-aged man sitting in the lower seat said. This person was Long Out Yin, a very domineering name. Yeah, our dragon sect is not afraid of that Aeon Lord. You're quite capable. Let them come. The supremacies of the dragon sect were all cultivation maniacs. Even if Long Tianyu was injured, they still believed that they could fight. Although Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's heart was trembling, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and attack. He tried his best to act calm and smiled coldly. Your dragon sect is indeed very powerful, but what about the others? They aren't as strong as you, and it's the same for you. Do you think that the 2 of you can defeat my master? I'm afraid that the 8 of you will have to work together. But can you guarantee that you can kill my master? You can't possibly be together every day. If there's any carelessness, I feel that the 8 of you will die. Long Tianyu should know that. Long Tianyu nodded slightly. Are you threatening us? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said solemnly, I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you not to make the wrong choice. The supremacies of a dragon sect were very angry. They couldn't wait to kill Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord. But when they thought of that Aeon Lord behind them, even though they knew that he was using his connections to intimidate others, they didn't dare to make a move. Just like what they said, they weren't confident that they could stop that Aeon Lord. It might be possible if the 8 of them worked together, but could they guarantee that they could kill him? Even they couldn't guarantee that they could really kill him. You're right, but does that Aeon Lord dare to make a move? Long Wuhan, who hadn't spoken all this while, smiled. Our dragon sect isn't as glorious as it was in the past, but he can't fight against us alone. Moreover, we still have the massacre court. Has your master made his decision? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord spread his hands. That means that we can't talk anymore. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. As for what my master will do, I don't know. But I have to remind everyone that my master is still young. Back then, he dared to go to the massacre court alone to kill people. Now that he's strong enough, what do you think he will do? I'm also the one who took the initiative to talk to everyone. Do you think that it's worth it for reckless Savage Lord? As he spoke, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord stood up and pretended to leave. Long Wuhan indeed thought that the Aeon Lord wouldn't dare to make a move. Not to mention the dragon sect's strength. Just the massacre court alone was enough to make him hesitate. Once he made a move, he would offend both the dragon sect and the massacre court. No matter how arrogant the other party was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. But Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's last sentence moved Long Wuhan. That Aeon Lord was still young. A young man, full of mettle. Moreover, the other party's strength was limitless. After all, he was a great supremacy. Whether it was real or fake, he couldn't afford to be careless. Tens of thousands of years ago, if he wasn't a supremacy, he dared to go to the massacre court to kill people and even challenged a supremacy. It was enough to show that he was a decisive person. Brother Heavenly Heart, since you're here, why leave? Let's talk. Long Wuhan hurriedly stood up. All of you can leave first. Once the family head spoke, the other supremacies left reluctantly. Heavenly Heart Supreme, Lord sat down again. There's no one else here. If you have something to say, just say it. Long Wuhan went straight to the point. Long Wuhan wasn't willing to have a big battle with the Aotian Lord. The dragon sect couldn't afford such a loss. In their generation, there was almost no one who had activated their bloodline, so their strength increased very slowly. This was also the reason why they relied on the massacre court. There were still many forces eyeing them covetously, so they had to be careful. Long Wuhan really wasn't willing to fight with the Aotian Lord for the sake of a reckless savage supremacy. It didn't matter if they lost a supremacy, but if they lost an elder with the surname Long, it would really hurt their vitality. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was secretly pleased. In the past, when the Gate of Providence was at its peak, Long Wuhan also looked down on him. Among the three alliances, the Gate of Providence was the weakest. Chapter 2866. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord felt so good. Even though he had the strength of a Supreme Lord in such a huge Saint Spirit world, with his little strength, if he met some powerful Supreme Lords, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Wuhan was also at the Supreme Lord realm, but he was far from what Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord could contend against. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was able to speak like this. All of this was brought about by the Aotian Lord. Reckless Savage Lord is indeed at fault in this matter. If we hand him over like this, where will our dragon sect put its face? Long Wuhan frowned. My master said that as long as we see him, everything can be discussed. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said, as for whether he's dead or alive, it means a lot, don't you think so? Even though he didn't like Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord now, he had to say that what he said made sense. We have to discuss this matter properly. No problem. Long Wuhan finally agreed. Long Wuhan didn't dare to risk the entire dragon sect for Reckless Savage Lord. This matter was caused by him. Moreover, he was just a consecrator, not as important as an elder. It didn't matter if he gave up on one. Long Wuhan didn't dare to take the risk. That Aotian Lord was young and full of youthful vigor. Once he felt that the dragon sect didn't give him face, it would be normal for him to kill them. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower's array formation couldn't stop him, and their dragon sect array formation might not be able to either. You can never underestimate the terror of a body tempering school Supreme Lord. Handing over Reckless Savage Lord in front of them was definitely not possible. They had to use some tricks. For example, making Reckless Savage Lord leave. At that time, no matter what happened, everything would be fine. Even the dragon sect could even put on a show for everyone to see. At that time, good. I'll be good. Everyone will be good. On a dark and windy night, Reckless Savage Lord left the dragon sect, escorted by two dragon sect Supreme Lords. In name, they were sending him to the massacre court. When he reached there, even if the Aotian Lord had 100 guts, he might not dare to make a move. In a no-fly zone, the dragon sect's two High Lords made a move and injured the Reckless Savage High Lord. The other party didn't expect that the dragon sect's High Lords would make a move. The Reckless Barbaric Supremacy was extremely furious. He kept on fleeing. In the end, he encountered Lin Fei, who had been waiting for a long time and was beaten to death. The remaining avatars naturally didn't have a good ending. As soon as one side died, the other side immediately took action. This matter, go back and tell your sect leader, Long Wuhan, that it's best if he changes his name. If I find out about it again, I'll pay him a visit personally. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, said lightly. The two elders of the dragon sect felt great pressure. This person was very strong. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. The two of them left with sullen expressions. No matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, they could only suppress it. Reckless savage sovereign had been blown apart in just a few moves. He couldn't be any more dead. All right, you could go now. Heavenly Heart supremacy was considered one of them. If he really left, who knew what the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect would do after they found out about the truth? Will he come and take revenge on me? This point, he couldn't guarantee it. Master, I'm begging you, take me with you. Heavenly Heart supremacy couldn't care so much anymore and shouted shamelessly. You're quite eloquent, Lin Fei said lightly. When did I become your master? Heavenly Heart supremacy shivered. Master, I'm really willing to be your servant. A person like you definitely needs someone to order around. I think I'm up to the task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and released his aura. Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? You should know that killing a supremacy like you is as easy as flipping my hand. If Master wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. I'm willing to serve Master like a dog. Heavenly Heart supremacy knelt down. Lin Fei didn't expect Heavenly Heart supremacy to be so shameless. A supremacy's servant was not bad. I still have things to do. Go back and wait at the Gate of Providence. I'll contact you if anything happens. Lin Fei asked for the contact signal. If someone comes to find trouble with you, you can tell them my name. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely wait at the Gate of Providence. Heavenly Heart's supremacy completely relaxed when he heard what he wanted the most. He finally had a strong backer. After killing Supremacy Man Lin Fei's mission to avenge his master was 2/3 completed. Only Long Out Yin was left. He could definitely kill his way to the Dragon Sect now, but he would have to face the Dragon Sect's all-out counterattack. They might already be prepared. There was a chance, but it would be troublesome. Lin Fei decided to wait a little longer. This matter couldn't be rushed. The name Aotian Lord had spread in the Saint Spirit domain. He would have an identity and wouldn't be too conspicuous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He traversed through the void. Without any warning, the void started to distort, and a powerful force surged over. Lin Fei immediately took out his sky-splitting rod and swung it in front of him. The surrounding void started to change. A moment later, he found himself in a desert. The surroundings were quiet. People of the Temporal Temple, come out, Lin Fei said calmly to the desert. Pa pa pa. Amazing. You actually know that we did it. Ding Yun came out of the void with 2 people beside him. They all looked at the black-clothed man. It was the Aotian Lord who had caused an uproar in the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei laughed and said, to be able to bring me to another place uncontrollably, this involves the aspect of space. In the entire Saint Spirit world, only your temporal temple has the ability to control time and space. Who else could it be? Let's get straight to the point. Dingyan admired Paragon, Lord Aotian's calmness. After all, if an ordinary person knew that the temporal temple had come knocking on their door, who would be able to sit still? You're calmer than I thought. No wonder you dared to attack the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower. Dingyan said, I'm here on behalf of the Temporal Temple. I feel that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't you let me be the middleman? How about you shake hands with Feng Wanli? After all, it would be such a pity if a body-tempering supremacy like you were to fall. The Divine Martial Tower surrendered to you. Are you here to stand up for them? Lin Fei heard the crux of the matter. That's right. Feng Wanli surrendered to our temporal temple. Ding Yun admitted. You slapped the Divine Martial Tower's face. Our temporal temple is obligated to stand up for them. I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate. You should know how to give up. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Join our temporal temple. It's a good thing for you. Chapter 2867. Ding Yun was rather interested in the Aotian Lord who had appeared recently. As one of the top 3 forces in the Saint Spirit world, the temporal temple had many experts, but they also needed various supremacies. The better the potential, the more they liked them. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Aotian first appeared, the temporal temple had already noticed him. Afterwards, someone commented that Aotian would definitely become a supremacy in 100,000 years, and his combat power should be at the 2nd stage of the supremacy rank, or even close to the 1st stage. This was also a small classification among the supremacies. Ordinary supremacies were at the third stage, and the more powerful ones were at the second stage. A person at the second stage could fight 3 to 4 supremacies without being defeated, and a person at the first stage was even stronger. However, they underestimated Aotion. In less than 100,000 years, when he appeared again, he did something spectacular, suppressing the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Building, and slaughtering 5 supremacies. His main Yuan was completely destroyed. This was incredible. Reaching the supremacy realm in less than 100,000 years, the Temporal Temple did some research and came to a shocking conclusion. This Aotion Lord must have cultivated a top-notch heavenly god physique cultivation technique. Even though he was only at the supremacy realm, he was already comparable to those peak supremacies. The conclusions drawn by the Temporal Temple usually wouldn't be too far off. Such a supremacy had to be roped in. Once he reached the great supremacy realm in a few 100,000 years, he would be comparable to at least 3 to 4 great supremacies, or even 5 to 6. Dingyan didn't hesitate to come personally. Hearing this, he naturally thought that Lin Fei was afraid of the Temporal Temple. Dingyan was secretly delighted. Aotion, you are a talent, a top-notch talent. The Temporal Temple welcomes people like you to join us. After this, be it the Gate of Providence, the Divine Martial Building, or even the Dragon Sect, they wouldn't dare to say anything, let alone have any thoughts of revenge. To Dingyan, the death of 5 supremacies wasn't a big deal. If Aotion Lord were to join the Temporal Temple, it would be equivalent to having a first-rate close combat expert. At the very least, he would be able to suppress 7 to 8 ordinary reverends. I appreciate the Temporal Temple's kind intentions, but I don't like to be restricted. I've always been a free person, so don't mention anything about recruiting me. If I want to join a force in the future, I'll definitely contact you immediately. Lin Fei said indifferently, tactfully declining the offer. For the current Lin Fei, the 3 major powers still had a certain amount of pressure, unless heaven-proud heaven stepped into the 9th level. He had actually rejected the Temporal Temple's recruitment. Dingyan wondered if he had heard wrongly. He had personally come to recruit him. The gazes of the 2 people behind him also became strange. There was really someone who could reject the Temporal Temple's invitation. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, there were so many formidable martial artists who wanted to join the Temporal Temple. Now, a junior had rejected it without even thinking. This was a huge blow to Dingyan, who had always thought that the Aotion Lord would readily join the Temporal Temple as soon as he appeared. Outrageous. This was too outrageous. How could he reject them? Sir Aotion, I hope you can think about it carefully. After all, the Temporal Temple is not an ordinary force, and there are many people who can't join. Dingyan said, while suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a vicious aura surged from his body. It was as if a ferocious beast had appeared. Can I take it that this is a threat? Dingyan and the other 2 instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by a terrifying, ferocious beast. It seemed like if they gave a bad answer, this person would make a move. What a terrifying, killing intent. Dingyan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This was truly a fella who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Dingyan squeezed out a smile. Our Temporal Temple is a peak power, so we naturally wouldn't do such things. If it was an ordinary person, Dingyan would have already made a move. However, this was a body-tempering style supremacy who could become a great supremacy. Dingyan didn't dare to be careless. If he failed to recruit him, the other party would bear a grudge, which would be a huge threat to the Temporal Temple. Lin Fei smiled. I thought that your Temporal Temple wanted to use your power to threaten me. If that's the case, I don't mind exterminating you on the spot. In any case, I'm just a single person. I can wander to the ends of the earth without fear of being killed by you. Dingyan didn't doubt the other party's words. He was really capable of doing it. Since Sir Aotion isn't willing, we will meet again in the future. Dingyan was straightforward. He brought the two of them and left. Lin Fei looked at their disappearing figures. This person really knows how to endure. I thought he would make a move. It would be nice to see how powerful the Temporal Temple is. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Since the Temporal Temple failed to recruit him, they will probably make a move in the dark. I wonder how many experts they will lose. Lin Fei drilled into the void. Deacon Ding, why did you let him go? One of the middle-aged supremacies asked after they had gone far away. Ding Yun coldly said, Bastard, didn't you see it clearly? If we make a move, we will die immediately. Do you think you are Ao Tian's opponent? Or do you think he doesn't dare to kill you? The three of them were all deacons. In the Temporal Temple, their status wasn't low. The other two deacons were extremely dissatisfied with Ding Yun's actions. There had never been anyone who dared to reject the Temporal Temple's recruitment. They didn't even need to show themselves. With just a message, they would come over eagerly. This was the first time they had suffered a setback. A body-tempering supremacy actually dared to reject their invitation. He wasn't putting the Temporal Temple in his eyes. He wasn't giving them, the deacons, any face at all. Would he dare to make a move? As they said this, the two of them recalled the scene just now, and their confidence waned. Why wouldn't he dare? Ding Yun looked at them like an idiot. His strength is more than enough to easily kill you. Can you guarantee that what we saw was his true strength? Then what should we do now? Ding Yun's expression sank. This person's origin is mysterious. Our Temporal Temple is a power that specializes in collecting information. Even until now, we have yet to find out Ao Tian's origin. From this, we can see that this person isn't simple. Unless we know his identity, no one would dare to make a move. Let's observe first. I believe that once the Massacre God Court finds out about this person, they will definitely make a move. It will be best if both sides start fighting. Who knows, we might still have a chance. A mysterious expert with unknown origins. Ding Yun was also worried. What he was most afraid of was that Ao Tian Lord came from that mysterious black domain. Ding Yun's idea was good, but he had underestimated Lin Fei's concealment ability. The moment this person disappeared, there was actually no trace of him. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any trace of him. This completely ruined their plans of finding out the origin of Ao Tian Lord. Chapter 2868. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei quietly returned to Cloud Sea Nation. Along the way, he concealed his aura and disrupted the space around him. Even if the Temporal Temple wanted to investigate him, it wouldn't be that easy. The people from the Temporal Temple are probably vomiting blood. It won't be that easy to follow me and investigate me. Lin Fei lay on a rocking chair and lazily read the news sent by Heavenly Heart Supremacy. Does the Divine Martial Tower really think that they can deal with me just because they have the Temporal Temple? Also, this dragon sect actually contacted the Massacre Court. Truly impressive. It really isn't easy to get all sorts of dirty water thrown at me. After he attacked the Heavens Will sect, the Divine Martial Tower, and the Dragon sect, the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon sect issued a bounty. Especially the Divine Martial Tower, who publicly announced that they would join the Temporal Temple. The Massacre God Court behind the Dragon sect also sent a special envoy to place a bounty on Ao Tian Paragon's head. The price was extremely high, attracting countless people and forces to search for Ao Tian Paragon's tracks. Lin Fei didn't want to care about them now. There was no need for that now. Be it the Temporal Temple or the Massacre Court, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. As long as the three of them didn't act against him, he still had the ability to protect himself. Senior brother, you can just cultivate here in the future. 20 years after Lin Fei returned to Cloud Sea Nation, his fifth senior brother Long Yu came. I'll have a troubled junior brother. Long Yu said with a sigh, the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple are really ruthless. I don't even dare to go out now, because I'm afraid of meeting those fellows. Lin Fei laughed. Senior brother has become a punching bag. Since they can't find me, they naturally have to find someone else to vent their anger on. Since senior brother participated in this matter, he will definitely find trouble with you. They are really despicable. In Cloud Sea Nation, neither the Massacre Court nor the Temporal Temple dared to act recklessly. especially the place where Lin Fei cultivated. Even the Cloud Sea Nation king had to kneel and lick it. Lin Fei was currently the #1 expert in Cloud Sea Nation. Although he had not fought for tens of thousands of years, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's true strength. Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the supremacy realm, what do you plan to do next? Long Yu asked curiously. Lin Fei grinned. With the Dark Shadow Palace as my backing, I have to get some benefits for myself no matter what. After holding back for so many years, it's time for me to perform well. Otherwise, I'll be forgotten by them. Aha, well said. Long Yu agreed with him. The foundation of the Dark Shadow Palace is unimaginable. If Junior brother can soar to the sky, you will definitely receive even greater benefits, and your status will also be higher. Right now, many forces are looking for Junior brother, coveting the body tempering technique that Junior brother is cultivating. This step must be taken. In the past 20 years, Long Yu had heard a lot of news, most of which was about his junior brother, Lin Fei. For example, the body tempering technique. Many people could see that this body refinement technique was absolutely top-notch. It was able to withstand the self-destruction of a supremacy. Even with the protection of the heavenly deity armor, it might not have been so easy. It was definitely because of the heavenly deity physique. It's time to take action. Lin Fei smiled and said, I plan to break through after another 10,000 years. By then, it will have been 100,000 years, and no one will suspect me. 10,000 years. Lin Fei had been cultivating in the Cloud Sea Nation, and he was also paying attention to the movements in the Saint Spirit domain. The news about the Ao Tian Lord had been spreading for 300 years, but it gradually faded and was replaced by many influential figures. Very few people would pay attention to this matter. The Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple also seemed to have given up on the search. Ever since he disappeared, there were no more traces of the Ao Tian Lord. He had completely disappeared from the Saint Spirit domain. They did not hesitate to use their secret techniques, but they still returned empty-handed. 6,000 years ago, the Blood Fiend Nation recovered its strength, and they rebuilt the Blood Fiend sect. They sent out a group of elite heavenly gods to start small-scale wars at the border. The Cloud Sea mountain range became the focus of competition again. The war affected a lot of people. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation and the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation personally took action. They fought several times on the Cloud Sea mountain range, but there was no clear victor. The war entered a stalemate. This lasted for 500 years. In 500 years, the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation invited the expert under Venerable One's sword, Heavenly God Quicksand. This person was the Heavenly God Quicksand, who was defeated by Lin Fei back then. Now, he was Venerable Quicksand. Even though he used a secret technique, he was still a Venerable Lord. Once Venerable Quicksand arrived, he slaughtered his way through and occupied the Cloud Sea mountain range. Lin Fei, I have become a Venerable Lord. What about you? Venerable Quicksand came to provoke him. Venerable Quicksand had never forgotten that he had died in Lin Fei's hands. This time, he came back for revenge. He wanted to destroy Lin Fei's main body, so that he would never have the chance to step into the 8th Order Heavenly God realm. In these 100,000 years, Venerable Quicksand had been paying attention to the situation. Physique tempering was notoriously hard to cultivate. Every time Lin Fei went out, Venerable Quicksand would arrange for people to keep an eye on him. Seeing that Lin Fei's cultivation had not broken through, he felt even more relieved. Let's see how long you can endure. Heavenly God Quicksand charged in. Even a heavenly god was defeated by him. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was forced to retreat again and again. Venerable Quicksand was powerful, forcing the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation to hide in the capital and activate the formation. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I'll destroy the capital. Venerable Quicksand's voice was loud and clear. Weren't you very powerful in the past? What? You don't dare to come out now? Is it because you don't have the courage to take that step? Inside the palace, the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I can only wait for the Venerable Lord to come down. All these years, Lin Fei had been in seclusion. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation could roughly guess. This personal disciple of Lin Fei didn't seem to have much influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the personal disciple of great Paragon Han Tian, almost no one would know about him. Venerable Quicksand was outside the capital and wasn't in a hurry to attack. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. Every day passed. The heavenly god experts in the capital felt even more pressured. There was nothing more humiliating than being blocked by a venerable lord in the capital. The Sea Cloud Nation is right in front. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man, two youth passed through many nations and entered a new nation. Deacon Lee, I can't believe that Exalt Quicksand, who ascended with medicinal pills, actually asked us to take action. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple, Lin Fei's personal disciple, is so weak. A young man with a proud face said with contempt and disdain. That goes without saying. I heard that among the people who came with Lin Fei, he is the worst off. Look at senior brother Dugu Yijian. He has made a name for himself. There is also senior brother Sheng Tianzi and the others. Which one of them isn't famous in the Saint Spirit domain? The leader, Deacon Lee, coughed lightly. All right, don't talk nonsense. No matter what, that person is the personal disciple of great Paragon Han Tian. You should know that he's very protective. Deacon Lee was a veteran, so he knew what to say and what not to say. Our mission this time is to chase away that venerable Quicksand. The two young heavenly gods stopped talking. They looked down on Lin Fei even more. When they entered the Sea Cloud Nation, the first thing they saw was venerable Quicksand, who was blocking the capital of the Sea Cloud Nation. A mere pseudo-venerable lord dares to be so impudent here. The two youths were about to attack. At this time, a sharp voice came from the sky above the Sea Cloud Nation. You died once, and you still dare to come again. 1 month after venerable Quicksand attacked the capital, Lin Fei attacked from afar, sealing soul, severing palm. This was the power of the second stage of the Saint Spirit's 9th stage secret technique. Chapter 2869. The two young heavenly gods from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters were startled by the sudden scene. This seems to be the sealing soul-breaking palm, a killing move of the body-tempering school. Did Lin Fei make a move? It seems to be quite powerful. I heard that Lin Fei is the only one who knows this move. The two were in a daze for a while before they reacted. High Lord Quicksand had been killed. Wasn't he the one they had dealt with? The internal competition in the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters was fierce. When they heard that a small-scale war had broken out in the Cloud Nation and that the monarch had asked for help, but Lin Fei was useless, some young people from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters came up with a plan. This was their chance to perform. If Xiao Chun could get rid of a pseudo-supremacy like Quicksand, he would have made a great contribution. The people above would also remember him. Compared to Lin Fei's personal disciple, it would be clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Therefore, they came in a hurry under Deacon Lee's lead, intending to perform well and let that personal disciple, Lin Fei, know that there was a huge gap between them and him. However, the scene in front of them shattered all their fantasies. Deacon Lee was also quite surprised. The sealing soul-breaking palm. Deacon Lee had heard of Lin Fei's name before. He was the only one who had become the disciple of great Monarch Heaven Shaker. Now, 100,000 years had passed. Compared to the others, Lin Fei's performance was too embarrassing. The power doesn't seem right. Since when was the first level of power able to kill a High Lord? Even though High Lord Quicksand's strength was only at the level of an ordinary High Lord, could it be that Lin Fei has become a High Lord? Lin Fei's performance had disrupted Deacon Lee's plan. Deacon Lee's original plan was to teach Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's direct disciple, a lesson he would teach Grand Monarch Lin Fei a lesson. It would be a great disgrace for a useless personal disciple to need people from the headquarters to deal with this matter. Now that Master Quicksand had destroyed him with one move, their efforts have been in vain. He's attacking again. With the death of Supremacy Quicksand, the experts who had been using his connections to intimidate others immediately dispersed. For example, the ruler of the Blood Fiend country was so frightened that he turned around and ran. He cursed at Lin Fei for being so shameless. To think that he could hide until now. He was too black-hearted. It was as if they had become clowns. It was not that Lin Fei was afraid of them, but that he could not be bothered with them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The giant hand reached out again. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the large hand passed, space would collapse. Regardless of whether it was heavenly deities or country lords, wherever the power spread, everything would be destroyed, truly dying without a complete corpse. Outside the Yunhai nation, everything returned to silence. After a short period of time, the capital erupted into cheers. Everyone became excited, and their gazes all turned toward the mountain peak with reverence. "Deacon Lee, what should we do now?" the two people behind him asked. Now that he was dead, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Deacon Lee's expression darkened. He is dead, but Lin Fei was incompetent. This crime cannot be erased. The higher-ups have ordered us to bring him back and punish him severely. Let's go and meet that Lin Fei now. Even though he had lost a chance to show off, Deacon Lee still had to complete another mission. Bring Lin Fei back. Yes, we must bring Lin Fei back. His personal disciple was in charge of the Yunhai nation, and yet such a thing happened. He completely disregarded the matter. What a scandal. The two people hurriedly agreed. However, the joy of the Yunhai nation's ruler had not ended yet. Deacon Lee had brought people over. The Yunhai nation's ruler went up to welcome him warmly and respectfully. "Hello, Deacon Lee, hello." To be able to hold the position of a deacon in the Dark Shadow Palace meant that he was quite capable. He had a faction behind him, and the Yunhai nation's ruler could not afford to offend him. "Where's that Lin Fei?" Deacon Lee asked indifferently with a stern expression. "He's still up there." The Yunhai nation's ruler looked at Deacon Lee and knew that he did not come with good intentions. He sighed for Lin Fei in his heart. The rumors seemed to be true. "Bring us over." Since Supreme Lord Quicksand was already dead, Deacon Lee could not be bothered to waste any more time. He decided to bring Lin Fei back directly. A mere ruler would not dare to stop them. All right. The Yunhai nation's ruler did not have the confidence to do so. He could only bring Deacon Lee up the mountain. "Lord Lin Fei, I am the Yunhai nation's ruler. Someone from the headquarters wants to meet you." The Yunhai nation's ruler stood outside the door and said. This courtyard was very ordinary, but the Yunhai nation's ruler did not dare to barge in. What arrogance! Deacon Lee came personally, but he did not come out to welcome him. Deacon Lee frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Even a personal disciple would have to give a deacon some face at times. Moreover, Lin Fei was just a personal disciple with no potential. If he was a smart person, he would have come out to welcome him instead of putting on airs here. The Yunhai nation's ruler shrank his neck. The atmosphere became oppressive and cold, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He secretly hated that this young man did not know how to speak. Wasn't he clearly here to cause trouble? The courtyard was very quiet. Lin Fei did not come out. Deacon Lee's expression became more and more unsightly. He was here on behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, but that Lin Fei actually did not come out. This was like a slap to their faces. This was simply outrageous. "Lin Fei, why are you still not coming out? Are you going to let Deacon Lee wait forever?" Deacon Lee came from above. "Why are you still not coming out?" If Lin Fei did not come out, the ones who were the happiest were the two young men. Today, they had offended Deacon Lee. Even if they became a disciple of a supreme, they would still have to suffer. Another long while passed. Deacon Lee's expression was extremely unsightly. Creak. The courtyard's gate opened. Lin Fei's lazy aura came out. What kind of people are these? Don't they know that disturbing others is a very immoral thing to do? When the Yunhai nation's ruler heard this, he knew that he was in trouble. "Lord Lin Fei, this is Deacon Lee from above. He is specially here to deal with Supremacy Quicksand's matters." At this moment, Deacon Lee could no longer conceal his anger. "How dare you speak like this?" The young man behind Deacon Lee said. "Quickly apologize to Deacon Lee." "That's right. Deacon Lee is here for your matter. It's fine that you didn't come out to welcome him, but you still dare to speak to him like this." Lin Fei raised his eyelids, and his gaze turned cold. "Shut up." His cold gaze swept across the two young men. The two young men instantly felt as though they had fallen into a terrifying hell. Their bodies turned cold, and they subconsciously trembled. "Lin Fei, what are you doing?" Deacon Lee shouted. Lin Fei could sense intense hostility from the three of them. Chapter 2870. You dare. Apologize right now. Who do you think you're to put on airs before us? The two people Deacon Lee brought with him both had powerful backgrounds. With a High Lord as their backing, they could do whatever they wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace, as long as they didn't offend some powerful people who dared to not give a High Lord face. More importantly, their talent was outstanding, reaching peak 7th Order Heavenly God realm at such a young age, and they had mastered the holy spirit body tempering secret art. If they joined hands, they could even fight a High Lord. If it was another great sovereign's personal disciple, they would have to be careful. After all, the Dark Shadow Palace had a total of 5 great sovereigns. Their importance was obvious, and their personal disciples had always been outstanding. Great Sovereign Hantian's personal disciples were an exception. It was very difficult to become a High Lord on the body-tempering path, unlike the Emperor Intent path, where there were some shortcuts. Lin Fei had been Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's last legacy disciple 100,000 years ago. However, he didn't seem to have much potential. All of his other legacy disciples had gone far ahead of him, except for Lin Fei. He had almost been forgotten by the Dark Shadow Palace. This was also the reason they looked down on Lin Fei. Now that they were provoked, they were displeased. A body-tempering cultivator with no potential dared to put on airs in front of them? What the hell was this? Deacon Lee did not stop them. No one had ever dared to not give him face. Who didn't know he had a High Lord behind him? A High Lord with considerable influence at that. Both of them glared at each other. If Lin Fei didn't apologize, they would definitely teach him a lesson today. As for the scene of Quicksand Supremacy getting killed, the two of them did not think too much about it. A fellow who used a medicinal pill to ascend could not be that powerful. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei was, he was no match for the two of them. Deacon Lee, I really want to know, I'm a great sovereign's personal disciple. What right do they have to put on airs in front of me and even want me to apologize? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei asked. I don't remember there being such a rule in the Dark Shadow Palace. The identity of Great Sovereign Hantian's personal disciple was more prestigious than any other personal disciple, as it represented Great Sovereign Hantian's face. Deacon Lee's dislike of Lin Fei grew. Not sensible at all. Did I? I don't think I saw it. Deacon Lee said indifferently, You, on the other hand, consider everyone beneath you. You can't even manage a country of clouds properly. Isn't that too outrageous? Now come with us. Lin Fei paid little attention to the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace. He had no idea what was going on inside the Dark Shadow Palace. Are you going to take me back and charge me with incompetence? That will damage the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei knew that he was involved in something. He had never heard of anyone from above escorting a direct disciple who did not perform well. It seemed like he was enjoying such treatment now. Deacon Lee snorted, It's good that you know. Don't make things difficult for us. From Deacon Lee's point of view, as long as he brought him back, no matter how courageous Lin Fei was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He would definitely go with him. As long as he brought him back, it wouldn't be Lin Fei's turn to speak. It's not that I can't go back with you, Lin Fei said, but I have to ask Senior Brother, since when did direct disciples enjoy such treatment? Deacon Lee became anxious when he heard this. If he informed the disciples of Great Venerable Shaker Sky, it would be impossible to bring Lin Fei back, let alone complete the task given to him. How dare you resist? Deacon Lee said angrily, Arrest him. King Yunhai said cautiously, Deacon Lee, is there a misunderstanding here? King Yunhai, don't interfere in this matter. Deacon Lee warned King Yunhai and gave a look to the two people behind him. Go. One of the youths took out a treasure, and it flew out like a golden beam of light. With a whoosh, it wrapped around Lin Fei's body in circles, binding him tightly. This is a treasure that we specially prepared for you. It's specially used to confine your physical body. Once your physical body is sealed, your strength will also be sealed. Now you can obediently come with us. Deacon Lee knew how powerful a heavenly god of the body tempering school was. They were best at prolonged battles, which was also the weakness of a heavenly god of the Emperor school. Therefore, special treasures were needed to deal with a heavenly god of the body tempering school. Lin Fei looked at the golden rope on his body. Is this what you're relying on? You're too naive. Lin Fei, don't offend anyone, but that doesn't mean that I'll let anyone bully me. Now I suspect that you're pretending to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. In fact, you're spies of the Massacre Court. Spies of the Massacre Court? Deacon Lee and the other two people couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Fei as if he was an idiot. Ha ha, Lin Fei. Oh, Lin Fei, you really know how to talk. You actually suspect that we're spies of the Massacre Court. Even if we're spies of the Massacre Court, what can you do to us? The young man said proudly, You're our prisoner now, and you still want to bite us. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then you're out of luck. Boom! Lin Fei, whose aura was originally sealed, gently stomped his foot and pushed himself up. The golden rope treasure wrapped around him gave off cracking sounds and broke into several pieces without any warning. Lin Fei regained his freedom. Spies of the Massacre Court, you deserve to die. A huge palm whipped toward the three people. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A gale blew. Deacon Lee and the other two reacted quickly. They didn't have time to think, and barriers appeared one after another. The palm didn't look big, but it carried a terrifying force. It first whipped Deacon Lee, and cracking sounds could be heard. The protective Emperor will was shattered, and the power did not stop there. The protective Emperor will of the two people beside him was also shattered, and the three of them were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. How dare you pretend to be Deacon Lee? I'll whip you to death. Lin Fei moved horizontally, arriving in front of Deacon Lee. He reached out and grabbed Deacon Lee's neck. In an instant, Deacon Lee's strength was sealed, and his other hand slapped Deacon Lee's face. Papa! After two slaps, Deacon Lee's lower body kept collapsing. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Let go of me. Deacon Lee's eyes were scarlet, and his killing intent was overwhelming. I'm a deacon of the Dark Shadow Palace. You offended me, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fei smiled coldly and slapped him again. Bang! Deacon Lee's body collapsed. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed again. Deacon Lee wanted to run, but his neck was grabbed again, and his strength was sealed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to wipe out your entire family. Come on, come on. Chapter 2871. On the mountain peak, outside the courtyard. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. You're dead. Deacon Lee roared again and again, but his body exploded again and again. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Yin Hai Country King was completely stunned. That was Deacon Lee. Just a moment ago, he was still acting arrogantly. Now, his body exploded more than 20 times. Each time was more vicious than the last. It was a tragic sight. If this happens a few more times, Deacon Lee is dead. King Yin mourned for Deacon Lee and praised himself for being quick-witted. Fortunately, he did not offend Lin Fei. The feeling of slaps after slaps was really unpleasant. At the start, Deacon Lee had a backer behind him. He did not have to be afraid of making things difficult for Lin Fei. Moreover, he was just an errand boy. Who would have thought that Lin Fei was so strong? His body exploded time and time again, and each time he recovered, he used up a large amount of his life force. After more than 20 times, Deacon Lee could not hold on any longer. He was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how strong his life force was, it could not withstand such consumption. Stop, I admit defeat. Deacon Lee returned to his original form and begged for mercy. Lin Fei's hand didn't stop moving. Another palm came down. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to kill my entire family? Why should I stop? Deacon Lee's face was pale. Despair and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Lord Lin Fei, please stop. I can't hold on any longer. I did not come to make things difficult for you on purpose. Someone wants to deal with you, and I'm just an errand boy. Who wants to deal with me? Deacon Lee could not care less. He was afraid that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. It's the Elysian son who wants to deal with you. Lin Fei frowned. Why do they want to deal with me? There must be a reason. Don't tell me you don't know. I don't mind giving you another slap. In the past 100,000 years, he would not go to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace unless it was necessary. He had been keeping a low profile all these years. It was really incomprehensible that someone would target him. Deacon Lee was completely terrified. The other party's palm strikes did not contain any emotion at all. It would be strange if he did not feel fear. I heard it's for a spot in the Dark Shadow Palace. Deacon Lee quickly said, I think it's about the Shadow Throne. Yes, it's about the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei was confused. Shadow Throne. Xiao Chun had been in the Dark Shadow Palace for almost 100,000 years, but he did not pay much attention to the affairs of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now that Deacon Lee mentioned it, he really did not know much about the Dark Shadow Throne. Check the Shadow Throne for me. Lin Fei immediately contacted Little Devil to look through the information. A moment later, the information on the Shadow Throne appeared. After checking, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. They really dared to make a move. Deacon Lee saw that Lin Fei was deep in thought and felt uneasy. He did not know what Lin Fei was thinking. He regretted coming to the Cloud Nation. Lin Fei, who was not valued by others, seemed to have extremely powerful strength. At the very least, he could easily kill pseudo-supremacies. Back then, when he was in the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had collected all sorts of ancient books and secrets. Many of them had not been read by Lin Fei and had been stored in the system. He could read them at any time. Just now, Lin Fei realized that his 100,000 years of low profile seemed to have become a form of inaction in everyone's eyes. Elysian Son, you really have a good plan. You actually want to fight for the position of my personal disciple. You are courting death. Killing intent surged in Lin Fei's heart, and his gaze became cold. Under this gaze, Deacon Lee's hair stood on end, and he felt like he was suffocating. How can he be so terrifying? All right, you can scram now. Lin Fei did not have any thoughts of killing Deacon Lee. The Dark Shadow Palace would not allow this kind of thing to happen. Once it happened, the punishment would be severe. Throughout the years, no one had dared to do such a thing. Lin Fei was no fool. He would never challenge the Dark Shadow Palace's iron rules, unless his strength reached a level where he could affect a 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. I'll scram right now. Deacon Lee dared not utter a single word, turning around and running away. Lord Lin Fei, I really didn't know they were here to cause trouble for you. Yunhai Ruler said in a low voice, afraid that he would blame him. It's fine. This matter isn't your fault. You can leave now. You need to deal with the aftermath. I'll do it right away. Yunhai Ruler turned around and left. Dark Shadow Throne. On a stone bench in the courtyard, Lin Fei was silently flipping through the information in his hand, a slight frown on his forehead. I really didn't expect there to be such a place inside the Dark Shadow Palace that only opens once every 500,000 years. Only venerable lords are allowed to enter, and there's even a great sovereign's personal disciple. As a great sovereign's personal disciple, I really have an advantage. No wonder the Elysian Heavenly Prince wanted to cause trouble for me. The Dark Shadow Throne was the Dark Shadow Palace's holy land. The two words holy land showed how important the Dark Shadow Throne was. Inside this holy land, there were many opportunities, and it was the place that venerable lords yearned for the most. Divine weapons, Saint Spirit Realm cultivation techniques, heavenly deity battle armors, and so on. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this kind of holy land. The only thing that piqued Lin Fei's interest was the large amount of life, force, and divine essence sand. Now that the Elysian Heavenly Prince had sent people to cause trouble for him, even though Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Holy Land, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's actions displeased him. I originally planned to make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace after some time, but it seems like I really have to make a trip there. Otherwise, anyone will jump out at me. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, the space above the courtyard fluctuated. Junior brother, are you all right? A person came out of the void. It was the fourth senior brother, Wenren Jingong. He looked rather anxious, but he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Fei was safe and sound. Lin Fei hadn't seen his fourth senior brother for a long time. Thank you for your concern, fourth senior brother. Look at me. What could possibly happen to me? Wenren Jingong heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to see that you're all right. By the way, is Attendant Li here? Under normal circumstances, he should be here by now. Could it be that he was delayed? Are you talking about Attendant Li? He brought people back. Lin Fei chuckled. He went back. How is that possible? Wenren Jingong knew Attendant Li's strength. With the three of them working together and the treasures of the Dark Shadow Palace, this junior brother of his was really not easy to deal with. Is there a mistake? Attendant Li isn't that easy to negotiate with. He really went back. Lin Fei said, I gave him more than 20 slaps, and then went back. That can't be, right? More than 20 slaps? Wenren Jingong still didn't quite believe it. Ever since he knew that Attendant Li had come to the Yunhai Nation, he had come as soon as he could, afraid that his junior brother, Lin Fei, would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Lin Fei smiled and released his aura. The aura of the 8th tier of the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversal Body was unleashed. Chapter 2872. Wenren Jingong came for Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace looked peaceful from the outside, but the internal competition was fierce. After all, the distribution of resources was very important for a top force. Everyone wanted more resources. With resources, they would be able to cultivate better. Everyone attached great importance to resources using all kinds of methods. That hierarch Dark Shadow did not place too many restrictions on the lower ranks, as long as they did not cross the bottom line. Fighting for resources was also a kind of cultivation method. When eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang heard that someone wanted to make a move against Lin Fei, he immediately sent Wenren Jingong over. No one dared to disrespect him. The only unexpected thing was that junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had quietly advanced to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a venerable lord of the Body Tempering School. Wenren Jingong was ecstatic. This is great. Master will be very happy if he finds out. Wenren Jingong had been stuck at the Venerable Lord realm for a long time. He knew how difficult it was to break through. Thus he had been worried about his junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I just advanced some time ago. At that time, the Blood Fiend ruler brought people to cause trouble. I was at a critical moment, so I didn't make a move. I didn't expect them to really seize the opportunity, Lin Fei came up with an excuse. Then you should have informed us. Wenren Jingong grumbled. If any of us had come, they wouldn't have dared to act presumptuously even if you gave them 100 guts. You, really? Lin Fei smiled wryly. I thought breaking through was easy, so, It was the first time Wenren Jingong had heard such an excuse. He looked disappointed. Luckily, you have leveled up. Why I've been worrying about the most won't happen. Otherwise, you will be punished by our master to face the wall for 10,000 years. Warmth rose in Lin Fei's heart. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. It won't happen again. This was the first time Wenren Jingong saw his junior apprentice brother's guts. Since you've broken through to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, it's time to return to the Dark Shadow Palace. Becoming a venerable lord in 100,000 years is not bad. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I have the same thought. Now that my cultivation is successful, it's time to show others, lest they think I'm easy to bully. Lin Fei didn't need to make any arrangements to go to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. Before he left, he informed senior brother Long Yu that there was no need to worry about the matters in the Cloud Sea Nation. The two of them headed to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace together. Wenren Jingong couldn't stop praising his junior, Lin Fei's strength. They were both body tempering school supremacies, especially close combat experts, and both had martial arts fanatics in their hearts. On that very day, they sparred with each other, and the scene was extremely exciting. Unfortunately, only the two of them could see it. You must participate in the Shadow Throne this time. Wenren Jingong seriously said on the way. Originally, I wasn't interested in this, but since they didn't want me to go and wanted to pull me down, then I must go once to broaden my horizons. Now, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Wenren Jingong smiled and said, The Shadow Throne is our Dark Shadow Palace's sacred land. It said that our supreme divinity obtained this place from a certain place. It's very mysterious, and it opens once every 500,000 years. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, only the Massacre Court and the Space-Time Temple have such a sacred land. Lin Fei asked curiously, "Senior brother, have you been there?" "Yes, I have. That place is very mysterious, but unfortunately, I didn't gain anything from it. But I've broadened my horizons," Wenren Jingong said with a hint of regret. "If you want to go a second time, you have to accumulate contribution points. If you don't gain anything from it, it's good to broaden your horizons. For example, there are demons from the demonic nation suppressed by the supreme divinity. Each of them is at the level of a great supremacy. That place is truly demonic." Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. "It can't be. There are really great demons there? Aren't they afraid of causing destruction in there?" Wenren Jingong said mysteriously, "There aren't any. Those great devils are all confined to a certain area to be used as training. It is said that whoever can kill a great devil will be able to obtain some good stuff." Lin Fei's heart was moved. Deacon Li's clone immediately went to report the situation. In a huge mansion in the Dark Shadow Palace, the Elysian Son of Heaven sat high up in his seat. 100,000 years had passed. The sacred son of the past had become the new supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace and had great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. In that case, the mission has failed. The Holy Son of Heaven was dressed in white and was filled with a holy aura. Behind him was a great Buddha. It was faintly discernible, as if it did not belong to the mortal world. Her soft words were spoken in an irresistible tone. Deacon Li knelt on the ground. "I didn't expect it either. That Lin Fei's strength doesn't match the information." The Elysian Son of Heaven had a pure and holy look on his face, which was very different from before. "Get up. You can't be blamed for this." Shantian raised his left hand and a white spiritual bead condensed. "Your clone used up your life force. This is your compensation." "Thank you, High Lord." Deacon Li retreated from the hall. "Brother Xingtian, it seems like you people are lacking, ah?" After Deacon Li left, a middle-aged man exuding a strong Buddhist aura walked out from the side hall. "I heard that Lin Fei has been great Venerable Han Tian's personal disciple for 100,000 years, but he has yet to break through to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. He is the weakest disciple of Brother Xingtian's generation. Logically speaking, Deacon Li and the other two shouldn't have failed, ah?" Elysian Son of Heaven's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. "I will definitely get the qualification that belongs to you," Elysian Son of Heavenly God said. "Among great Venerable Han Tian's personal disciples, he is the only one who hasn't broken through to the High Lord realm. Since the first time isn't enough, let's try again." Dark Shadow Palace headquarters, in another manner. Elysian Son of Heaven's people failed? Could it be that Lin Fei's senior brother went to help? Dugijin was clad in a black robe, standing by the lake. His entire person resembled a sharp long sword, his sword intent tearing the surrounding void, forming a black hole. His eyes were filled with sword intent. No one dared to look him in the eye. "No, it's Lin Fei who defeated Deacon Li. Has the strength of a pseudo-venerable lord," one of Dugu Ijin's confidants said. Dugu Ijin was as cold as ever. "His strength has increased, but he's still trash. What can he do even if he enters a great venerable lord's tutelage?" Our people sent news that Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong are heading to the headquarters. Dugu Ijin's eyes narrowed. "Interesting." In the Dark Shadow Palace headquarters, some higher-ups affairs. It was a secret to the people below. It wasn't a secret to the higher-ups. The Elysian Heavenly Prince had arranged for people to deal with Lin Fei in secret. At this time, there were naturally many people watching. When Deacon Li and the others met with trouble, everyone knew. No one paid attention to Lin Fei's performance. Although the physique cultivation path was difficult, it still had its advantages. However, compared to people like Dugu Ijin and Elysian Heavenly Prince, it was still a far cry. When they heard that Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong had returned together, they couldn't help laughing. Could it be that he couldn't swallow this humiliation and wanted to ask his master for help? Chapter 2873. Nearly 100,000 years had passed, but the Dark Shadow Palace was still the same. The passage of time did not leave any marks on the City of Shadows. It was as lively and prosperous as it was in the past. Wenren Jingong was in a good mood. The thing that had worried him the most had finally been resolved, and Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had another powerful patriarch as his disciple. Now, he didn't have to worry about being laughed at anymore. At the very least, people would know that his master had good judgment. Although there were many disciples under venerable lords, it did not mean that everyone could become a venerable lord. Many were stuck at the threshold of 7th Order Heavenly God realm. As a senior brother, he was naturally happy that junior brother Lin Fei had successfully broken through. The two arrived at the City of Shadows. They immediately went to pay their respects to their master. Great Venerable Shaker's main body had been in secluded cultivation. This was what body-tempering cultivators like to do the most. Compared to Emperor Wu's school, there were no shortcuts. By a lake, Lin Fei once again saw Great Venerable Shaker. Clad in white robes, Great Venerable Shaker was fishing with a bamboo rod in his hand. Junior brother, it's best not to disturb Master's mood when he's fishing. Lin Fei was just about to say something when Wenren Jingong stopped him with a look and transmitted his voice to him. Lin Fei had only seen Great Venerable Shaker a few times, so he definitely did not know about this little rule. An hour later, the bamboo rod sank. The fish had taken a bait. Great Venerable Shaker lightly lifted the rod. Waves rose on the lake's surface as a giant fish was pulled out. It was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm fish. However, it couldn't exert the slightest bit of strength under the bamboo rod. You're in luck today. We'll have grilled fish tonight. Great Venerable Shaker swung his arm. The fish fell to the ground, unable to move. Immediately, someone came to carry it away. Thank you, Master. Wenren Jingong was the first to speak. A 7th Order Heavenly God Realm fish, and a variant at that. It must taste good. Junior brother and I are in luck today. Disciple Lin Fei greets Master. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker turned around and fixed his deep eyes on Lin Fei for a moment with a smile. Not bad. You've worked hard. You've reached the 8th level of the Sacred Cloud Dragon's mighty style in less than 100,000 years. You didn't disappoint me. With that one glance, it was as if Lin Fei had seen through everything about him. Disciple has disappointed Master. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said gently. 100,000 years? You're already very good. You can ask your 4th senior martial brother how long it took him, and how long it took you. Junior brother, it took me 150,000 years to break through to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was in a good mood as he walked to a pavilion not far away and sat down. Make yourself at home. Have some tea. Of the 5 Grand Monarchs, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the least arrogant, but he was also the most protective. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had dozens of disciples, but Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker only had 5. He was famous in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei, I heard that a Elysian Son of Heaven is looking for trouble with you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked casually. Lin Fei nodded. He arranged for Deacon Lee to come over, and I beat him back. Then what do you plan to do? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. I'm Master's disciple. They dare to scheme against me, which means they're not giving Master face. Therefore, I've decided to make a scene in case they don't know Master's existence. I'll beat up whoever disagrees until they do. Ha ha! Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was overjoyed. Wenren, you should learn from your junior martial brother. Don't spend the whole day cultivating and researching. They're bullying you. Wenren Jingong was sweating profusely. In the City of Shadows, you can do whatever you want. Master will support you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a domineering manner. Over the years, I've kept a low profile. Some people think that I'm backing down, and they're plotting against you for the Shadow Throne. How dare they? Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong both took deep breaths. At this moment, they both felt a terrifying killing intent. You should know about the Shadow Throne. This year's competition is different from last time. I was worried about it, but now that you've become Exalt, it couldn't be better. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker suddenly said, This time, the Shadow Throne will no longer be allocated among the participants. You'll have to fight for it. Even though you're my disciple, it'll be the same. Are you confident? Yes. Lin Fei was full of confidence. Now that you've become Exalt, I'll prepare a gift for you. Tell me, what do you want? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said with a smile. His killing intent had disappeared completely. A gift? It should be a reward. Lin Fei really didn't know what he wanted. He had his own weapon. Although the Sky Splitter was forged from a divine weapon made of origin power, it had a special property. It could change. This was one of the wonders of the weapon. When he was Proud Heaven, it could be the Sky Splitter. But when he was Lin Fei, it could be another weapon. Master, I want a weapon. Exalt Lord Grade weapon. I'm a little strong now, so ordinary weapons can't bear it. Lin Fei said after thinking for a moment. Now that his master had spoken, Lin Fei had a chance to make the Sky Splitter appear in front of him. It's best if it's a heavy weapon. It has to be heavy so that it'll be ferocious and domineering. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's smile grew even brighter. Heavy weapon? You've made the right choice. I do have a weapon. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker stretched out his hand, and a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a purple gold hammer. This purple hammer was huge and completely different from the usual ones, as if it had been modified. This is a weapon left behind by a body tempering school Exalt. It's called the Sky Splitter Hammer, and it has terrifying tearing power. I obtained it by chance. It's extremely heavy, and ordinary body tempering school Exalts can't even lift it. But once it's used, it's fierce and domineering. It's famous in the Saint Spirit world. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said, "Try it, and see if you're qualified to lift it." The Sky Splitter Hammer? The Sky Splitter Hammer? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a thought, the Sky Splitter Hammer flew over, leaving a purple afterimage in its wake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's gentle toss wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was purely a test for Lin Fei. Before the purple hammer reached him, Lin Fei felt an enormous gravitational force pressing down on him. The void around him seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and at the same time, a tearing aura could be felt. Good, this weapon suits me perfectly. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's aura erupted. Holy dragons circled around him as he reached out to grab the hammer. Countless tearing and gravitational forces attacked Lin Fei's right hand. Although the distance was small, there were many ways to do it. Chapter 2874. Lin Fei and Wenren Zhengong left at night. The fish meat roasted by a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm fish monster was extraordinarily delicious, making Lin Fei want to take some time to taste it. Only later did Lin Fei find out that this master of his had a great interest in eating. That lake had a large number of fish monsters, all of which had their consciousness erased and were kept in the lake. If it wasn't for his master being in a good mood, it would be hard to eat something of this level. Junior apprentice brother, you're really lucky, Master actually gave you the sky-splitting hammer. Wenren Zhengong said enviously. Even I'm green with envy. This is a good thing, I heard that it was mixed with divine essence force sand, raising its quality by a large margin. Even a reverend's treasure wouldn't be able to withstand it head-on. Unfortunately, I couldn't carry it back then. Lin Fei had never looked at the sky-splitting hammer in detail, thinking that it was heavy enough to replace the sky-splitting rod. Divine essence force sand. His divine sense sank into it, and, as expected, he saw the problem. He was right. How is it? Did you see that? Divine essence force sand is a good thing, Wenren Zhengong said. Unfortunately, the number of people who know how to refine it is decreasing, almost to the point that there are none left. The divine essence force weapons that we see now are the ones that were passed down from the past. No way. Lin Fei frowned. Even Lord Hierarch can't do it. It's impossible. Nothing's impossible, Wenren Zhengong said. At Hierarch's level, they can master anything, but in terms of artifact forging, they are all amateurs. Lin Fei had never thought of this, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sky-splitting rod he refined was amazing. Luckily, I haven't used its full power yet. In the previous battles, Lin Fei had been sealing the sky-splitting rod's power, worried that it would be too explosive, and if news of it leaked out, it would attract a lot of trouble. That's true. After all, their target isn't these small paths. Lin Fei nodded. Junior brother, I will accompany you to the Holy Spirit Palace in a few days. There are quite a lot of rewards there. You should take them too, lest you waste them. Wenren Jingong reminded him before leaving. Senior brother, I'll go alone. Lin Fei said smilingly. Who else in the City of Shadows can cause me trouble? It's already good enough that I don't go looking for them. Ha 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 ha. Under the pavilion by the lake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker gazed at the lake not far away. Do you like to pee from the side every time? You're a scholar after all. Don't you think it's shameless? There was a fluctuation in the void, and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar quietly came out of the void. Han Tian, it's boring. Don't you know how to pretend? The middle-aged scholar said with dissatisfaction. I can't do it, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. You're really a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. No wonder everyone has their eyes on your disciple. I think you should go out for a stroll. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker rolled his eyes. Do you think it's fun? Of course it's fun. Beating them until they cry for their parents. Isn't that what you martial artists like to do the most? The more the middle-aged scholar spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker shook his head repeatedly. Right? What do you think of my disciple? He's not even 100,000 years old, but he's already a venerable lord. He's not any weaker than your disciples. He's not bad indeed. The sacred cloud dragon physique isn't a top cultivation technique, but his physical body is extraordinarily tough. You've really taken in a good disciple, ah. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise in store. Who is Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker? He was a top 9th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the number of great sovereigns was very limited. His disciple's physical body was extraordinary. This was not something an ordinary cultivation technique could achieve. He must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had good eyesight. Why don't you take a look at whose disciple he is? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said complacently. Look at yourself. Do you really think you can suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, Duguijian, and the others? The middle-aged scholar mocked. Not necessarily. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a low voice. Do you know what I gave him? What? The middle-aged scholar didn't seem to care. The Heaven Splitter. What? He can hold the Heaven Splitter hammer. The scholarly middle-aged man's complexion changed. Isn't that the personal weapon of the demon nation's great demon lord? With that Heaven Splitter hammer, he killed countless powerhouses. That disciple of yours is actually able to wield it. This was something that no one dared to believe. Who said it wasn't? I was shocked on the spot. Does he know about the Heaven Splitter hammer? How would he know? In the entire Saint Spirit world, there are only a handful of people who know about it. That kid was so proud of himself, but he didn't know that he had leaked the information. The middle-aged scholar said solemnly. That's interesting. With the Heaven Splitter hammer, those guys are going to be in trouble. After all, it's an incomplete divine weapon. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that he had been tricked by his master. He returned to his cave abode. First, he took out the Heaven Splitter hammer. By the way, can you search for information about the Heaven Splitter hammer and other origin power divine weapons? The more Lin Fei looked at the Heaven Splitter hammer, the more extraordinary it seemed. Search it right now. It didn't seem right that his master had given such a good weapon to him so easily, because he saw that there was something wrong with his master's expression, as if there was a look of astonishment in his master's eyes. Something was wrong. Lin Fei really wanted to know more about the Heaven Splitter hammer, especially since his senior brother had told him how precious origin power divine weapons were. Found it. The information entered Lin Fei's mind. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker would never have imagined that Lin Fei had scanned all the books in the Dark Shadow Palace's library, no matter what they were. It's so precious. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he realized that he had underestimated the Heaven Splitter hammer. Master, are you testing me? According to the information, this Heaven Splitter hammer was the personal weapon of a great demon of the Devil Nation, Heaven Splitter. He was an expert from tens of millions of years ago who was infinitely close to the godly Venerable realm. He was known as the Great Demon Venerable in the Devil Nation. 30 to 40 supremacies had died because of this weapon, and 3 grand supremacies had also died in the siege of more than 10 grand supremacies. Afterward, this weapon had fallen into the hands of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, this weapon was extremely heavy, and ordinary body-tempering supremacies couldn't carry it. Only those with top-notch heaven god bodies could carry it. There were very few heaven god bodies like this in the Saint Spirit domain. Even if there were, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate it. This Heaven Splitter Hammer had been in the Dark Shadow Palace until it was awarded to Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He could barely use it, but not for a long time. He had only wanted to study the refinement of origin power divine weapons. As time passed, the Heaven Splitter Hammer lost its previous reputation. I was wondering why Master looked at me strangely after that. Turns out I've exposed myself. Lin Fei thought to himself. That's good too. The more powerful I am, the more confidence Master has in me. I don't have to worry about anything. After reading the information, Lin Fei's smile widened. With the Heaven Splitter Hammer, my strength will increase, and it will be perfectly justifiable. No one will have any doubts anymore. This is really a great gift. Lin Fei really wanted to thank his master. Chapter 2875. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave his residence in the City of Shadows. The Sky Splitter Hammer was replaced by the Sky Splitter Rod. It looked exactly the same. Even the weight of the rod was the same. Even his master wouldn't be able to tell the difference. 5 or 6 days passed leisurely in the residence. Lin Fei leisurely headed to the Sacred Spirit Palace. The Sacred Spirit Palace, as the name suggested, was a place to test one's strength. It had a very special status in the Dark Shadow Palace and was the fairest place. No matter who it was, no matter how many tricks they had to behave themselves in the Sacred Spirit Palace. One's realm and strength could be seen clearly in the Sacred Spirit Palace. I haven't been back for so long, but there are so many people who care about me. He exited the residence and walked on the road to the Sacred Spirit Palace. Lin Fei chuckled when he saw the scouts nearby. Lin Fei is heading towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. He must be testing his strength. I heard that he hasn't been to the Sacred Spirit Palace for a long time. He has only been there once so far. The news spread. Everyone knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. No one dared to do anything to a personal disciple under Venerable Skyshaker. For example, those disciples who were still in the Heavenly God realm would at most look down on Lin Fei, a personal disciple with the least potential in the same batch. Lin Fei walked on the road and arrived at the Sacred Spirit Palace at a steady pace. The Sacred Spirit Palace was very lively. Compared to other places, this place was much more crowded. It was a palace with a plaza in the center of the palace. On the plaza was a black tower. This black tower was called the Sacred Spirit Tower. It had a total of 10 floors. Rumor had it that Hierarch Dark Shadow had personally set it up. The strength test on each floor was very standard. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he heard cheers coming from the plaza. Senior Brother Li is amazing. He passed 3 floors in a row and is now in the 6th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. If Senior Brother isn't amazing, who is? He has only been in the Dark Shadow Palace for 30,000 years. At the foot of the Sacred Spirit Tower stood a group of heavenly gods of varying cultivation levels. Lin Fei stood quietly not far away. The influence of the Dark Shadow Palace is quite great. Batch after batch of celestial god experts have good potential. With a simple glance, he knew that these disciples of the heavenly god realm had great potential. They're out. After standing there for a while, someone came out of the Holy Spirit Tower. Congratulations, Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Li is already a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. A group of celestial god disciples surrounded him. Almost immediately, a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Supervisor came up to register. This was also a tradition of the Holy Spirit Tower. After registering, the manager would reward the applicants with contribution points. In the Dark Shadow Palace, as long as you had a breakthrough within a certain period of time, especially after you passed the assessment, You would receive contribution points as a reward. This was also a good reward to motivate everyone to train hard. After that, senior brother Li, more than 10 heavenly gods went to participate in the test one after another. Compared to the first senior brother Li, there was still a gap. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. When the dozen or so heavenly deity disciples were done, only then did Lin Fei walk up unhurriedly. "This is mine." He threw the proof of identity to the supervisor. Although the supervisor was only a 6th-order heavenly god realm master, he was a completely different person now that he had the authority to manage the Holy Spirit Tower, which heavenly god realm disciple did not treat him with the utmost respect. Lin Fei's actions displeased the heavenly god realm supervisor, especially when he saw the other party's young age, thinking that he was a new heavenly god realm disciple. "What's your name? Don't you know that you have to follow the rules in the Holy Spirit Palace?" The heavenly god realm supervisor did not look at the proof of identity. Lin Fei frowned. Follow the rules? The heavenly god realm supervisor was even more certain that the other party was a newcomer. The newcomers these days are getting more and more unruly. Don't you know that the Holy Spirit Tower's assessment needs to be booked in advance? The heavenly god realm disciples who had yet to leave knew that this newcomer was in for a bad time. Whose disciple is that? He actually doesn't know how to tidy things up. That's right. Does he really think he can enter just because he's here? Why doesn't he take a look at his background first? The heavenly god realm disciples discussed among themselves. Lin Fei could clearly hear the words around him. Benefits? Lin Fei chuckled. You want benefits? The heavenly god realm supervisor was not afraid of a newcomer. This was also an invisible rule of the Holy Spirit Tower. You want to take the assessment without benefits? Don't you know how many disciples there are in the Dark Shadow Palace? If you want to go and I want to go, wouldn't it be a complete mess? The heavenly god realm supervisor chuckled coldly. If you don't want to give me benefits, then you can just wait in line. It had only been less than 100,000 years, and Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter something like this. He seemed to recall that this had not happened the last time he was here. The heavenly god realm supervisor was not afraid that this guy wouldn't give him benefits. Not bad. You got some guts. Lin Fei walked forward. I think you should just obediently pick up my proof of identity and wait for me to come out. The heavenly god realm supervisor was so enraged that he started to laugh. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. Stop. You're not allowed to go in. The heavenly god realm supervisor stepped forward and spoke in a menacing manner. Normally, no heavenly god disciple would dare to stand still when he shouted at them. Piss off. Lin Fei waved a hand, and a huge force crashed into the heavenly god realm supervisor's body, sending him rolling to the side. If you dare to stand in my way again, I'll kill you with one palm strike. The heavenly god realm supervisor was also given a fright by Lin's actions. That wave of his hand was so powerful that he felt as if he was going to be torn apart. Even now, his legs had turned to jelly, and he could only watch as Lin walked into the Holy Spirit Tower. Be Aster starred, how dare you hit me? The heavenly god realm supervisor was enraged, and his eyes were filled with hatred. How dare you hit me? You're done for. He immediately pulled out his communication talisman. Manager by, someone has forced his way into the Holy Spirit Palace and is even assaulting someone. You have to uphold justice for me. All the heavenly god disciples in the distance widened their eyes. Who knows who that person is? That's insane. How dare he hit the manager? Could he be a disciple of the exalted Lord? How is that possible? If he's an elder's disciple, who would dare to put on airs? Maybe he's a newcomer. I think I've informed Manager by. Something big is going to happen. These heavenly god disciples immediately sent out the news. In the Dark Shadow Palace, where rules were as strict as the heavens, no one dared to hit a manager. Even a 6th-order heavenly god realm cultivator had great authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. News of this immediately spread among the disciples of the heavenly deity realm. Some busybodies all came to watch the liveliness. Everyone wanted to know which new disciple was so tyrannical, actually not giving face to the steward at all, making a move at the slightest disagreement. This was no different from throwing a rock into the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace. A short while later, a manager hurried over with a dozen heavenly god disciples. This manager was none other than Manager Bai. Manager Bai's sharp gaze swept over the heavenly god disciples, causing them to shiver in fear, not daring to meet his gaze.